Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 122 of Summon Sign, Last Stand Media's weekly in-depth game discussion podcast. I am your host, as always, Brad Ellis, and joining me today, I have two fine gentlemen that I love talking to. I love these dudes. Oh, yeah. First of all, we got Mr. Matty Plays, or Matt, if I'm going to be casual with Matt.
Yeah, you can be casual with me. Yeah.
Still feels weird calling you Matt. I got to get used to it.
Yeah, I know. No one really, again, because I go by Matty so often. Yeah. Doesn't really roll off the tongue easily, but whatever works for you, Brad. But I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. And I apologize in advance if I clear my throat a lot. I got sick on my trip, so I'm still working through that. But again, really excited to be here and just talking games, no news, just talking games.
Just talking games. We're gonna have a good time here. There'll be some drama sorted out, as always. Yes. That's about it.
Yes.
Also, we got him back, baby. Here he is, Mr. Gene Park. Gene. Great to see you, dude. How have you been?
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, gentlemen. I just watched the Truman Show. Recently, so if I don't see you again, good evening, good night. I forgot. I already forgot what he said. Yeah. One of my favorite movies of all time, though, starring Jim Carrey, of course. Yep. One of the classic movies of the '90s. But I'm doing good. I actually worked all through the weekend because if you didn't know, it was actually White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend over here in Washington, D.C. And if you hadn't heard yet, you had to have heard by now, man.
I was in D.C. when it happened. I was just like, what are the fucking odds? Like, I came here one time
later. But sure enough. And it is an event that I have attended before. The last time I attended was so I attended from 2015 to 2019. So I am very familiar with the Washington Hilton where this incident took place, where a would-be assassin rushed the ballroom of the Washington Hilton in an attempt on the lives, reportedly, according to his manifesto that was released by officials, that he was targeting members of the administration and press if they got in the way. Imagine if Wolf Blitzer actually started to tackle him, but Wolf Blitzer saw the whole thing go down. Well, he almost saw the whole thing go down. He was taking a piss.
Damn.
He was leaving the bathroom, and then a bunch of cops just threw him on the ground.
Yeah, that's insane.
While they, I guess, shot at this guy. I don't know. He's still alive and he's been apprehended. He is a gamer. His name is Cole Thomas Allison, 31 of Torrance, California. So if anyone knows him, please hit me up because I'm looking for more information on him as well. Wow. Yeah. He is an indie game developer. Well, I mean, I don't want to say he is an indie game developer. He made one game called Boredom, which is a play on words on the physicist something Bohr. And it's just a stupid puzzle game that's it's very much like a student project game, you know? Mm-hmm. So I actually played it for a bit, $2. Awful game.
I was gonna say, how was it?
It's off Steam now. The Steam actually finally took it off, I think, this morning or last night.
Okay.
Terrible game. The awful tutorial. You want to talk about Crimson? You want to talk about Crimson Desert's bad tutorial? Then that's a bad tutorial.
Time for the sort it out.
Yeah. Sort it out. Cole Thomas and Allen.
Making a shitty game.
James, what's wrong with you, bro? Come on. I imagine I write a fucking 2-hour video essay on boredom and talking about
that's it. That's all we complain about.
A whole fucking Luke Stevens style takedown. It's just the worst thing ever. Fucking outdated game design, man. But that was happening. Good times, a lot of drunk journalists. So that's why it's of course you've heard of this by now, because this is an incident that happened at an event where everybody attending thinks they are the main character of the world. Mm-hmm. Mm. Every single person in that event, from Trump down to whatever social media reporter is covering the thing, they think, because I was the guy who was doing the social media coverage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I thought, man, I'm really here.
Yeah.
I made it. I made it, man. You know, I'm so cool. You know, because like my first White House Correspondents' Dinner, I met Bill Nye. You know, and like I just got to like just chit chat and talk with him.
The science guy.
I was like, yeah, the science guy. You know, I never even grew up with the guy, so I actually didn't have much to talk about him with him.
Yeah.
But that's why you're going to hear about this goddamn event for weeks and weeks on end, because everybody there thinks that they're the main character of the universe. And now like an actual like interesting thing happened at the event to everybody. So they're all going to start talking about it forever. Like I'm not even there and I'm talking about it here now, you know?
Yeah.
So imagine if I was there, how insufferable I'd be, you know?
You see Dana White's reaction? Dana
No,
White.
I didn't see it.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
What
he's like, wow, it was fucking awesome. I'm like, bro, what? He's like, yeah, I didn't get down. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, there was that guy. There was Dana White, and then there was that guy from New York, the New York Times interview where he just kept eating salad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, look, like I'm not gonna say that like everyone there who freaked out there is pussy, you know, like it's an understandably scary situation, especially if you don't know what the fuck's going on, right? Come on, pretty scary. And he had a shotgun, so if he did start blasting, it would have been indiscriminate and painful. That said, though, like he did get apprehended like pretty far away from the ballroom, like he was a whole like floor away, and people keep talking about like, oh well, what happened to the security measures? Guess what? That was the security measures working. He didn't make it. He didn't even make it close to the ballroom. He did not make it close to the ballroom. So he straight up failed. Like that was like an early run attempt, and you died at like the first like 2 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
Like, but you don't get another shot.
Run reminds me of that. I've been seeing on Twitter these Scientology raid runs that they're doing. They're treating it like as you said, I think you said it, Gene, like the real life roguelike runs where like people are trying to see how deep they can get into a Scientology camp.
That's kind of what happened here, man. Like so apparently from the reports, this guy started from his room in the 10th floor of the hotel, and you can't just walk down from the hotel. So he was like there. He booked into the hotel 2 weeks, which is a pretty long time to just stay at a hotel, obviously, especially the Hilton. That's a long time. So this guy was spending thousands of dollars to just stay at the hotel. And then once it was dinner time, like he actually just like ran down the stairs. So that's how he was able to bypass a lot of security and just like bolt out of the staircase and just start to like run, book it to the ballroom.
Yeah, he like Naruto ran through that lobby really quick. If you saw that video, he just went phew, like he was Sonic or something.
Yeah. Because you either do that and you try to minimize damage, or you straight up become like the Matrix shooter, and then you just start do that. But at that point, that you probably need a bunch of body armor, like a GTA 5 style like bank heist like thing, right?
Yeah,
which was of course based on a real life robbery where two guys in LA, right? If you remember, that they were suited in body armor, and then it was a fucking mass shootout, and that was a shootout that of course inspired the amazing movie Heat.
Yep.
So
I love that movie so much,
dude.
I can't believe they're trying to make a sequel. I'm gonna stay open minded, but like, you know, or I wouldn't say a sequel. I think it's like a Heat 2 that's actually a prequel, like they're doing the Red Dead Redemption 2 thing. But I don't know. Heat is just such a great standalone story and movie and everything, man. And like,
and
I don't know if it needs another one all these years later. This whole trend of like reviving things like many years down the line, just I don't know. I don't know if we need another Heat.
Do we need another Beetlejuice movie? Like I loved Beetlejuice when I was a kid, man. Like that shit. Like I grew up with that shit. And then once they found out that there was a new Beetlejuice, I was like, I've outgrown this, man.
I haven't seen it.
What are you doing? I don't care. You know. So like Heat 2, pre-Heat. You know.
Yeah.
Preheat
it, yeah.
That's pretty much what it is, right? Preheat, preheating the nachos. You know, come on, man.
I love that.
I think I'm good. But anyways, that's what I've been up to. Health wise, I'm good. You know, I'm starting to feel strong.
Nice.
Starting to breathe a little better. So that's why I figured, you know, let me hop on this podcast. And you know, I also ordered some harmonicas. So I think. Because I used to play the harmonica. It's been 11 years now. I haven't played since I moved to DC. But I think it would be good lung exercises for me if I start going in and out of a harp again. So it's also because I recently rewatched Cowboy Bebop again.
Oh,
I've not seen Cowboy Bebop at all.
damn! You haven't seen Cowboy Bebop?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
Man.
I saw you tweeting about it, Gene. I was just like, yeah, I gotta. Everyone says I would love it. So
It's a classic, dude.
You especially would love it, Matty.
that's what I hear. Like it's like you especially. Yeah,
You especially, yes.
Right now,
yes.
I'm watching Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, and that's
Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay.
oh man,
Good one.
It just
Cowboy Bebop
is so aesthetically pleasing. I love that show.
Yeah. I don't want to say Cowboy Bebop is like the greatest anime, but like there's something about it that is like peerless, you know.
Yeah, I think it's one of those animes that can get a lot of people into anime.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is the entryway anime for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Kind of like an Attack on Titan. I feel like that was
Sure, there's like stuff like that every now and then.
Yeah.
Kind of Attack on Titan, yeah, but Cowboy Bebop was definitely meant to be like outside the Japanese audience. Like this is a show that is meant to attract Latinos and Americans and Europeans and like everyone around the world around it. So
And it
that's
did.
why it was like so accessible like immediately.
Yeah,
But,
great show.
we're
Not
gonna talk
long
about
either.
games, though.
Not
I was
long.
gonna say I heard it was like really short too.
Very
Yeah.
short.
From what I remember,
One
it's
season.
like 20 something, maybe. if I
26
remember correctly. Yeah.
26 I'm thinking
I can look it
Evangelion. It's 20 some episodes. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish we got more like that. I mean, Death Note's one of my favorites of all time, and it's like 32 episodes.
Yeah.
And I just feel so many different anime out there are just like aspiring to run with like One Piece. Just how long can we go? You know, Black Clover comes to mind as well.
Those are all
Naruto.
shonen animes. That's
Yeah,
why. Or
yeah.
Shonen
And I
Jump
know
stuff.
that's like their thing, but I just feel like even non-shonen, like so many of them just go for like seasons
Sure.
and seasons, and it's just
Mhm.
like, you know, I like the more concise storytelling. It's better.
That's why that's part of probably
It's
why
kinda
people tell you, Matty, that this is an anime for you. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely
20
give it. It's easy
26.
to watch, goes by super fast. You'll love it.
Yep.
I say this as someone who's, by the way, still watching My Hero. I'm working my way through the final season. These damn shonen.
Yeah,
Yep. 26 episodes. So pretty breezy.
very breezy, and the movie, which is excellent too.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I've also
Um,
been watching Full Metal Alchemist.
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
that's
Which is really
that's from
good.
the same team. From the same.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Cowboy Bebop is the team that birthed Full Metal Alchemist. So
Oh, wow.
Samurai
Okay.
Champloo, all that.
That bodes well.
Cowboy Bebop is like the nexus of like the beginning of like so many different talented people too.
Yeah, I like Samurai Champloo.
Samurai
That's good
Champloo,
shit.
yeah.
26 episodes also.
Yep.
Good shit.
Oh.
Because that's why like Cowboy Bebop, like he made Cowboy Bebop for like everyone else, and then he was like, oh, well, I got to make something for Japan, baby. That's what Champloo was about.
Yeah, and he did Space Dandy. I haven't seen that. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, and I haven't seen Carol and Tuesday.
Yeah,
which
I haven't
is
seen it.
pretty recent too. I'll check that out. But yeah, we're here to talk about games.
Yes, we are. And
Are we?
before we get into all of that, if you want to support us, please go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can get early ad-free access to all of our shows, Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast, Punching Up, the Nintendo podcast I host, with sometimes Gene on it when he's available, and Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast that Matty hosts with Lord Cognito. So if you want to be a fanboy, you want to get riled up, got a podcast for you. The Xbox one, very funny. It's a very
I don't know
funny-
how it's been these last 2 weeks. I've missed 2 weeks of Duke. I feel very out
Yeah.
of things right now. It's like, it was weird. I felt bad. I was only supposed to be gone for a week, but Cog really held me down. So I'm going to be coming back with some new energy. And I guess Xbox is too. It's not burning down, Brad. We're going to have to keep
It's
you
not
away for a
burning
little
down
bit.
right now.
Yeah. We're going to have to
It's not
keep
burning
Brad
down.
out for just
Yeah.
a little bit of time.
Have you seen my hat, Matty?
I do. Oh, it's the
is that a
Helix hat.
Helix hat,
Project
dude?
Helix.
You got
That's
the
right.
Helix hat, dude.
Yeah.
Yep. I got my I got my Asha Sharma
the side
autograph
postcard.
card.
The mark of the beast from Asa Sharma right there, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I would be wearing my Project Helix shirt, but I came all over it. So
Ew, dude. Dude, good lord. You should wear that on Punching Up, dude. That'd be good shit.
with all the cum like so. Like,
Ew. Good lord.
Welcome back, Gene.
Well,
Yeah.
in
there we
case
go.
you ruin a shirt like Gene, you can go to laststandmedia.store if you want some Last Stand merch going
And you
on.
got rag for yourself.
Good transition, Brad. Oh my god, very talented man here.
Daddy T wrote and said, no writing question, boys. Just wanted to say welcome back, Gene. Was only thinking the other day how you're doing. Hope you're good, man. 10 go free holeless. I'm just here to say hi to Gene. Glad to have you back at LSM. And Kyle Desange, friend of the show who's been on it. Gene, Nothing to say other than so happy to have you back on an episode. I hope you're well and you've been missed. Keep killing it, dude. Look at that.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, man. I saw the thread, so I appreciate you guys.
There was a lot more. I can only gas you up so much, though. We gotta.
Oh, that's enough, man.
We gotta keep you in line.
Have you seen my shirt? My shirt says local celebrity.
Oh my god, I just noticed that.
Yeah. I don't need any more gassing up. I'm good.
You're feeling all right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's feeling good, dude. So
yeah.
Well, we're happy to have you, and of course, Matty, I'm very happy to have you as well.
Oh
yeah. It's been a while since I talked to Matty too. So
I know. We've been DMing and stuff, but like, I just like we haven't podcasted in a fucking crazy long time, dude. So it's good to have you here, Gene.
Yeah. Before we get into all the stuff like what we're playing, I will just go first with this briefly. I went to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest in North America that was held here, and it was held in Anaheim this time, which is really close to me. That's like 20-something minutes from my home.
Has it ever been in Anaheim?
No. This was the first one that was in Anaheim. There was one, I think there's two in Vegas, and I think Anaheim. I've been to one in Vegas.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's super close to where you at.
Yeah, so I was like, dude, gotta go. It's right here. I used
to work at Anaheim.
Yeah.
Orange County Register.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, so you know exactly where it is. But Square Enix invited me, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll go to this right now. I went. They announced the new expansion coming out, Ever Cold, which comes out in January, which is very exciting. They showed a little bit of that. Just for anyone who doesn't know, it's very interesting that Final Fantasy Fan Fest, there is the North America one. However, there is also a European one that will be in Germany this year. And then there is a Japanese one, which is in Tokyo every time they do it. So they have 3 separate fan fests throughout the year leading up to a new expansion. So they divide up the information in between these 3. So a lot of the information they would just touch on lightly here. And they were like, we'll get more in depth with that stuff later. But they did have a big press conference and they announced the new expansion, like I said, which comes out in January, which they usually don't announce a date, the first one. So that's much sooner than I thought it would be. As someone who is a very casual 14 player nowadays, very casual. I'm not even caught up on all the patches yet. I am in the newest expansion, but I'm not caught up on the patches. But they revealed, or they didn't show the new jobs, but there are 2 new ones coming out, a ranged DPS and a new tank, which is very interesting to me. Some changes that they're adding, like combat, they're changing up some of the combat mechanics by 2 different ways to play. Gene, you played, and Matty, it's very, what is it, hotbar combat, basically. It's been for a long time, like WoW. But they're making some changes for a new system that allows you to, things are a little more dynamic in the sense that they're getting rid of some of the button bloat, and in turn, one button will do multiple things depending on the context of the situation you're in. For instance, if you're like a tank or something, they showed off Paladin. One thing is if you're at a certain distance, you'll like throw a shield, but if you're closer to them, you'll do a shield bash. So they're just kind of trimming the fat, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Which, I'm kind of a fan from what I've seen of it, Gene. Just, I think it's a better idea to make it just a little more. I like the context sensitivity of like what you're doing necessarily, like getting rid of a button when it just knows the right thing to do in the scenario.
I actually ended with Paladin too, so I actually know exactly what they're talking about. Interesting.
Yeah. So that was there. The biggest thing that surprised me and pretty much everyone the most is they always have a raid, and there's been collaborations with the raids in the past. They did the Nier raid that went on through the expansion. There's 3 things of that. They did. The most recent one is Final Fantasy XI, which I haven't done yet, but I will because I love Final Fantasy XI. They had one that was like Final Fantasy Tactics kind of stuff. However, this new one is even more out there compared to the other ones. The new one is with Evangelion, is the crossover raid.
Oh.
So there's going to be 3 separate raids that all revolve around Evangelion, and I believe the producer of Evangelion, they said, is involved in these, monitoring the story. And Gene, I'm sure you know this, but Evangelion is very, very popular in Japan. A lot of people, I mean, it's popular here, of course, but it's like, it's held at very high regard in Japan. And Yoshi P was like, he said he's nervous about doing it because he loves it so much.
It's the Star Wars of Japan.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So I assume you're going to fight Ava units or something like that. Angels. Who knows?
Oh, man.
I'm sure you'll be able to get all the outfits for all of them and all that kind of stuff.
Get the plug suits.
Yes. I'm sure you'll get all that. Hopefully you get a little like Ava mech mount or something like that. That'd be really cool.
That'd be fucking insane.
So I'm very interested about that. They didn't show anything from it. They just showed the logo of it. It's called, I think I have it pulled up somewhere. It's called Ghosts of Desire. So that's going to be very interesting. We'll probably see more of that in the coming months. But I'm a 14 enjoyer, so this did get me excited. I will come back to 14, obviously, when we get close to the expansion, because I have a lot to catch up with. But I had a great time there. Got to do a photo with Yoshi P again, which is very nice. Get to meet the GOAT. Always love that kind of stuff. Got to hang out with a lot of friends, like my old buddy Michael Damiani from Easy Allies. Got to chat with him. But it was cool, man. I had a good time there. Got me more excited about 14 again. And it's, when you're kind of on the outside of like a franchise, I guess, like I am now, especially with that game, it's always interesting when you go somewhere and you like see the hardcore there again and how like into it people are. It gets you more excited about it again. Just kind of gets you hyped. So that was cool. I just wanted to touch on that really quick because I know, Gene, you were addicted to 14 at one point. It was more addicting for you than crystal meth, which is very interesting.
Yes. So I had a viral tweet recently where I said, please stop asking me to play Final Fantasy XIV. I became a complete loser when I started playing it for 2 months. My girlfriend dumped me, Kelsey. And
the
name. And which is so funny because she just went off and got addicted to WoW.
Oh, that's so funny, dude.
Yeah, wow. It's so fucked up, dude. Like she went on and got addicted to WoW anyways. But then I was just not showing up to work, just showing up to work late, leaving work early, leaving work in the middle of the day to go play for like 2 hours and then coming back. And then my boss would just be like, dude, what's wrong with you? I was like, I'm sorry, man. It's Final Fantasy 14 4.
Yeah.
I just, my friends are online. I'm in Hawaii, so like the schedule was like difficult, because I had to like schedule with fucking Hawaii, like people everywhere in the mainland. So I was like, I'm not touching this because like when I smoked meth, like I never lost my jobs, my relationships were intact, everything was in control. But Final Fantasy 14 did something to me, man. I lost control.
MMO's got that factor, bro. When I was like in 5th grade and I was addicted to RuneScape, I like jacked my dad's credit card and bought a bunch of like gold on some RuneScape website. Yeah. And he thought like someone else took his card and, like was spending it. And then I was trying to hide it, as a young kid would do until he was like, whoever did this is going to jail. And I think he was trying to pull it out of me and that broke me. I started to cry.
Oh my God, dude. That is crackhead behavior though.
Yeah,
it really is though. Yeah. I mean, I've never done it since, but
you stole money from your parents.
Yeah. I literally, and like to me, cause like I was young. I had no idea the concept of money. I was like, it's a number swipe.
Yeah. You're just a dumb kid.
Gold. Like my parents will figure it out. My poor dad, like it's just like, what the fuck is this $500 charge on my card?
Yo,
I didn't even go for anything subtle too. That was the thing. Like I just didn't think it through. Just crackhead behavior. Just like fuck it, give me my gold. Just wanted to be a high level in RuneScape. That's all I cared about as a young kid.
I feel like people like us, have all come to a point like that with some sort of game where you're just fucking like addicted to it at a certain extent.
Yeah,
I never stole money from anybody. Thank God. But I definitely like ditched school and stuff like that to play. I definitely remember with like 11, I was like fucking addicted to 11 when it came out back in the day. But luckily I got it out of my system when I was young and I didn't have too many responsibilities.
Yeah.
Dude, the fact that Gene saying that Final Fantasy 14 was more addictive for him and life ruining than crystal meth is such a sick endorsement for that game. That's like a back of the box quote. I think that's really fucking awesome. More addicting than crystal meth. A better high than crystal meth.
I'm not. And I'm not even like making like
not even joking
joke.
about this.
Like meth is easier to get off than Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
Meth ruins more lives.
It does,
sure, but it might.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, it still might actually. Yeah, it's still up in the air. Like look at Yoshi P. I'm kidding.
Damn.
But like
Yoshi
was charged up at Fan Fest. He was
Mm-hmm.
on something too, man.
Yeah, he's always good, man. Have you interviewed him, Gene?
I've never met him. I've interviewed with him before.
Okay.
but never met him in person.
Okay.
Good guy.
He was my favorite interview I got to do. He was fucking awesome when I interviewed him for 16 when they had like an event in New York City for it. He was super candid, dude, and gave really thought out answers. So I was like, dude, good. You know, when you like interview a dev, you guys have all done this. Like some of them are much more like buttoned up, I guess I should say, about certain things for good reason. A lot of times,
especially Japanese devs.
Devs. Yes.
Yoshi P is definitely like way more outside than most Japanese devs for sure.
He's like one of those devs, Gene, that I just like. What are they going to do to him? He's so important to that company.
Yeah, he's the heartbeat of that game.
Yeah.
Like if like we saw a headline that was like Yoshi P fired. What would you think happens to 14?
It's over. It's like he is 14 kind of thing like that. It's like, you know, it's like Metal Gear without Kojima kind of thing like that. It's like very weird. Even though we might get that, it's like he is this thing. It's very strange. But yeah, there was like some big information. If you play the game, this might be relevant to you. They are doing cross like data centers. They're getting rid of that stuff. So no longer do you have to be on the right like data center in the North America. If like if I was on Primal and Matty was on like, I think there's one called Aether, we wouldn't have to travel to different servers anymore. We could just do it natively.
Oh, that's great.
So they're like fixing a lot of stuff like that. I think it's really important.
That was a problem when I was playing a couple of years back.
Yeah. So that's all going to be coming in there as well. Gene, very interesting. Nintendo Switch 2 version was announced. However, Nintendo, as you know, monkey's paw always about anything. You have to pay a separate fee for it.
Unbelievable.
A separate fee to play it on Switch 2. Yes.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that.
It sounds so good for Switch 2. That sounds like that flipped the switch in my brain. I'm like, oh, dude, I could actually like do this game now. What's the fee? Is it a monthly fee or is it like a one-time? Either way, it's ridiculous. I'm going to assume it's going to be a monthly fee, but you don't need NSO, I believe, to do this. However, you have to pay a separate fee along with your subscription. Whatever that is, how much it is, we don't know yet.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know the price yet.
Oh my God, dude.
But I think it comes out in August, and there's going to be a test for it as well, I believe, in Japan only first for like a month. So we will see soon. But they also said if you have a subscription already to the game, you get like a 50% discount on that whatever Nintendo fee. So
I'll be keeping my eye on that. I'm that degen who would pay that fee.
I think a lot of people would pay.
If I could do 14 portable. That game is so... There's just times where, at least with Realm Reborn, I've tried it twice now and I just can't. But if I could like play with my feet up on the couch, handheld for a few hours, chip through it, that shit works for my brain so well, as I'll talk about in a little bit here. Yeah. If I could do that, that could be huge for me, dude. So I could get to the peak, to the crystal meth that everyone's talking about.
Well, the more you talk about it, the more attractive it sounds to you. Especially if it's like a one-time fee, then that's fine then. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
If it's a one-time fee, I'll gladly pay that. If it's a subscription on top of a subscription, then I'm good.
That is my hypothesis, Gene, because it's Nintendo. But
what if it's like $1 a month? Are we?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it could be $1. It could be $5. I don't know. My guess is going to be $5 with a discount. That's my guess.
That's so weird.
I have nothing to go on. That's just a feeling. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I don't get what's the justification of the. I mean, it sounds like we're working off very little information. But for you as a player, Brad, have you seen like interviews or anything that's like this Switch is a barrier and like we need to pay more to get it here? Like, or is it just Nintendo's
it's mostly just dealing with Nintendo themselves. Nintendo is like a very interesting company to deal with for a lot of these publishers and developers, especially something that's like so online like that. Like, Matty, think about it like this. Like, there is no Nintendo's characters in Fortnite because they don't want their characters on other platforms and stuff like that. They don't want you to have that option. So they are very peculiar, very protective about a lot of stuff. You know, Nintendo's a very strange company, I guess, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, when Gene saw that and like heard that, I'm sure he's like, yep. That's Nintendo for you doing something like that, of course.
Oh, totally. I was like, well, yeah, that like that sucks, but I'm not super surprised. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, man. They will get their cut of the pie regardless, Matty, in some way.
Wow.
Some fee for them, something like that.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, that should be around in August. So I guess we'll see how that pans out. I'm very curious when we learn more information about all that kind of stuff. But it'll be on Switch too. So if you're curious about that, there you go. You want to play it there. And then Yoshi P held it on stage, Switch 2 actually playing it. And of course, that took a lot of approval from Nintendo as well, because they do not like showing their games live on stage like that anymore. You may remember Skyward Sword in one particular E3, where Miyamoto was trying to show off the motion controls, and there was a lot of interference, and it did not go well. So they've been very gun shy about a lot of that kind of stuff.
You know what, though? I feel like we need that to come back because it is an accountability check.
Yeah.
I know it's not comfortable for them, but that's exactly the point. If your shit is good to go, you'll feel a lot more confident about what you're hitting the stage with.
Yeah.
You know, those days of like the E3 cringe compilations and whatnot, I know they're always going to exist and like they're hilarious into their own right, but like we really need live demos to come back, live audiences to come back. I think it's like a real big part of the heartbeat that just beyond the energy, but like just the trust of like someone's really playing this. This is real. Like live demos go a long way. So I miss that.
Yeah, I do miss that. And I think that like people like us miss that a lot, Matty, but I think they're worried about the more casual audience just seeing that shit on Twitter or something like that. Like, wow, this game looks like shit.
It's different. Yeah. You know, we live in a clip ecosystem now. You know,
War's changed.
Yeah. I mean, like fucking, like, you know, Manny, like we were there for the Craig days for Halo Infinite, you know, like that was kind of like the beginning of it, right?
Yeah.
And Craig wasn't even that bad, bro. Like when you actually look at like the Craig clip, like it was like Craig. It was so fast. Like you only saw Craig because you paused in that one frame for like a millisecond, and then that was the thing that delayed Halo Infinite. You guys are fucking ingrates.
Yeah, I love Craig. Dude. That was so good.
I thought Craig and Halo Infinite looked great. They should have just released that game, and we would even be talking about Xbox being behind right now. Except that Halo Infinite would still suck.
Yeah, I mean, I still kind of just recoil at the thought that Xbox legitimately launched a new system with 0 launch games.
Zero games, bro.
It's the dumbest shit of all time.
Yeah,
like, it's just you know, if Halo gets delayed, that's one thing, but they had nothing else.
Yeah,
there wasn't one partnership, third party, second for nothing.
Here, I'll say one thing. I bought my Series X, Matty. The game I bought with it, and the only game I bought with it was Like a Dragon, because that was the only version of the game that was for that generation. There was no, they like had no PS5 version. It was only the Series X version. So I was like, well, I'm going to play the best console version of the game.
Yeah, and it was like one of those accidental next-gen things where it's like, oh, it probably if it was ready, but this is just how it's landing. So no one really made decisions based on that. Yeah. But I feel you.
That was the one game I bought.
Yeah, I remember Xbox Series X launch. Like we had, I had Assassin's Creed Valhalla, whoopee, you know, and Dirt, and Like a Dragon, and like that's about it, really.
I was playing 360 games on launch day. I think that sums it up. I was on
crazy.
Game Pass, just like playing random shit on my Series X. It's so sad to think about.
Like people bitch about a Switch 2 only having Mario Kart World. It's like, at least it's Mario Kart World, you know?
That's exactly, it just gave me gratitude for that. I'm like, whatever, dude. I can't play this anywhere else. Like, I want to get use out of my machine. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. At least the PS5 had Demon's Souls Remake day one.
Yeah. That was the one.
And Miles Morales.
And Miles Morales.
Which is cross-gen, but like, you know, like it looks way better on the PS5. So.
Yeah. Too bad Switch 2 didn't have Drag and Drive at launch, Gene.
I think that would have done kind of decent.
It would have done decent because it was a launch game.
Would have.
Yeah, it would have done
decent. It's a decent game to get, like, you know, it's like, hey, you got to Switch to.
Yeah, exactly. Like a little gimmicky thing.
Or whatever like that. You know?
Yeah.
It would have been a better game than 1-2 Switch in terms of like showing off the Joy-Con technology.
I had a ton of fun with it at the event, but like that's all. Well, I knew very clearly at that moment. I was like, this is fun for like 30 minutes, and then you know. That's really it.
Yeah, Drag and Drive.
Yeah, I'm looking at a list of Xbox Series X launch games. It's like,
and me and Cog always say, compared to like I thought the Xbox One launch lineup was sick.
I'm sorry, Series X right here. Sorry, Series X. I'm looking at.
Yeah,
but I'm saying like you look at their prior generation where it was like bad, and I'm like, it was so good. Like that first year was so good.
Yeah. Nobody knows that the Xbox One had a much better launch library than the PS4. Nobody knows that. But it's
it makes me
straight up
wonder
dead.
how much it matters. Maybe that's why they made that decision. They're like, we got blown out anyway. And we had like Rise, we had Killer Instinct, Sunset Overdrive, Titanfall all in our first year, and we still got our asses kicked. Like
that's probably why Phil Spencer was like, oh, it doesn't matter if you make great games because they didn't fucking play our shit. And it's like, yeah, that they do. Good point. But
Sunset
it's also
Overdrive is definitely the one that I think of a little bit where it probably validated his quote because he's like, I'm sure he's sitting there. He's like, dude, you put a PlayStation logo on this. It's Insomniac. Like that fan base is going to show out.
I mean, like. I don't know. They like shot themselves in the foot with the whole Xbox One thing. So
yeah, completely.
The announcement and the lead up to it, they got their asses beat. So I don't really. That's kind of like what I'd expect, you know. Like I like Sunset Overdrive a lot. I think that was a fucking awesome game.
Love that game, dude.
I mean, I didn't know that Xbox One had a better launch lineup because as far as I was concerned, the Xbox One had Don Matrix ball sweat all over it.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to touch it. Then I don't feel like touching it. And then once I finally got an Xbox One, like 5 years later, I played every launch game. I was like, wait, this is like they failed because like they had great games at launch, man. This sucks.
And then when you bought it is when they had no games. Like that was the beginning of just no games for Xbox.
Unfortunately, that was exactly when I bought it. I was like, it has no games now, but I was catching up with Sunset Overdrive, Rise. I was like, yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, you bought it. If you bought it 5 years later, you bought it during like the Recore era, like where they were just doing these random
Recore.
Yeah, like Recore. I think Gears 5 was like a big one, but like otherwise, nothing really else I can think of. Ori was in the mix there. Ori was good, but Ori was also overlooked.
I bought a Series X when they got rid of the Kinect or whatever.
The One X or
one.
You got one, yeah.
One X. No, I got the one when they got rid of the Kinect. I did get a Series X or One X. I can't remember what these stupid consoles are called. Dude.
Yeah, fucking terrible names, man.
That's one thing Asha could do. That would be just a win, like just a proper name. You know, the proper Xbox One is still like. I get the idea behind it, but it needed something like the Xbox One.
It's just too confusing, especially when you have PlayStation that's just been 1, 2, 3, like very linear in its ordering like that. But now you're like 3 consoles in, you're like, oh, it's the one now.
Yeah, the Xbox, the 360, and then that's the thing. Yeah, it's from the name, even from the box art, right? Like, here, hold on. Like you just. Dude, they got it backwards.
The disc, that pisses me off, dude.
Yeah, like this is such pick-me energy.
That's
dude.
an infinite sorted out to that. Yeah,
it really is.
Forever.
It's such pick-me energy. Like, look at me, guys. Like, who the fuck came up with that idea? That dude should be fired. Like, straight up.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry, we went off on a tangent when we're talking about Final Fantasy here.
Yeah, always happy to just bitch about the Xbox for any reason. We were also praising Xbox too.
They'll get some praise. They'll get some praise later in the episode. Fear not.
Not totally.
The One wrote and said, "Hello, Summers. Question to all of you, especially to Brad. What are your thoughts on the FF Fan Fest information that came out over the weekend? And how was the event? Would love to go there one day. As someone who just completed Endwalker, I can confirm that Final Fantasy XIV might be one of the best Final Fantasy games of all time. Up there with 6, 7, 9, and 10. Can't wait to get into Dawn Trail this summer so I can play the new expansion in 2027. Also, a question for Gene and Matty. When are you guys finally going to get in Final Fantasy XIV? It's now free up to Shadowbringers. That's true. They did the free-to-play thing they did for that is now up for like 4 expansions in, which is insane. Which is one of the best Final Fantasy stories of all time. Both these gentlemen have played it. Gene and we went on, was addicted. Matty, you played some of it like a year or 2 ago. You did a Realm Reborn, I believe, right?
I tried my best, yeah.
You tried your best, yeah. You gave it a fair shake. That's all you can
The Switch 2 version, though, I know I don't want to sound like I'm full of hot air, dude. But the Switch 2 version could be a game changer for me, at least. Like,
I think you can play it on Steam Deck, Matty, as well.
Oh, you can play
Steam
on
Deck's
Steam Deck.
battery life isn't like that great, in my opinion. I also find the Switch 2, I'll talk about it with one of the games I'm playing, very, like, I like the portability of it. I want my Steam Deck to one day be as portable as like a Switch, that kind of lightweight.
I've lamented handhelds, the fact that they're all just fucking massive bricks nowadays. Yeah, I miss when they were small, but I understand why.
Technology progression, bro. Like the Iron Door is, have you guys seen this kind of DS-like handheld at all?
The Thor thing.
Yeah.
Yes. That one's really interested me. I've seen a lot of people like emulating up to like PS3 and 360 on this thing. But what's beautiful to me about it is it's like a DS. It goes in your pocket. And that was huge for me as a kid. And I feel like with technology moving forward, why are these devices getting bigger? Like, okay, we figured out handheld PCs. Now make it really like, where's my slim model? That would go far for me, at least. I think these things need to be like cheaper, of course, which isn't going to happen anytime soon, but also smaller. Where you could actually put it in your pocket.
I do miss that greatly. It was always sick being able to put like a Game Boy in your pocket or something like that, your back pocket.
But then we got too small. We got the Game Boy Micro.
The Micro was very tiny. Yeah.
Have you held one of those?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I'm saying recently though, because
not recently.
I saw it in a retro game shop in Seattle, and I was like, dude, I played on this thing, and I mean,
it's tiny.
The screen was like literally my thumb.
Yeah.
No exaggeration. So, I mean, it goes by the name, but like. That thing was fucking ridiculously tiny, but it worked. We made it work. That thing slid right in your pocket, right next to your MP3 player.
Yeah. That DS Lite, I loved that thing.
Yeah, DS Lite, dude. Back pocket special.
Yeah. It was so good. But yeah, Final Fantasy 14 expansion next year. I'll talk about it, of course, when it comes out, because I'll be there. Definitely.
To answer the question of getting into 14, I can't say it'll happen this year just because
it's too much, dude. There's too much.
Well, I just have my backlog really well planned out this year, and I've been doing a good job, and I know if I dive into an MMO, it's going to like destabilize everything. And so honestly, after hearing how people reacted to Dawn Trail, I'm fine kind of just holding until Evercold a little bit, just feeling that part out. Also seeing what this Switch 2 version brings to the table and what subscription fee is there. So I'm not putting myself in the position of like, I'm going to play it, but I am very interested if the Switch 2 version pans out. That would renew my interest because while I know it'll come with its share of control issues, like also we're not even talking about the fact that the Switch 2 with like the mouse functionality could be kind of sick.
Yeah, I don't think they talked about that there. They'll probably talk about that stuff later on, but
they didn't talk about it there?
No, I mean, it was mostly just kind of showing it off. Like running on the hardware.
Oh, he was like this.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, he was doing that. Yeah. So it was more about that. I'm sure we'll find out more about that kind of stuff down the line, though. But yeah, it's gonna be on Switch too. So there you go. 14. All right, let's move on to a game really quick. Gene, Tomodachi Life, living the dream, man. Have you been living the dream here?
I sure have. Yeah. Tomodachi Life. So I'm actually playing right now. That's how addictive it is. So it is. I never played the originals. Didn't play Tomodachi Connection. Never played Tomodachi Life on 3DS. So I was really excited to get to this because I wasn't really sure what it was. But I love sim type games, kind of. I never really got that into the Sims. Hold on, let me save this game too. Get the fuck out of here. But like, I never really like loved the Sims that much. But like, I do like it when games have elements of it. Like I really love the Animal Crossing game in Like a Dragon 8, for example.
Yeah.
Love that one. Got so addicted to it. Metal Gear Survive, the much hated Metal Gear Survive. Was also secretly an Animal Crossing game. Most people don't know that, but once you actually play it, you're like, oh, this is just a base building farm game. As Matty knows, the whole reason why I love Starfield is because I love just, like Matty hates the Outpost thing. I love the Outpost thing. As soon as they started showing off the Outpost features, I was like, yes, give me a pet robot, more furniture. When Tim Lamb of Bethesda started showing off the housing thing, and all he did, the only gameplay he did was fucking go up to a chair and then press A to sit down. I was like, that's the shit right there. I love that shit. He's at the pool, he's not doing anything. I love that, So Tomodachi Life is interesting because it's like you all know what it is. Make Miis of whatever character you want. And you basically place them into this like little digital ecosystem, basically like a digital terrarium where they all interact and stuff like that. So I've been having fun putting all kinds of different characters in it. Last night I just put in Jeff Keighley.
Oh, great person ad.
Yeah, because I was like, why? Because I actually had dinner with Reggie Fils-Aimé last Tuesday, and I actually tuned into tomorrow's Punching Up because I'm actually thinking about stopping by and talking a little bit about my date with Reggie. But I was like, well, Reggie and I are actually pals. I should just put him into Tomodachi Life. So I put in Doug Bowser in as well, and then after that, I was like, "Well, who else like majored in the gaming industry that I kind of know?" And I might as well put in. I was like, Jeff Keighley. So here is my Jeff Keighley right here. He looks.
Oh yeah!
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
dark
You
circles.
give him the dark under eyes. Like this guy is just tormented from being in Elden Ring prison.
Yeah. This is a Dorito Pope. For people who haven't seen, who aren't seeing the audio or only listening to audio, I basically made him Dorito Pope Jeff Keighley, where he's kind of like stressed out and like completely like drained of soul.
Yeah.
He's got bags under his eyes and his mouth is in a permanent furrow. You know, because he's stressed out, man. Because he's got to put, because like, can you imagine being Jeff Keighley and like you just got done with the Game Awards? You're like, oh, thank God. And you like chill for 2 weeks, and then now you got to start fucking planning for Summer Game Fest and Gamescom at the same time.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man. So and Jeff is a friend of mine, so I have a lot of respect for how much stress he induces upon himself. So I decided to make him super stressed in the game too.
Yeah.
I put in Colin and Micah as well.
Micah doing LSM was hilarious. Like some of her recreations of us were really accurate.
Yeah. So I put Colin and Micah in there. Colin is super in love with Micah, and Micah like thinks Colin's cool. You know, so here's Colin right there, ready to risk it all for Micah. Who looks absolutely insane. You know? She's got like a permanent grin on her face too. I'm happy. I just put you in there, Mr. Matty Plays.
Oh shit. Oh
yeah. And the fun thing though is that like you could actually teach the game to pronounce certain words right. So it was not pronouncing Mr. Matty Plays correctly, you know.
Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know you could even manipulate the system like that.
You can. So I put in your actual YouTube handle, MR Matty Plays, right? Mm-hmm. And then that's exactly how the game read it at first. It was like, oh, hello, MR Matty Plays, and I was like, no, don't do that. So I went in there, add text, and I spelled up Mr. Matty Plays, and they're like, hello, Mr. Matty Plays. I was like, okay, cool, sick.
That's cool.
Wow. Yeah. Like I have another friend in there. She likes to call me Jonathan, Jonathan Park. So I make her the say Jonathan in the game as well. But then like the way the game pronounced it was Jonathan, and I was like no. So I put in there Jonathan, and then it was like Jonathan, and it's like cool.
Oh,
so you can make it say whatever you want. Awesome. My best friend Karen. She's somebody who loves to just get like fucking drunk and fucked up. So that's what we like to do in the game too. So she says, "Hey, Gene, do you want to get high and get really drunk and fucked up?" That's like nice. That's kind of why the game you can't really play it online. And for some reason they actually like remove completely like the Switch photo sharing ability. Because that could lead to a lot of harassment. I can make Mr. Matty Place say whatever I want him to, right? But that will stay within me unless I decide to hook up like my Switch 2 to like a whole thing and turn it into a whole production. Right. But they really put in a lot of friction to be able to do that, I guess, which is kind of frustrating, But it's just really fun that you can just like make them. The more you play, though, like they'll repeat certain phrases. Mm-hmm. So that's why people say that this game is like best played in like 30, 40 minutes because, whenever certain Miis are becoming friends with each other, they will like repeat the template of becoming friends. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, it sounds like you're really into getting drunk and high as fuck. It's like, oh, you're really into making content. Mm-hmm. Or making dope React content, which is, like some of the lingo. So I'm like, creating the lingua franca of Tomodachi Life. You can create different expressions that they're into, different languages. I'm saying aloha, but you can just like make them say whatever they want. So the possibilities are fairly limitless, I think. And not even as I'm talking about it, I'm like, what if you're able to just create a whole new language within Tomodachi Life, and then you just have this whole weird little ecosystem of people making references? Like, imagine if, if Colin wanted to make a Tomodachi Life that was all just people making Seinfeld references all day, you could do that. You can conceivably make a whole island full of that. What's interesting though too is that like I'm actually hitting the island limit. So now I am at 28 residents on my island right now, which is a lot. How many do you have, Brad?
I'm not playing the game at all.
Oh, you haven't played the game at all?
No.
Oh, no shit. So yeah, so I guess I should talk to Mike about this tomorrow.
Yeah,
then
we'll talk more about it then too.
Yeah, but yeah, so you can actually add a maximum of to 70 people on your island, which is a lot of
That's
people.
a lot of people.
You can just have a whole like little town there, and that's kind of what I'm doing. You can build the island whatever you want to. You can set up the ground, the water, where the water goes, where the sand goes. So I actually have it split up to like, on the right side there's a residential side, on the left side is a commercial side. So you want to go into town, go on the land of town, go shopping, that's where you go. And then the residential side, there's a restaurant and like a park that people can hang out there. But I'm having a ton of fun just just creating this little like life sim Tomodachi thing. It's what's surprising though is that there are a lot of animated sequences in there that are really, really animated beautifully. And this mostly happens in dreams when your little characters are sleeping and you peep into their dreams, and then they're usually dreaming some really psychedelic crazy shit. People will remember the Tomodachi Life intro trailer for the Switch, the Switch version. And keep in mind, this is a game on the Switch 1.
Yeah, there's no Switch 2 version yet.
A lot of people keep saying, like, oh my God, I really want to play it, but it's on Switch 2. It's like, you can play it on Switch 2, but it is a Switch 1 game. It is a perfect Switch Lite game, talking about portables.
Yeah.
Switch Lite is the actual only portable official system out there other than like the emulators,
for
like
modern
or whatever.
stuff, yeah.
So it's a perfect Switch Lite game for sure. Actually runs like shit on the Switch Lite.
Perfect.
Like when you get your little sparklies and everything, that your little sparklies of friendship, like the frame rate actually drops to like 15 or something like that, which is, I mean, who cares? It's
it's whatever. Okay, so
it's only 30 FPS on Switch 2, but go ahead, Brad.
I was gonna say, give me like a quick rundown of like when you play the game. What are you doing actually?
So when I log in, as soon as I log in, I check at the wishing fountain. There is a wishing fountain that is kind of like the hub. The wishing fountain is what levels up your world.
Okay.
That is like your overall happiness level of your village. And that unlocks different features, different aspects of the island. So if I got to, so like last night I hit level 22, right? So it's like, oh, now I can unlock cherry blossom trees for the island. So it's just like one step at a time, like you're unlocking new things, like new buildings or whatever like that you can do. I think I'm actually about to unlock every single building that's in the game, which is kind of a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I unlocked the photo studio, which is super cool. And that's where the animation comes into play, where they have all these like weirdly like cartoony, like interesting like cartoon skits that'll play out, that are really funny and interesting to watch. And you can rewatch them again. There's also that Me News Network, MNN, and that also has its own like little comedy skits and animation bits in there that are part of the reward. But you log in, check out the wishing fountain, get your money, because people are donating money in there, and you need the money to be able to buy like your hedges, your island decorations, your clothes, your food that you're feeding the me, and everything like that. And then every me will have like a little thought bubble. And then that's when they need some kind of attention, like, oh, I'm really hungry, or oh, I really like the different set of clothes, or oh, I really want to get to know Matty or Gene. I think I'm really in love with Micah. Mm-hmm. Like that's what Colin was saying to me, and I'm telling him like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Cog is in the game too, and he started to fall in love accidentally with my lesbian friend in the game. I had to be like, no, Cog, no, don't, bad Cog, you're too horny, Cog.
Yeah.
So I have Cog in there. I have Matty, but yeah. So you're addressing each of their concerns. And oftentimes they'll find other people interesting in the game, and you're kind of like facilitating the relationships in there. So like for example, Colin had fallen down and like couldn't get up in the game, and it's like I could help him as a player, and then there's a mini game for me to like pick him up and like get him back up, or I can go to Micah's house, fucking grab her by the hair, drag her over to Colin and say, help him, because you're his wife eventually. So you have to help him. And then so like I'm trying to force like Colin and Micah to like love each other.
Yeah.
And right now it's only like a one-way street. Colin is only like really thinking about Micah. That's it.
Okay.
And it's just fun to see that play out.
Yeah, of course.
You see the dynamic. Colin's a fucking grumpy asshole in this game too. And that's just really funny to see. I think Micah said this. It's like sometimes the me's will actually reflect the real life person.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, then that's always fun too. But yeah, you can I'm actually just putting my real life friends in here, including you guys. Brad, you're in here too. And then you can also like set the me personality to whatever you want. So like, you know, like Brad is like a chill dude, and then so that's how he's described in the game. You know, Matty is like also chill, and Colin is like grumpy, you know, and Micah's like crazy, and like you know, like there's like meters where it's like, is Micah normal or is she varied in her personality? So of course I put that meter all the way up to varied, you know.
Of course, yeah,
because she's a psychotic bastard, you know.
Yeah.
So that's always fun, and then you just see all those personalities mixed together. Like I sat at the restaurant, and like everyone's just having lunch or dinner there, and you can actually overhear what they're talking about. Sometimes they're talking shit about other people. Which is interesting. Like there's actual drama. Matty was like really interested in becoming friends with Colin, and he was like asking me like he was like, Gene, can you host a podcast there, man? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like the LSM network is actually like starting to like form up a little bit, you know, in there.
Cool.
Really fun stuff. Yeah, I guess I'll just talk about it more with Micah tomorrow in Tomodachi Life. But
cool.
I think that it is a super fun game. I do wish that it had some online capability, but I guess I kind of understand why. But it's like that's Nintendo being Nintendo.
Yeah.
But there's also some stuff that's missing though, that I didn't know about, of course, because I didn't play the other games. But I think the biggest missing feature, the most obvious missing feature, is the concert hall. From the previous Tomodachi Life, where you can have a concert hall and you can have your little people sing whatever the fuck you want them to sing. You can make them sing. You can just create the lyrics, and then they'll go up, and then there are like pre-baked songs, and then the Miis will sing. We'll just jam the lyrics into those melodies, and it's super funny. The animations are really interesting, and they just completely took that out of this game, which is a bummer. You can't hear the Mii sing. I gave my best friend in the game a guitar, and now he's actually in the beach like singing songs, and you can kind of hear the lyrics, and they're like legible, and they're actual words in there. So really fascinating stuff. I feel like the more you play it, the more complicated it gets. Actually,
sure.
And so right now, like I just have a whole city basically of 24 people. So nice. I want to expand it to. I think once you hit 35 residents, that is so every time you hit a certain level of residence, the island itself will expand. Like the island, the play space will expand by several squares. And there are 3 upgrades that you can get, 3 island expansions. So right now I'm in the second to last one with 28 characters. So I just need to create 7 more characters, and then I'll hit the final level where the island can only be as big as it can be. There's no infinite space here. And so it's like, I want to play with as much space as I can. I'm interested in building as big of a city as I can. And what's fun is that like certain Miis can actually move in together. So Colin and Micah, while they're not exactly married, they're starting to get to know each other, and they're actually roommates now. So now they have what's quote unquote a mansion where there's like a beautiful living room. So like there are individual houses that the Miis will live in, and those are like 4x4 blocks in the island space. And then inside the house, they're just in a room, and you can decorate the room like with different rooms that they offer. So like Colin's and like a football locker room basically, because he likes football, right? And then my other friend, she's a photographer, so like I just put her in like a camera dark room or whatever. My other friend is like loves reading, so she's in like a little Criterion closet of books or whatever. But then if they want to move into each other, then they'll basically join the 2 houses and turn into a mansion. And those individual rooms will still be in the mansion, but then the mansion will also get a whole new living room space with TV, a shower, and a fucking like veranda up top where they can have parties and shit like that.
Cool.
So yeah, there's regular houses, and then there's like basically content houses, right? Where it's like people can go in there. So it's funny that I have content creators in there, and then they're all kind of moving into each other. Like, and so I'm making them say like, hey, Mr. Matty Plays, do you want to get in together and make some dope content? It sounds so cringe, but I'm making them say that. And it's like, I absolutely love making dope content with you. Well, if there's one person you can make dope content with, who would it be? Well, it would be with you, Mr. Matty Plays.
And now we're in love.
And that's how I jerked off on Asha's
shirt.
So
there we go. So what's the end game like? Because on my trip, I beat Pokemon Pokopia, and I know.
Yeah. So you can beat Pokopia?
Yeah, you can beat the story, and I know what I'm about to say for a lot of people is going to be like, well, no duh. But once you beat it, with no spoilers, but like it's just building after that. Like build more habitats, get more Pokemon to your island. But by this point in the game, I have like 40 plus hours. Like I already have a ton of Pokemon. So getting more isn't like, there's no real drive because you unlock all the different things that they can do. Like some can trade and whatnot. And so it's different from like Dragon Quest Builders 2, which I put like 100 hours into because it keeps giving you like little missions and there's a lot to build. And the way building in that game works, I liked a bit more. Like ultimately, I really like Pokopia, but I did kind of cool off on it because once I beat it, it's like, oh, it's just Minecraft now. Like you just build and you just restore. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, but I found myself, I got to be honest, I found myself cooling off really quickly because I was like, oh, I thought I was going to be here for a while. Like not from a story angle, but I thought this game would have a more thought out post game, but they're just like you'll talk to someone, they'll be like, yeah, I guess like now we just build. I'm like, oh, really? Like there's nothing. And given that this is from the Dragon Quest Builders 2 team, I kind of expected a little bit more there. I bring all this up because I'm curious what the Tomodachi, if there is a end game or a post game, if you will, what that is like and if that is more long-term engaging, because I don't mind building and stuff. And so I'll keep chipping away at Pokopia, but it went in my brain from like, this is easy 100 plus hours to like, I'm probably done around 60, like I beat the game in 40. I'm tinkering with my islands. I got things set up kind of nicely on one of the 4 districts that you get to. And once that's done, I mean, it's just for me and my own, like it's aesthetically pleasing, cool. All right, now what? Right. And so I like what I liked about Dragon Quest Builders 2 is it's very mission driven. Of course. That works for me more than like when I was a teenager and Minecraft was like new. Of course, it was awesome just building infinitely. But that doesn't really drive me. And not even because of lack of creativity. It's just not the most fun thing for me to do. So that's why I really like DQB2. But I was kind of disappointed when Pokopia is like, all right, like this is Minecraft now, go build. And there was nothing else because the story and like the missions they put you on were so good. And it was like really collaborative with the Pokemon. So I'm just curious if you know anything about Tomodachi Life's endgame. Because originally when I was playing, I saw Tomodachi Life coming up. I was like, I'm not going to buy this. I have Pokopia and I'm doing great. But now that I finished Pokopia and I'm like, oh, this is already like losing a little bit of its allure. I was like kind of starting to get a little interested in Tomodachi Life. So I'm just curious if you have any knowledge on
as far as I know, no, there is no end game. The end game starts as soon as you play the game.
Okay.
It's all just build. It's all just like because you can't like there's no way like even like transfer Miis over unless like those Miis are already like profiles in your Switch. So part of the game is building people even, like you like if I wanted to make you Mr. Matty Plays, I can't just take a picture of you and upload it and just like boom, there it is. No, I have to fucking Google you, Mr. Matty Plays. I have to fucking look at your picture the whole time as I'm like putting like the mustache and the goatee and like now that I'm looking at you personally, I'm like, fuck, I have to fix your hair because your hair is a little bit like longer and more moppish than what I put it because I put it tight or whatever like that. So now I'm looking at you. It's like now I gotta go back.
You want a haircut, Matty? This is not haircut, Matty. Like this is not
haircut, Matty.
Yeah. So it depends what kind of Matty you want.
Yeah, but like the Matty I put in, it's like probably like when I first started watching you when you were like 22 or some shit or whatever. Like that. It's like that's Matty in there. Like I had to look up Brad. I had to look up. I asked Brad for his fucking birthday on Discord. So I can properly put it in the game. I'm like Googling like Micah's birthday and I didn't want to bother her. So I found like her Instagram where she says, oh, Treble is 8 years old and I'm 3 times that now. So I'm like, okay, 8 times 3. Okay. So I put that in there,
That's like a meta game though, but okay. All right. So there's not like an actual end game. Yeah. That's the thing I was really missing with Pokopia, but
there's no quests. Like I know exactly what we talk about Dragon Quest. I never played Dragon Quest Builders 2, which I hear is much better than Dragon Quest Builders 1.
Yeah.
But I did play Dragon Quest Builders 1, which I did love. I'm just like you, Matty. I wanted to play Minecraft, but it's like I prefer the single player Minecraft quests or whatever. So that's why when Dragon Quest Builders came out, I was like, oh, finally, they knew what I wanted.
Because it's so nice because you can build like rooms and those rooms all connect and they have functions and they're producing stuff where like Pocopia is a lot of, even like when you get all the abilities and whatnot, there's a lot of manual labor. Like, okay, I want to go and set up, like, you're going to be working on making ingots for me, but I still have to like hand them the resources. And there's no like in Dragon Quest Builders 2, like I put in a chest and I assign a person to this room to do this thing. And they just keep pulling from that chest and doing it infinitely. Whereas these Pokemon, I have to keep like refreshing their tasks. I have to wave at them, bring them over to the thing they have to do. So it's not as like Dragon Quest Builders 2 really achieves that feeling of like, oh man, like I have a running civilization here. Like everyone's getting to work. Where Pokemon, I have to like lead the horse to the water every time. So that's why like the end game immediately fell off for me. Where I was like, man, like I really thought this was like 100 hours for me easily. Like, but I'll still keep coming back. But I was a little disappointed by the end game, but I appreciate you clarifying that on Tomodachi Life. So I will not be buying it then.
I don't think you, unless you expect to just like, because like there is like no gameplay in this game, basically, you know?
Yeah, that's the other thing that kind of like, I thought the humor would kind of lose its luster after 10 hours. Like, okay, you know.
Yeah, it's like for mentally ill people, right?
That's me.
And also like mentally ill people who don't know how to build their own stuff, because like there are no tasks that you can assign to anybody or anything like that. They are literally just doing whatever the fuck they want at any time. And I loved like even in Power World you can like assign your little pals to like do different tasks in your little camp. I love that shit too. There is none of that here at all. Like you build your me. I built Mr. Madden Plays, and there he is, and he's in a blank room. And it's like I want to put him in a nicer room, so I pick a room that's pre-built or whatever, and I put you in there, and the game will either decide whether you love that room or not. And then how much you love that room, you'll get more quote unquote wish experience, and that will level up the island to unlock more options, more decorations. So it's really about just like really literally think about it as a terrarium of like little digital people that you go in and you're like, okay, well, I think, you know, like right now, like the game was like, oh, I think you could put some trees over here. And I just put some trees over there, make it look nicer. That's literally it. So it's literally all about like, oh, I made it look nice, and now I'm watching these people just fucking do whatever they want.
Yeah.
So there's no real gameplay. It's just mostly placing things wherever they are and then seeing how they interact with each other.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
If you go into that with that mindset, but don't think of it as like a Dragon Quest Builders or Pocopia.
Yeah.
I definitely
need to wait for
Pocopia
Builders
now.
3 at this point. Like, I have to wait for Dragon Quest Builders 3 at this point. I think
I
so.
don't know if that's ever going to happen again. I hope it does.
Hey, Dragon Quest 12. You know that comes around, Brad. We recite like that's going to get casuals like me in. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, because I've not finished a Dragon Quest game really outside of like the HD 2D ones. So they get casuals like me in. And then it's the perfect time for someone to pitch 3. So I'll be waiting like, you know, probably like 10 years, but it will happen.
I'm sure we talked about it, but have you played 11?
No.
You tried. No, you haven't played 11.
Well, I played the demo. I don't know. I think I like the warm blanket feel of Dragon Quest, but dude, its combat sucks. I can't, dude. It's like, it's so bad. It's so
Come on, bro. So
school.
Bad. Come on,
old school,
man.
bro. You've moved past this your turn, my turn shit. Like, 2 decades ago. You know, like it's got to.
Once you get farther in Dragon Quest 11, it is the perfect turn-based game.
Okay.
Every single turn is you have to consider it. You have to think about steps like 3 steps ahead. You have to think about like, oh, I need to do this within 5 steps or I'm fucked. You know. They increase the pressure up, and you really have to think about party mechanics, how they're building with each other, how they interact with each other. Like it is so intricate, but you don't see that at the beginning because the game is making you think that there's nothing going on. But then once the whole team unlocks, you're just like, this is like pristine turn-based combat. You know,
that's kind of how I think about Octopath Traveler. It is
similar.
It is very strong fundamentals, but so strong that it is like some of the most compelling turn-based gameplay out there. But I also love the
Octopath is a little similar because Octopath you do have to think about every single turn, right? Especially with each character and each like enemy. And Dragon Quest does that, but like not in a way that's like deliberately built around such a dynamic. They do use the old school, and they want to be able to strengthen the old school gameplay further, you know. So you're thinking about weaknesses and everything like that. But like again, that Dragon Quest XI is a fucking 100-hour game. So it's another game, of course, like Crimson Desert, which we'll talk about later, that takes a while to get going. But once it gets going, boom, it's fucking awesome.
Okay, noted. Xenoblade is still a little higher on my list to finally get to that, especially hearing how you rave about that, Gene.
That's kind of Xenoblade is the best story. My friend Marco Meatball, the content creator who does a lot of music.
I did see his tweet. Yeah,
and he's like, every single time once you hit a certain part in Xenoblade Chronicles, you're just like, this is actually the best story I've ever experienced.
Yeah. I loved 3. So
you love 3? Okay, yeah.
Dude, so
I think you like 1 then. Yeah.
God, I almost feel like 3 is slept on. Like at least I think it's because it didn't get any awards or anything like that the year it came out, and especially best performance. I was like, Noah was like incredible, bro.
Yes, thank you, bro. Thank you. Okay, I think you'll really enjoy 1 then.
Yeah.
3 was so emotional. There's so many exciting beats in 3. But
I agree.
But yeah, that's Tomodachi Life, basically. You can put anyone in there, and I'm just putting real life friends in there, including the members of LSM.
Yep.
I wonder who else I just put in Chris Reagan last night too.
Oh, okay. Nice.
He's got like his little like smile like ooh.
All right, Matty, Paranormasight, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo.
Yes. So when I traveled out to Seattle for my vacation, I packed my laptop with me in case I had to do work-related stuff, which ended up being a good call. But I had Pragmata installed because my goal was to play that on the go. But it just ended up not panning out that way, whether we were just tired at the end of the day because we'd be exploring a lot, or there were just certain TVs were hooking up the HDMI with my laptop and then getting to a good place on my controller. Like it just wasn't like gamer ready, which I didn't anticipate. So I ended up really going to my Switch, and that's where I ended up beating Pacopia, which was a lot of fun. And then I realized the end game was like, okay, I was doing it in bursts, but I quickly ran out of things to play while on my trip. So I went to my library and I started just scrolling through all the games I had installed because I didn't like pack any extra Switch games, thinking again I'd be playing Pragmata my whole trip, which was what ended up not happening. And so I'm going through and I'm looking at games like TMNT Splintered Fate. I'm like, oh yeah, I could do a couple runs on this. I love this game. But then I was like, oh, I don't have all the DLC for this. And that's kind of what I wanted to download and play it. So I was like, oh, I can't do this yet. Because I was on the plane when I was making this choice. And then I come across on my installs, Paranormasight, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. This is a horror visual novel that I spoke really highly of in 2023 when it came out. Just trying to kind of put it on people's radar. Like, hey, I started this thing. I'm not the biggest visual novel guy I've learned over the years. I'll get into that in a moment. But this game's different. And I think people should look into it. It developed a cult following, and it earned itself a sequel this year, which is what put it back into my consciousness. So I was like, you know what? I was flying from Bend to LA at this point. I'm like, you know what? Let me just fire this up for an hour and like see how I feel about this thing. And I am just finishing it now. And it is so excellent, dude. And I think the best endorsement I can give it is that I thought I was a visual novel guy, but I'm really not. And this game just completely grabs hold of you. So to explain my feelings about visual novels a bit, I want to explore that and then kind of break down the game. Because again, I want to try to sell this to the people who are like, yeah, I'm not like really into, it's just reading, bro. I get that. Like I've tried games like, what is it? Slay the Princess. And that very much is just like text, or there are other visual novels that come to mind where it's just, it's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's just text and text, but there's a couple things I really value. One is like a flair with the presentation. Like you can't just give me like Arial font and be like, read, bro, and we'll give you some pretty art on top of that. It's like, it just doesn't work for me. Two, I don't think visual novels should get away with the idea that you literally should not be a video game at all, that I am just here to click the A button and read only text. I think of Danganronpa and I think of Zero Escape. These are games that have a sort of gameplay system within them that are still visual novel led. Like there's a lot of text, there's a lot of reading, but there's beats in between that keep you engaged on a mental level. Danganronpa to me is the best example because it is so ridiculously gamey in its like social life elements, in its first person exploration, at least in Danganronpa 1 and 3 and now 2x2. The mini games it has, and of course the class trials. Like it is a full ass video game, but there's just a lot of text in there. So it is still, and it's not like you're fighting anything. But eventually Danganronpa V3 has a post-game turn-based RPG. So like it again, it's a whole ass game. It's awesome. Zero Escape is all about escape rooms, and there are puzzles, and they're really deeply complex puzzles that completely brain bust you and force me to break out guides more often than not. You know, it's really tough. So I need like a game element there. And I would say that this is less gamey than either of those two. But I still found myself completely enamored with this game. So again, if you're someone who's kind of on the line about, oh, I'm not really a visual novel guy or gal, I think you might actually find this one pretty compelling. It has gameplay elements that, without spoiling, I'll just say remind me a little bit of like Doki Doki Literature Club, where there's like meta game elements that kind of trip you out a little bit. And it's awesome because it's like one thing if it's happening on your PC, you can kind of rationalize that a bit when Doki Doki first came out. But Paranormasight, like I'm playing this on my Switch, I'm like, oh shit, like they're doing some really crazy stuff with this hardware and like what's registered on the hardware and how they're kind of pulling that out into the game. The way they call that information and whatnot, it's really cool. It's a little meta like that. But to kind of what this game is, without spoiling, it is very, I found, unsettling and creepy at first. If you are like, even though it is a visual novel and you're going through text, this game will get you on edge, I think. Like right out the first 30 minutes, there's like this sort of claustrophobia the game has, because it's not like you're walking around. A lot of the game is you'll teleport to these maps and you'll be in first person and you can't walk around, but you can rotate the analog stick and look around. And the game does a really good job of like, turn around, there's something right there. Oh. And when you turn around, it's like right in your face. You're like, oh shit. Like there's this tension of like, I can't take like a step back and around and like create some distance. You just have to face it. And it sounds little on paper, but it is so effectively used throughout the entire game. They don't overdo it, but they do it just enough where when it's like the music cuts and you walk to like the Yasuda Gardens and it's like, okay, look for some evidence on like who got murdered here. And you're just like rotating and looking around. You're trying to look for every detail in the environment because the game's like a point and click adventure in that way. But also you're like, some fucker is going to be standing somewhere. And the way this game captures that sort of unease is so masterful. Mind you, this is a Square Enix published game. Like they're kind of done publishing these smaller games, but Paranormasight is this series that they're, for some reason, probably because it's really cheap to make, they keep it going. The new game that came out this year, I don't know if it's like a sequel, if it's building off Seven Mysteries of Honjo or not, or if it's a standalone thing, but it is called The Mermaid's Curse, which I'll be playing next. But Seven Mysteries of Honjo is right there in the name. There are these 7 paranormal mysteries within this place called Honjo. And again, because I have so much information on what actually happens here, I'm going to try to stay light on narrative stuff because that's what you're really here for. It is like a story-driven experience at its heart. But basically, there are these curses that are resulting in people dying, and they don't just die. Like this game really captures like body horror in a really twisted, fucked up way that works for me, where it really, again, kind of unsettles you. If that does freak you out a little bit, though, I will say, like, after the first few hours, I think the game settles more into a groove of like, here's our set of mysteries. You're playing as multiple protagonists. You're jumping around their different nodes and kind of progressing the story. And it gets less scary and just more general intrigue. And so as the mystery unravels, where it starts and where it ends up are in like 2 completely different places. And it does a really good job of, I think, misleading you intelligently so that you stay really into the narrative, and it has some like genuine surprises within it. But yeah, these 7 mysteries all are resulting in, are thanks to what are called resenting memories. based on people who died long ago and held on to these memories and this anger, and these are being passed on to people nowadays. And there's a reason why everyone is trying to look into these mysteries, and it's because of what's called the resurrection rite. By the way, this is like first 20 minutes of the game. This thing called the resurrection rite, which with these 7 mysteries and exploring them, you can bring someone back to life. And so it's a game about grief as well, and sort of why everyone is looking into potential resurrection. And everyone who like it's kind of a small world game where like everyone's a little bit interconnected or cross paths in an interesting way. But yeah, it is also like a flowchart visual novel game where you have like these different nodes, you have these different characters, and to progress this character story, you have to see like these others first. So it is a little familiar in that way. But it does a superb job of, I think, hooking you, unsettling you, and then just becoming like straight up really interesting. It's all, again, meta as well. Like you're really watching this all happen on a television because there's this guy who stands by the TV called the storyteller. And at times during the story, he'll pull you out and be like, so what do you think of this? Like, what do you think of that? Like he'll quiz you a little bit, and you can tell there's something underneath the surface that's like intriguing. Like, why am I just in a dark room looking at a TV while this story unfolds? So there's something to be said about that as well. And he reappears in this new game that comes out. So I'm kind of on this Paranormasight wave where I've just been playing this at night. And I don't know if it's because I've just been consuming a lot of survival horror and horror in general, where like I think my brain has sort of broken the line on like, I can play these types of things without completely shitting my pants, you know? But Paranormasight, like it really, like one of the reasons I didn't go back to it is it really kind of like freaked me the fuck out. I was like, dude, this game is creepy. But I don't know, just got that horror confidence running through me. I was like, let me give this a shot. I mean, I'm on a plane. I feel nice and safe here. Let me just give this a whirl, and like got nice and comfortable with it. And there really haven't been any jump scares or anything like that since, but it is really good, man. So again, if you're not like a huge visual novel lover, I do think this can be one of those rare ones that pulls you in, like for me at least, a Danganronpa or a Zero Escape, where again, I do love visual novels when they're like that, or like this, where there's some gamey element to it. But this one's definitely leaning more visual novel, but really good, really intriguing, very dark, very sincere as well, though. Like some of the revelations and how these characters develop and kind of conclusions they come to. Just really good stuff, man. So highly recommend this one. Very cheap. This is I know sub $20 game. And I bought the sequel, I think, for just about 20. So I bought it when it came out because I just wanted to support them, because I want Square to keep doing these things, kind of like how, as we'll talk about with Capcom, they're really experimenting still. So I really love that Square is hanging with this series, and I can't wait to get to Mermaid's Curse. I don't know if I'm going to, after I finish 7 Mysteries of Honjo, want to immediately dive in or not. We'll see. But, you know, I'm really happy with this game, man. I know I'm a couple years late to it, but highly recommend. It's on phones. It's on Switch. It's on PC. Wherever you want to play. I'd recommend the handheld experience because it's like reading a good book before bed, like just while I was on vacation every night for like an hour or so. You know, I'd play a little Paranormasight and then just kind of doze off and save my game and turn off my Switch. So I'd recommend it that way. But I also have friends who just like to hunker down at the computer and just click through the dialogue. And if you want to do that, that works too. Music, by the way, I forgot to throw that out there, is incredible for this game. The art style is also incredible. Very kind of gritty, thick outlines on characters, really well-defined art style that I don't think you really see too often. It feels kind of three-dimensional, like characters have different perspectives where they're looking around the environment, very painterly. So yeah, just very easy on the eyes too, but not traditional. You know, there's a lot of visual novel games that are from Japanese developers that are very anime, and this does have like anime character design aesthetics, but it's the way it's drawn, I think is really original, you know, so I really appreciate it for that as well. So if you're looking for something that, you know, again, can bring you into the visual novel space, I would say this one's cheap enough to give a whirl, but also like, I think it's really good where if it does hook you, I think you'll spend a good, you know, I'm about 15 hours in right now. Like you'll spend a good 15 or so hours in here, seeing all of its endings and its story and just being taken on a real wild ride. So I hope people do check it out. Let me know if you do, because again, it's very rare I come up with a new visual novel suggestion, but this is a series that's a bit of a gem. And so I really hope more people check it out, because I don't want Square Enix to completely walk away from the smaller game experience, because I think when they do things like this and less things like Foam Wars, you really see like where their money can be put into a good place, because this should eventually, like Danganronpa started small, like Paranormasight did. Like Danganronpa was very lesser known, and then they started to like put it in packages and do like Danganronpa Decadence, and its fan base was just loud, and it just kept growing and kept growing and kept it going. Where like Kodaka's other games kind of managed to succeed on the back of that. So I think Paranormasight will take a while to find its audience, but I think once they complete their vision and put this in like a collection or an anthology, I think it'll hit your radar once more. But get in early while it's nice and original. It's not trendy to love this game. But yeah, dude, I had a great time with it. Still chipping through a little bit more of the story that's left here, but very excited to see more of what they do here. Right now, it's $10 on Steam. It's just on sale for half off. It's got overwhelmingly positive reviews, over 1,700 reviews. So yeah, just really good stuff here. And the sequel is sitting at very positive 1,500 plus reviews. So it seems to be doing pretty well. And the sequel, again, reminds me of how Danganronpa went. Danganronpa 1 was kind of creepy. It was claustrophobic environment. You're in a school, you're trapped there. And I really like that setting. And then Danganronpa 2 went more tropical. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because Paranormasight also goes more, with its new game, goes a little more tropical. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing that. Although I've heard they ease up on the scares a bit. So we'll see. I wouldn't hate that personally. But that's Paranormasight, 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Really highly recommend checking this one out if you're in the mood for a good visual novel. That's also palatable. And that's like, some of these examples I used, like Zero Escape, Danganronpa, ask for a minimum of 30 hours from you. This game's definitely on the smaller side, which I think is really appealing for this style. Very nice, very concise, very like every chapter feels purposeful because of it. Yep. So good stuff.
Okay, nice. All right, boys. Last game for me for the episode, which I played some of last night for like an hour and a half, is Saint Slayer Spear of Sacrilege. This is Lilimo's game. Colin wrote this game, our very own Colin Moriarty.
Hell yeah.
And I played a little bit of it, and this game is a love letter, I guess, to put it lazily. That's a very common term, so that's what I mean by that. Castlevania and Zelda 2 in particular reminds me a lot of Zelda 2. But yeah, like Castlevania, it is a side scroller. It is not a Metroidvania game like some of the other ones, stage based. There are 21 stages, I believe, and I'm on stage 19, I think. So I'm kind of near the end of the game, but it is a challenging game. I died quite a bit throughout the game. There are multiple difficulties though. There is easy, normal, and I think there's hard, and there's like classic. And basically what the game is, when you go through the game, you die. You can use a currency to continue, basically, but I have never had enough of the currency to continue. So what I have to do is enter a password to get back to where I was, which I don't know if it's necessarily. I think the game would have been just fine with just putting continue anyways, but I understand why they do, because they want that more retro kind of feeling from like older games like that where you need a password to get back. I will say, though, thankfully about the passwords, they are short and they make sense for the stage you were at. So for example, there is a stage that's like all cooking stuff, like a kitchen or something like that. The password is if you die to get back to where I was for that specific difficulty was cooked. So it's very easy to remember and stuff like that. So that is there in the game. Colin wrote the game, and I'm kind of piecing together, but it takes place in, I think, like the late 1600s during all this. And you are a soldier who returned home from war, and there is a crazy Catholic priest, I guess, going nuts, stealing a bunch of holy relics, and you got to get him back from this guy. And throughout the story, there's quite a bit of, or throughout the game, there's like little pieces of dialogue here or there. I think your character's name is Rudiger. I think that's how you say his name. I don't know how you say it, but you go through the game. He talks with some people he meets throughout the game. There's people to save. Like, basically, if you've played any Castlevania game, like the old ones, you occasionally run into a guy you could save. Reminds me of like Metal Slug. You run into someone, you release them, like they had the POWs of Metal Slug. They don't give you like a shotgun or anything cool like that in this game, but they give you some like money, which is good because money gives you points, which gives you extra lives. There are also treasures you can collect to buy items at a shop. Basically, every stage, I think, has like a little shop you can go to. And there's things like, hey, get more health back, get more rosary beads. Rosary beads are basically like your hearts from Castlevania you used to use your sub-weapon. The sub-weapon is only your spear, which you get, but there are enhancements for the spear. Like you can get you throw your spear and it'll do like a bomb explosion or something like that. Or you throw the spear and it like shoots projectiles up as well, which is very handy because fucking Colin, man, they had to put in a goddamn Medusa heads in this game. It's just insane. I was playing this game and I was like, I'm going to kill Colin. When I was thinking about some of this stuff, I'm going to fucking strangle this man. When I was thinking about it. But the economy is very tight for a lot of this stuff. So you got to be very careful with it. You spend, like I said, to even continue to keep your stuff. I've never had enough currency to do that. So buckle up. There are treasures to find throughout the game. You can buy hints to find some of them. I haven't bought any of those yet. So I haven't experienced it because I'm just going through the game blind, just fucking fumbling my way through it. But there's a lot of bosses as well. Pretty cool design. There's like one that was like a giant like chef butcher who had like a big butcher knife you'd slam and you could like jump on top of it and stab him. There's like this eldritch, almost like octopus demon that had tentacles that came up. You have to destroy the tentacles and he would come up and you like stab him in the eyes. Pretty cool. This game is very gory as well. A lot of interesting looking like 8-bit style gore, which is really cool. The levels in terms of design, they definitely switched some stuff up in levels where there's mechanics in the like levels that aren't in any other level. Like early on, I brought up the kitchen area. There were like these furnaces that light up fire on the floor. So you got a time going across that, or these pipes that burst that shoot out fire. There's one level where you're like on a like a gondola almost, and you got to kind of stab it to rotate it to move throughout the stage. And there's guys, of course, attacking you during all that, which has been pretty interesting. Music's pretty good. I've enjoyed it so far. I think some of the levels are too long though, where I'm just like, okay, let's wrap this up kind of thing. I don't think the game itself is too long. I just think some of the levels drag on a little bit longer than I think they should. There was one level in particular that is cool, but annoyed me at the same time. But once I figured some stuff out, I guess it made sense. There's this one level you go through all to the left, but you want to get to the top floor, and there's stairs later on that take you to the top floor, but you got to go way the fuck down to get down there. And it takes forever. Then you got to go all the way back. But I know Colin was definitely thinking about this. There is an enemy that I ran into. Basically, in the game, when you get hit, you get knocked back like a Castlevania game on the normal difficulties. I think on the easier difficulties, that's completely gone. So if that annoys you, you can avoid that. But I got hit, and it boosted me up onto the platform above it. And I was like, oh, this is just like old Castlevania games where you could damage boost in order to get better elevation or something like that. So I pretty much skipped the entire level, which I thought was kind of funny.
Cool.
There's been some pretty creative bosses, like I said earlier, like the butcher guy. There's like a librarian that shot a bunch of books at me, which is pretty fun. So I've enjoyed it from that aspect a lot. But it's a pretty solid game overall. If you like the old school platforming games, it seems like there's a ton of replay value with like all the password systems and all the treasures to find and all this stuff like that, all the difficulties. And of course, I looked at the trophies because it's a calling game I had to see, because I know he probably put a lot of thought into those trophies. You got to beat it on the classic difficulty. I think on classic, if you die, it's over, I think. Or you need the currency to maybe. There's like no password system. There's like some high stakes thing like that, which I think is really interesting. And I like stuff like that. So I am probably going to try to finish it today. It's a cool game. I think it's like $10 also. So if you're into 2D, old school Castlevania, Zelda 2 kind of things, I think you would have a good time here. There's the Zelda 2 influence, Gene, is definitely, there are knights you run into that have shields and they lower them up and down. Exactly. You get those Zelda 2 flashbacks. You have the DuckTales pogo jump, basically, where you can jump in the air and stab downwards and kind of bounce off guys. So that's a mechanic. You'll be using that to get over some gaps and stuff like that. My biggest problem with this game is there is an item. There's basically stuff you can destroy, which are like candles in Castlevania games, and they drop stuff. There is a like bad food that you can pick up that makes your character puke, and I think you take some damage. You play a game, there's one of those per level, or you run into it occasionally. They are like, it's like constant in this game, where I feel like that's like the most common item throughout the entire game are these like bad food items. So I think that's way too much, and they need to tune that down a little bit, in my opinion. But overall, pretty good game. I feel like it's a game I definitely have to finish a couple times to get a real good grasp for. But yeah, I'm enjoying it as an old school Castlevania fan.
Nice.
Yeah, and if you guys want to support Colin, $10. It's on. I think it's on everything. So
yeah,
it's out there. But have you guys had a chance to play this yet?
I have not. I sent Barry congratulations though, because it looks like it's doing pretty well for them. I didn't want to like pick into Colin's business too much, but I was curious how it's doing. But I mean, their Steam reviews look really good, which is usually a good sign. Like it's the most reviews they've had for a Steam game. It definitely makes sense though. It's like their most, I think, broadly appealing thing they've done since Colin picked them up. But yeah, it looks really good. Honestly, I've had it from the code Colin gave, but he gave it out like right before I was going on holiday for a little bit, so I didn't get a chance to play it. But it does look awesome. I do want to give it a shot. Yeah, I've only heard good things about it, but also I've not played much old school Castlevania, so it'll be kind of like a good learning lesson. Yeah, that was a little bit before my time. So. Yeah,
I wonder what like people will think about like that who don't have a lot of experience with the older games, like older Castlevania games that's so based heavily on what think about the game.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's like I like shit like that already, so it makes sense for me. But I am curious what other people will think.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a little bit. Haven't finished it yet. Hopefully tonight I can finish it.
Nice.
I think it's short. So I think it's only 2 hours. So.
Yeah, it's probably I said I only play like an hour and a half, and I'm like, there's like 3 stages left, I think. So
yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in playing the game myself too.
Yeah, you should check it out.
It's the only game from Living Mo Games that actually is like like right up my alley. I have no doubt that it'll probably be their best selling game.
Yeah, so you should check it out. All right, boy.
I'm excited for their RPG. I just want to throw that out there too. I'm very keen on their RPG. I think that'll be big for them. You know, I'm glad they're
RPG.
Yeah, I'm glad they're going. Because Barry's obviously a great developer. I mean, it's so impressive that he does all this on his own, basically. And so I think just it's a good idea to like get out of brick breaking and that sort of stuff and kind of drive it more into like genres that people are really eager to get a part of. And I'm glad to see Saints Layers is doing pretty well from at least my eye, because like it'll maybe incentivize them to like really go hard on that RPG, because from what I know it should be pretty good. So excited about it.
Also, the game looks really good. I didn't know if I brought that up.
Yeah, visually.
Yeah, it looks nice visually. Job. So well
music sounds pretty good too, but their music has always been really good as well.
All right, boys, time for Sort It Out. So anyway, we should talk about something that needs sorting in the games industry. Matty, anything for you this week?
So I got to sort it out, but I got 2 keep it ups that are game related. So I hope you won't mind, Brad, if I just offer Robex a little sorted out here.
Oh,
you'll notice my drink, Brad.
Yes.
It's the lid's off.
Yeah.
So this is my second Robex in the last 2 weeks. I like to get their peanut power, nuts about protein drink. Peanut power is the one that has coffee in it. Now, Brad, the problem I have is their lids. You'll see, barely. There's some crumpled shit at the end here. Their lids no longer fit their cups. I had a leakage in my car when I was driving home with the wifey and I's drink. A little frustrating. Thought it was a one-time thing. Like the girl was putting the lid on my drink. She's like, I apologize. For some reason these lids don't fit as well. No problem. Thinking it's a one-time thing. I go back today because we were away. So like we're out of groceries. So I was like, okay, let me get like a little shake before the show. Lid doesn't fit again, dude.
Ooh.
This shit popped off and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, guys? This is like one of my go-to spots. Not only that, but dude, they fucked this drink something fierce. This is my first time my drink's gotten screwed up there. They loaded this thing up with like milk and sugar, but like peanut butter is a very overbearing flavor. If you put a great example of this, has anyone tried the Oreo peanut butter collab or Oreo Reese's collab yet?
No.
You've not. Okay.
Are these like the Oreo cookies?
Yeah. So they did it 2 ways. They did the cookies and they did the cups.
Oh.
So yeah, I got the Reese's cup with Oreo bits in it. And all it is a Reese's cup with a little crunchy texture in there, and I say this not because it's really anyone's fault, but peanut butter is such a overbearing flavor.
Yeah, it dominates.
It exactly dominates the palate. So can you imagine when I get this whole cup full of a peanut butter flavored drink and there's no peanut butter flavor? Like that's how badly they miss. Not only that, Brad, the wait was considerably longer. And I was watching as they were handing out drinks to everyone else coming in the place, but mine was just sit on the countertop. I'm like,
that's the worst.
I'm a consistent customer here. What is happening? You know, what did I do? So yeah, I just wanted to offer a little sorted out to one of my favorite little drink spots in Robex. Really great place, great menu, tight, great smoothies. But something's been happening these last 2 weeks, and I don't know if you guys are getting too big for your britches, but I got to take you down a notch. Sort it out.
Damn,
That's all I got. That's all I've got. On a food level. Gaming wise, I have two things for Keep It Up. So
okay, yeah, that's fine.
I'll stay quiet from there.
Robex, I've never heard of this place. I just looked it up, Matty, and they're like 30 minutes from me, the closest one. So
yeah,
I don't think
they're
that's gonna happen.
They're smaller, but if anyone's looking for good, I mean, look, I don't know. I was about to say, if anyone's looking for good protein shakes on the go, check them out. But I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know if y'all keep up this business. I might find a new protein shake shop. Who knows?
How much protein's in that?
I think 40 something grams.
Oh, okay.
It's
a good amount.
Yeah, with the peanut butter, they put like whey protein in here and stuff. It's pretty loaded.
Okay, nice.
It's a good holdover. Like I didn't want to eat on camera, of course, so it's good to just sip on protein shake.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Aye.
Gene, anything for you this week?
For sorted out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally got to sort it out.
Okay.
I like to give a hearty sorted out to Mr. Matty Plays.
Oh, damn.
Who was in Washington D.C. and didn't hit me up, man. What the fuck, dude?
Oh,
okay,
gotcha.
No, this is fair, Gene. You were first in mind when I thought about DC. I was wondering if you would say anything, so I had a reason to bring up to you.
No.
You don't want to hear
a nice, sturdy, sorted out to Matty. Because when I saw you in the reflecting pool, I was like, what the fuck, man? I'm literally down the street, bro. You know who hit me up when he was in town? Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Damn.
Okay, when you put it like that, it's not as good. But this was definitely a okay, I'll put it this way. If it was just my wife and I 100% would have hit you up because I had to drive my mom and my brother who live in New York.
Yeah.
And they both work at a school. So I barely got to tour DC. Like it was like dragging them there, man. Like you could tell but I was like, look, we just like drove 5.5 hours. I don't know when the fuck I'm gonna be back to DC. I was like, I love Fallout 3. I was like, I got to see at least the Washington Monument. So like I went there, I saw the Lincoln Memorial as well. But that was like the hour I had of free time. And even
really?
then,
it was just an hour? You just drove?
It was literally an hour. I drove there because it was like 10 minutes from the hotel after the wedding. And then they were like, I went to go get breakfast and you could just tell, like my wife and I are having a great time, but you could tell they were just like, all right, like, let's go home. So I promise you, Gene, you were top of mind. I was like, oh, because I was like, we missed each other at the New York event. I was like, oh, this should make a lot of sense. But if it was just my wife and I would have 100% cleared out the day and been like, I got to see.
Well, that
Gene.
makes sense.
So I apologize. This is a very fair story out, but I hope you understand that at least I was thinking of you.
All right, I've demoted it to a soft sorted out then. This is softer sorted out. But
okay. I appreciate getting a little soft in there.
Yeah, but the sturdiness is standing down. So
okay. This is a fair stand. I appreciate it, though. Please hold me accountable.
No, I just thought it'd be funny to call you out. So
I at least wanted you to know I was thinking of you, though, going in there.
It's also funny because it's like you and Jake Baldino are two people that I will never meet, you know?
Yeah.
Two guys in New York where I go to all the time. And for some reason, I just never met either of you guys.
I bump into Jake in the weirdest places. Like or events that I don't expect to see him at. Yeah. And then
Jake is like at random places all the time. Yeah. For real.
And then I'm just like breathing down his neck because I love Jake. So I'm just like, hey.
And technically, I have seen Mr. Matty Plays in person. Remember, I talked about this.
True.
We were both at the Fallout 76 trip. Yeah. And I was thinking to myself, I said to nobody, I was like, that's Mr. Matty Plays.
Missed opportunity, man.
Yeah. Well, that was literally my first assignment as a game journalist.
Oh. Yeah.
I literally didn't.
That's intimidating. That was like a really big fucking event, dude. Like they had us in that haunted ass hotel and everything.
Dude, that hotel was fucking crazy, dude. Like I felt like it felt haunted, right? And
people were saying it was haunted. There were people who were saying like they were changing and they saw someone like walk by the mirror and stuff.
Yes.
Like I was hearing stories
dude,
that whole weekend.
And I woke up in the middle of the night to go to like the lobby, and then like there was this like weird like ballroom dance between like this really like pale white woman and this like really like dark skinned black dude, and I'm like, what the fuck did I just walk into, man? Like what is this?
I got like threatened while I was at like one of the poker tables too. Like I don't like this guy was like, where are you from? And I was like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I'm not telling where I'm from. And I'm like, oh, I'm from like upstate New York. He's like, don't fuck with me. Where are you from? I'm just like, I'm fucking telling you, bro. What are you gonna fucking put a bullet in my head? Like,
That's so funny because like when I did go to the casino there, I was like, why is everybody so fucking pissed here, dude? Like,
I was like, this is a resort.
Why is everybody mogging me? Like I just walked in, I'm about to fuck their wife or some shit. Dude, I just got here. I just wanted a whiskey. I was still drinking at the time, so I was like, I just want a whiskey. Holy shit, dude!
Yeah, you got thrown into the deep end. That's an intimidating one because they had like the whole works and everything.
Yeah, and I was hoping to meet Todd Howard, but it was like all we meet is like Pete Hines. It's like, oh, great.
Well, yeah, Todd was supposed to be at that event, but I think Pete like announced on that podium that they had there. He was like, "Yeah, Todd got into a car accident." I was like, "Holy shit! Like, is he okay?"
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, so for folks who don't know, we stayed at the hotel that is featured in Fallout 76, which is the Continental in West Virginia. And then this is an interesting hotel because they have a whole bunker underneath, a whole fallout shelter. That's why we were there. A whole fallout shelter that was reserved for members of Congress and the president to hide out in as the nuclear war rages overhead. So we got to go into that vault, a literal vault with a fucking spinny little thing and everything like that. Yeah. And you go in there and you see like a mini Congress room in there, and you see like bunker beds in there. And then we had a whole cafeteria. It was a cool ass event actually. Like there was a whole little food and drinks at the event space underground. You know, so it really did feel like we were kind of like vault dwellers for a bit.
Pictures inside the vault. They didn't let us take any pictures or videos inside the vault, which I always found. They gave a good reason, but in like my mind's eye, I'm like, that's so strange. Like,
no one's gonna use this for a secret thing. Like, what are you doing? You know, like, it's fine.
Us content creators are gonna expose like the government's secrets.
There was nothing
publicly available vault.
There was nothing exposed except like for the fucking weird robotic robo racist people that we were running into the whole time. You know, like, it's just weird. That was a weird hotel. I never want to go back, but that was a good memory.
Yeah, very pretty though.
Anyways, that's the one time I saw Mr. Matty plays in person. He is a real person.
Thank you for confirming.
All right. For me, we touched on this earlier, but sorted out Nintendo, man, with Final Fantasy XIV. Another fee, man. Come on, dude. Like, why do you got to do this, Nintendo? Can you not just be Nintendo for once and just be cool? Just be chill about it. Just make it happen. Like everyone else. You always got to do this. You always got to throw fit.
You know, like they had that whole thing where I thought they kind of did something cool. They're like, yeah, we're going to sell like our digital games for a little cheaper and our physical copies will be a little bit more. And I felt like that's, to me, it's like today's happy medium. Like, okay, I care about it. I'll pay a little bit more. But if someone doesn't want to, they shouldn't have to pay more for the digital copy. And then they balance it out with something like this. It's like, you just can't stay on the winning side financially with Nintendo. Although, sorry, Brad, I don't want to interrupt it, but I'm curious if you guys remember there was this wave during like the Switch 1 era where if you went to Walmart, all the new Switch games were like $10 cheaper there. It's like $50. I think I brought this up before, but it always sticks out to me as like, why was that a thing? Was it Walmart? Was it Nintendo being cool? But you could get like brand new games for $50, which was awesome.
Must have been a Walmart
it's just
thing.
And it just randomly went away. So I don't know. But I think about that from the financial side of things. Like Nintendo, it's like impossible to just stay winning with them.
I know.
It's like it always ends up catching up with you somewhere somehow.
I know. They always get their money out of you no matter what. All right. Restless Tundra wrote and said, sorted out IGN reviews again. So we had someone write in about this last week with Mouse PI and that whole review thing going on there. Their Saros review comes in well below the general consensus with strange complaints and not seeming to understand the genre or game design. For an outlet that has a major influence on aggregative scores, they are way off the mark. Get real. So I don't know what they gave Saros. What did they give it? Let me see.
Give it a 7.
They gave it a 7. What is it?
7.
Yeah. What is the Metacritic score?
90 something. Pretty high.
Whoa, 90?
Saros Metacritic is sitting right
88.
Now.
That's still really high, though. That's still really high.
It dropped. But yeah, it was initially it was like 90 or 91. And I was like, damn, dude.
I mean, so they gave it a 7. They're like a point and a half off. I mean, that's not like crazy off base.
That's not a sorted out, man. Come on, dude. 7 is a good game. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's not like, to me, that's not crazy off base. And like, I don't know, man, not everyone is going to fall in line exactly the same with review scores. Like, you don't know what other people are giving the game. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I haven't read the review though. So
read the review. It's by a good guy, Michael Hyam. I like him. And he explains it fully. He didn't like the story. He thought the story kind of sucked.
Yeah, I like Michael too. I don't know, there's certain people with IGN whose reviews I do tune into, but like people need to start getting to know the writers of these reviews better, because I think Michael is someone who's very well spoken and lays out his thoughts. And I don't know, man, I don't think a 7 out of 10 is like this dramatically hot take. I just think I'm not even trying to like overly sympathize for IGN, because like I think their mouse review was a little confusing. Like, so there's time, but that also was from someone who I don't know at IGN.
The mouse review, I will be a little bit more understanding. I did read that too. I like the writer Will Borger. He's a good guy, but he does the thing that I don't like to do as a reviewer, in that like he let his expectations like take over the review.
Oh yeah. Instead of what it actually is. You saw
Mouse PR for hire. He expected more of a detective type of game, or a game that they actually interrogated the mechanics of film noir versus everything. When Mouse PR, I haven't played Mouse PI. I fucking don't care about that game. Whatever, right? But it's just a shooter though, right? You're just going around shooting. Yeah,
it's a shooter,
right?
And there's some like talking segments, but there's no like, I think they could expand the investigative stuff, but it didn't like deter me from being like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you just got to review it as a boomer shooter, And the game is obviously not trying to. Yeah, maybe there was a missed opportunity. I actually saw like there was a map where you can drive around in an isometric view, right? Is that correct? So you're basically going to like different levels like that way.
Yeah.
Like that brain would trick me into be like, oh, this is like Dick Tracy from NES, if you remember that fucking game.
Yeah.
Fucking awful game, but it makes me think of that. But in that game, you're kind of like trying to solve a crime, but then mostly you just running around punching dudes. And that's what this kind of game is too. You just go to the place and you just shoot things. So at a certain point, you just got to accept the game for what it is, as opposed to what it isn't. But also, I kind of understand. Like like me personally, I would have loved more of an adventure game for Mouse PI. But that said, that's not what the game is. But if you actually read the Sarah's review, like he actually like breaks down the game mechanics. He's like it got boring to do the same stuff again. And it's like, yeah, that's what roguelikes are. And it's like, but it's like if the roguelike is boring to keep doing over and over again, then that's not a good thing. You should talk about that. But his biggest hang up was the story. He was like, the story just doesn't hit, distracting, doesn't really make much sense. Like just whatever. Like Rahul Kohli's cool, but doesn't really do anything. And it's like, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's hard for me.
Especially if this one's like focusing more on the story. Sorry, but yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I was just saying, it's hard for me to have a strong opinion when I haven't even played the game, so I don't know what it is. I haven't read this guy's review, so I don't really know.
Yeah.
And I mean,
again, I just get down to like knowing the reviewer a little bit. Like, not personally. I'm just saying, like, this whole like, well, you gave She-Hulk a 9. I'm like, yeah, someone, I don't even know who the fuck did that, but like, it's not the same reviewer. Like, that's the thing that I just don't think is excusable nowadays, is pretending to be that stupid, Yeah. I don't know why that gets traction in any social media circle anywhere. It's like, yeah, you don't have to like IGN. I barely watch them nowadays. I don't care as much about them as I used to in my teens. They're not as inspiring to me as they used to be. That sort of stuff. There are good people who work there. I do like Michael. But like, I just think that the people who are like, well, you gave like this a 9 and this an 8. I'm like, no, that person typically, they did not, like at least when their Marathon review was going on and their Crimson Desert review was going on, they were talking about the same fucking reviewer. At least that is something I'm seeing that. I'm like, okay, you want to take Travis to task based on 2 reviews he did, go for it, because he did both of those. But when you're like, Will did this, Michael did this, IGN, why did you do this? It's like, they're 2 different people, bro. Like, why are you allowed to be that dumb? Why is that allowed to get any traction? I get people ultimately just want the games to succeed, but make your critique make sense is what I would say. That's or play the game first. That too.
Play the game first, yeah, and then tell them you're out of their mind, and then you have a lot of right to tell them that they're out of mind.
Yeah,
out of their mind. That makes sense.
I'm speaking more from my point of view too, not even for IGN's defense. It's like I've just been on that moment where it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? I'm like, dude, you haven't even played the game. Like, what do you mean what's wrong with you? You might agree with me, dude. You might even feel stronger than I do.
Yeah. Look at how people feel about Crimson Desert, like with the first 10 hours, right? I've seen people play it, they're like, wait, this game actually does suck. Obviously we'll talk about later. It doesn't, but it's like, check out the first few hours of Crimson Desert. We're not lying to you,
Yeah.
It's funny. This review score thing reminds me of Twilight Princess. You may remember back in the day when it came out on GameSpot, got an 8.8 And I remember a lot of people were upset about that. Me included. I was like, no way. That's way too low.
Dude.
And it was. Sorry, Jeff Gersman.
Mm-hmm. Well, I gave Twilight Princess an 8.0.
Oh, too low, Gene.
Too low. And that was the first time I got anti-Semitic death threats over the internet. I am Korean. I don't even understand. I don't even understand your reference. I literally know one Jewish person. I don't get it.
Yeah, and that was like way back in the day too.
That was way back in the day. So that's why
20 years ago.
The internet's so toxic. Is like, dude, it's only because the internet is like more accessible. Like the internet was always going to be toxic. So.
Yep.
I think the worst I got it was Atomic Heart. That was like that really broke my spirit a little bit at the time because I remember like people were like lying about me. They're like, yo, this guy loves Fallout 76. Like, I can't, like, don't take his opinion seriously. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, I can't stand that game. What do you mean? I love 76. But I feel like that one comes to mind. That or Deathloop was like my ultimate on the island moment. Like, everyone was giving it a 10. I was like, this shit's ass, dude.
Oh, dude, I fucking hated Deathloop, bro.
Deathloop was 100% my island moment. I was just I'm just standing there completely alone.
I was there with you. I don't think I reviewed Deathloop, but at the time I was like, I don't understand why people are calling this game genius, man. This game is like a 5 or 6 at best, bro. Like, come on, dude.
Compared to Arcane's previous stuff, like just not.
Yeah, what are you talking about, man? Like I admire the game's attempt at like some multiplayer like immersive shooter, but it's like I think you failed at that.
I completely agree.
I think you failed at that goal. So
I'm trying to think about heat I got from reviews. Elden Ring, I got a little heat because I gave it a 9.5 and not a 10. I remember.
That's so stupid.
Fucking funny, dude. What the fuck?
So stupid.
I gave it a 9.5 because I played on PC and the performance was not up to snuff. I was like, nah, dude, I can't excuse this. Like, it's still incredible, but I can't give it that 10.
Yeah, people hate me. People still hate me because I gave Starfield a 4 out of 4 stars. And it's like, guess what, motherfuckers? I still love Starfield that much. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I mean, the annoying thing about it is like the people demand honesty, and it's like, okay, here's how I feel.
Then they're like, no, you're wrong.
They're like, no, not like that though.
Yeah,
no, not like that. I'm like,
what
do you guys want?
Yeah, you have to reinforce my opinion, kind of thing like that.
Yeah. You have to validate my own perspective and views, because I am lonely and I have nothing else to do.
Yeah. So
there are some games though that you kind of go in with like the high score and you're like, oh, people are going to kill me for this one. Like when I was like really big on Outer Worlds 2, I'm like, oh, people are going to hate this because they like doomed this thing. Like they were like, this shit has to suck. I was very surprised that the reception to that video was positive. Like there are some that do surprise you a little bit.
Well, yeah, like if you gave Concord that's what they always give IGN a slack for that because they gave Concord a 7.
Yeah,
which I completely disagree with. I think Concord's Concord's a 4 at the best.
That's the problem with the number score in general is like you have those lines you can draw as both a viewer, but also like you can tell their own staff interprets a 7 completely differently. Like Concord.
The thing is like 7. It's like this writer is like, oh my god, this is such an outlier, a 7, and it's like it's not like IGN is doing the 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5.
No, they do 20 points.
This isn't 20 points lower than a 9. It's 2 points lower than a 9. That's it, bro. Fucking fix your brain about that shit. Honestly, fix your brain. Like sort it out to the right end. Like you gotta fix your brain about this, man. Like I don't think you're stupid, but that part of your brain you gotta fix. You gotta fix it.
Does IGN only do 10-point scale?
Yeah,
like whole numbers. They don't do 0.5s or anything.
I don't think they do.
I think they dropped the decimals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not like it could have been an 8.8. It's like no, that's not how it works anymore. It's a 9 and a 7. That's it.
Yeah. Do people do 100-point scales anymore, or is that a thing of the past?
I think PC Gamer does.
Okay.
That come to mind for me.
PC Gamer is a fucking trash fire right now, bro.
yeah.
They got clickbait up the ass, man. That's crazy.
They really started that with Starfield. It's funny you brought that up earlier. I feel like that's where I started to recognize it. Where there was like Starfield losing players. I'm like, oh, the single player RPG losing players after 3 months. Like, get out of here! I can't believe it.
Yeah, PC Gamer has really like trashed itself. It's like one of the worst now, pretty much.
Yeah, I agree.
It's too bad because there's still like a couple good people there, but their mission is different. It seems.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Matthew Orlando wrote and said, "Sort it out, Xbox fanboys. Just because the CEOs are saying what you think you want to hear doesn't mean the heydays of Xbox 360 are back. In fact, For their track record over the last 20 years, it seems like the 360 was a fluke rather than a trend. But a lot of you treat Asha like she is the second coming. I don't see Xbox going back to exclusives and thinking that will get people to pay for your probably $1,200 system when you've trained your player base not to pay for games and that most of them choose to play on the $299 version of your console. Just stand down, Xbox fans, and just wait to see what they do in action and not just words. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like, I think it's good to feel better about the energy with the brand.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely improved. I think Asha is doing a lot of good things. It's really hard for me to complain right now. Like, I think that's a good sign. It was really easy to complain 60 days ago. Really easy. It looks like they give a shit now, which I think optically they just really needed to look like they care because they were very indifferent. But that's what Cog and I have been preaching almost weekly on Duke, and we're going to probably for the next 12 months. Like we've always said, look, year one, you're going to collect the easy W's, which they should do.
Mm-hmm.
But Phil Spencer collected the easy W's as well. And we felt very, very powerful about like what he would do for the brand. It looks like Asha's doing the same thing. But there's going to be that moment that I think she's going to have to make those tough decisions. Like, what are we going to do with exclusivity? And I don't think she's going to make that until the end of this year because I think she has a really good slate to assess right now. Like, Fable is multi-platform. Forza Horizon 6 is unintentionally an Xbox exclusive for a timed window. You've got Halo going multi-platform with a remake. You can assess that. You've got Gears E-Day, which is going to go multi-platform after you just did a remaster last year to kind of prep that audience on another platform. So they get to collect all of this data and sort of see how things are going with like day and date launches, delayed launches, that sort of stuff. So I think she's going to wait till the end of the year. I mean, at least unless she wants to make a decision based on prior generations. But as she wrote in her letter, like things are changing so much with the industry so often. I don't think you could make a decision like, here's how things were working for us with Xbox One and 360. And here's what we want to get back to. It's like development timelines and budgets are so different now. So I don't think she makes a call on that until the end of the year. And I don't know, she could go one way or the other. I'm very surprised in a good way that they're entertaining that conversation though. Again, yeah, will hardware prices come down enough to make those exclusives appealing? It's another aspect. Will they bite the bullet on console pricing if they're returning to Xbox? I think you got to find a way to do that. But Asha just talked a little bit about how memory pricing is already impacting Helix. So I don't see Microsoft suddenly being a hero in this race and reducing their prices on that front. But all of that is to say that, the real tell on her leadership will be like, I think Phil could have worked out for longer. But the problem is that he obviously, alongside the rest of his team, did not make tough decisions early because he did not want to rock the boat too much. And then when the business realities kicked in and Phil had to make choices, like you have to cut projects now, you have to lay off teams, he was only left with a wealth of really great options. And him and his team targeted those as redundancies, projects that had a lot of potential to succeed. And I think the best thing Asha can be is aggressive with her decision making early, with that sort of stuff. Like if there's projects to can, don't like. There's no love lost, unfortunately. I think is what it's got to be because again, Phil protected some of the smaller teams and they released games that didn't do well, and that hurt the bigger games that needed to overperform, and they didn't do well, and so they got hurt because they were viewed as like the big problem there. So. I think when it comes to Asha, she'll continue to look really good for this year. But I think once we get to year 2 and we see like, okay, Asha's got the information. What games is she greenlighting? We don't know that. We don't know what, like, she might just be like COD, Forza, Minecraft. And for me, at least the benefit is Fallout and Elder Scrolls. But like, she might not be like what Phil and Sarah and Matt were doing, which is like, hey, smaller games matter too. She might not rock like that. She's giving a lot of people hope. But I don't think people are considering the reality where she goes, yeah, actually, we're not doing exclusives. Like a lot of Xbox's fans are riding on that high right now that exclusive might be back. I will also just say, anecdotally speaking, like this isn't everything, but you can usually tell when interest is high on Xbox based on like, numbers that are generated across like content like mine or podcasts. But like all the talking Asha's done has not like generated. They've generated social media buzz, but it's not really reached YouTube because I think people are still indifferent. They don't give a fuck. Xbox hasn't really given them a true reason to care. They've given them a still upcharge service. Like, it's still 20 plus for Game Pass Ultimate. Still a price hike. It shows that they're willing to cut corners in certain ways. And there are things that were over aggressive about Phil's tenure, where they are rethinking things on that level. But ultimately, it's a lot of good stuff that are smaller, but nothing that's overturning people. And that's where, again, you have to wait for those major decisions. So I kind of agree with the sorted out a little bit. Like, I don't think it's bad for people to be excited. Like, I feel better about things in some ways. But have I convinced myself Xbox is back? No. But do I think they're finally starting to get it a little bit? Sure. Because they're not only verbalizing it, but they are backing it up with some action, right? They are saying and doing some of the right things here.
Right, the Game Pass thing.
Game Pass thing, just being communicative about, like, just getting ahead of certain things that would be rakes for you and just clear on what your vision is. But at the same time, like, if your focus is daily active players, is that for your ecosystem? If so, maybe exclusives make sense. But if you're talking generally, daily active players, why would you cut PlayStation out of the mix?
That makes no sense. I was going to ask you this, Matty.
Yeah.
Do you think Halo and Fable will sell better on PlayStation than Xbox? Or
It's
any
so
of
tough.
those games coming out?
I'll say
I
yes.
think Fable. That just fits that, like, what Sony has trained their audience to like, third person over the shoulder, open world. That is right up the alley. That'll be really interesting because that combined with, like, this game looks really good too. Halo's going to be interesting because I overestimated Gears. I thought Gears was going to, like, crush on PlayStation. Like, oh, this is a big, well-establised Xbox IP, but people didn't give a fuck, bro. This thing came out and sold barely 1 million copies. Like,
but did it sell better on PlayStation than Xbox?
I doubt it. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, Gears of War didn't sell all that well back in the day either. Honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I just overestimated it too.
It didn't. So, like, I was having a conversation with Gaz Septic Sauce, Xbox Central YouTube channel, and I was reminding him, dude, Mass Effect didn't sell all that well either. He was like, really? I was like, go check the numbers. A lot of people overestimate the glory days of the early 2000s, 7th generation. But when you look at the numbers, Mass Effect wasn't that big of a hit. Gears of War wasn't that big of a hit. We loved that shit. That was our world. But when you look at the bigger picture of the grand scheme of things, they were okay. But these aren't generational games. Like, fucking Final Fantasy VII sold more in 1997 than either of those series, and that was on one console, right? So when you think, and then now Final Fantasy VII is still struggling now. So think about how Mass Effect or Gears of War would sell today. Not that much, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's like,
exactly.
And Fable sold even less than that. So, like, Fable needs to, like, actually just reach a whole new audience as opposed to hit old ass folks like you and me who love Fable. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Halo is going to be interesting because it'll be really telling what the brand damage is. If that doesn't do well.
Halo is an absolute hit. Halo is, like, way above Mass Effect, Gears. Halo is international, global, massive.
Yeah,
this should be a hit. Halo is the real metric that I think we should watch in terms of, and it's like, for me, I think there's a lot of expats of Xboxes. People just abandoned Xbox. A lot of former Xbox folks just went and bought a PS4, and there's probably a lot of Halo fans on PlayStation right now. So
yeah, it's also a remake of a game that's been remastered already.
Yes.
So
I mean, like, fucking Halo 1, man, for fuck's sake, dude. Like, I even a Halo fan like me, I'm like, oh, whatever, dude. I kind of don't even care to play it, honestly.
I just can't stand the team behind it. That's the thing. I can't fucking stand them, bro.
Yeah, well,
I really don't like them.
You've had a lot of drama in recent weeks, as we saw.
Yeah, like, it's just endless with them. It's like, that's one thing Asha could do. Like, if Asha gave a fuck, that's like one thing she could do is just go in there and figure it out.
Clean house, man. Clean the house of Halo, bro.
Yeah, like this is your fucking Mario, bro. Like, you just can't, like, that was easily Phil's biggest negligence, I think, was just
absolutely,
like,
bro,
giving them the longest leash. I'm like, dude, this team sucks so much balls, dude. They're so bad. They're so fucking
Halo
bad.
has been bad more for more years than it's been good now at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
that was like the Silent Hill thing for a while.
Yeah, dude.
Sure,
Like, if this whole Project Foundry of like, we're going to Unreal Engine, we're rethinking Halo, we're going back to the original to study what makes it special. It's like, what the fuck was Infinite then, dude? Infinite was like the Pacific Northwest, like we're restarting, we're getting away from everything. It's like it was fucking average.
You keep saying the same things every year, bro.
Every like 3 years, 4 years.
Every 3 years, you say the same thing about Halo, and then it comes out, and it's like it's fucking. This is not it,
They just gotta do the Konami pro. Just start licensing this shit out. Like Konami's doing that right now. They're like, let's get the Dead Cells guys who clearly like are cut to make a Castlevania game. Let's just give them Castlevania.
Yeah,
like there are devs out there that like, maybe they won't make a traditional Halo game, but like they can make a really great.
Guess what? Maybe Microsoft should contract Bungie.
I was just about to say that. I'm like, is that kind of crazy? But I'm like, they could, right?
Yeah, they could.
That'd be so funny.
That'd be actually hilarious. So, like 343, we're gonna like have them make their own IP. They're gonna make something new, and we're gonna like have Halo just go back to
Halo. Like you are the most cursed company in the entire industry.
Yeah.
Are you done talking about that, Matty?
Yes. Sorry, I totally went off on a tangent there.
Oh yeah, no, because I'll be real quick. But so everything I completely agree with Matty. Matty approached this from a very rational and informed perspective, based on history, based on information that we have right now, based on everything that we know. So everything Matty says, I completely endorse. But for me, so I'm gonna play the complete unhinged version. I'm gonna put on my Xbox fanboy hat. Wait a minute, I already have it on. Literally. I literally have an Xbox fanboy hat on. I'm going to say what I said on Septic Sauce. I would love to see Xbox just hire Shuhei Yoshida to come out and say PlayStation sucks. I would love to see a video of Asha Sharma in a warehouse full of Fable PS5 discs, and she's like sitting on top of it like she's fucking Joker from The Dark Knight, and then like she pouring gasoline all over it, and then she slides.
You
down.
want like the Sega and Nintendo console wars back.
She slides down. And
I do think Xbox needs to get loud and proud.
She sets it on fire. And she's like, you know what? PlayStation doesn't even get Fable. You guys don't even have Fable 1, 2, and 3. So it's like you don't even notice.
Yeah.
Forza Horizon 6. Oh, you want to go to Japan? Come to Xbox, motherfucker. Oh, everything. She's at the computer at Playground Studios with the whole code for the PS5 code, and then she's just pressing backspace for like hours. Like the whole code is just being deleted for PS5.
I think that whole mentality works better if you actually have exclusives. And by that,
the problem is that they have no games. So
they still have things on PlayStation, and they still put everything on PC. So it's just kind of like, you don't have true console exclusives. Do you know what I mean? Or like a true
They're gonna
exclusive.
look so psychotic though if they like flip back and forth, bro. Like what a whiplash of a generation.
Yeah.
Like the whole sitting down, like talking with your disappointed parents, just talking to their children. Like here's Phil, Matt, and Sarah doing a podcast. Like just these 4 games, guys. Obviously that wasn't the case. And then Asha comes in, she's like, "We're fucking back, baby!" Like pouring the gasoline on the Forza copy. She's like,
that'd be funny as fuck.
They just look like a psychotic act.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it'll be good for the business. I'm not saying it'll
I
be
get
good
it.
for
It'd
the
be
consumer
exciting
over Xbox, but it'll be fucking funny to see.
It'd be funny and exciting.
Yeah.
I think Asha is kind of like on a time period where she has, like you said, Matty, time to do her thing or whatever, time to experiment, but the clock is ticking and she's going to have to answer to someone eventually. So that's when we're going to see probably more harsh things.
She's got a harder job than Phil.
Yeah.
100%. Phil inherited a mess, but what Asha got handed is so deeply fucked up. Like,
well, I mean,
it's got so many layers to it.
Phil got handed a mess, so it was like relatively easy for him to look good, and then so we all love Phil as a result, right?
Yeah.
Up until we realized, like, wait, what has Phil actually done besides like be a gamer, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so now it's like, like. It's Xbox is kind of even in a worse situation than it was 10 years ago.
Well, yeah, because he completely wreaked havoc on the economics of it, where now their decision making is so limited, and he made such him and Sarah made such aggressive decisions, like meat on the table, like we're going fucking multiplat. It's like you can't you could undo it, right? But that it's just that takes so much effort to like then earn the trust back. Cause like, it's okay. You can do that, but then you have to deliver for years.
That's the thing.
And being okay with like, yeah, this is going to sell like shit. This is also going to sell like shit. This is also going to sell like shit.
You have to
go back to doing what you did with the Xbox Series console, like overpaying developers to come to your platform exclusively because they know their game's going to perform like garbage, but they get the financial security. Are you okay with running that back again for another 5 years until you've won enough trust where people are like, yeah, you know, I'll buy an Xbox while consoles are at their most expensive.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Well, that's the issue with a company like Microsoft. Like it's hard for them to talk about long-term planning like that because you got to do a long-term investment when they are a company that operates quarter by quarter, you know. So they're always thinking about the next year out at the most. Yeah. But it's like, you know, yeah, like you know, to take my rational to put my rational hat back on, like, yeah, it's not going to work if you don't have any games. That was the dumbest thing Phil Spencer ever said. Was you know, great games is going to matter, and it's like maybe again we talked about that earlier. Maybe it's because what they learned from the Xbox One is like, yeah, we did have pretty cool games, but there's like honestly, yeah, they did have a better launch lineup, but like, and I do love Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive is an awesome game. But that's not a game that's going to sell consoles. Neither was Rise, you know, like, and it's like you need a special game, and it's like the Switch won because Breath of the Wild was that special game. You know, and I've told the story before, but it's like I've been to like other conferences of other tech industries, and they look at Nintendo Switch and they're like, "How did they do that? How did a company move hardware like that?" And then the answer was because they had killer software, because Breath of the Wild is so one-on-one. And it's like VR needs that. Our computer needs that. We don't have that. Nintendo was able to do that because they had one piece of software that everybody needed, and Switch One sold because of that.
Well, Xbox has that software. You know, they have Elder Scrolls 6 coming up. Like they could. If they really wanted to be like, let's put probably one of the most compelling. Man. Yeah, like I know people are looking at, and I'm right there with you. I look at Bethesda Game Studios' recent track record. I'm not fooling myself that like, oh, Elder Scrolls 6 will be 10 out of 10. Do I feel a little bit better about them going back to their comfort zone? Yeah, 1,000%. But I know some people look at their recent output, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying like on IP alone, like just saying in trailers, like the follow up to Skyrim. Like if Xbox really wanted to put something on lockdown and be like, we're going to put the most like attractive thing for you, like they have Call of Duty and they have Elder Scrolls 6. If you really wanted to play hardball and get a ton of people to buy your system, there would be a lot of people who say, fuck it, I'm not. But I think a lot of people would also show up for those two games specifically. Yeah. And then you would, from there, hopefully trickle down with other exclusives like your Fables, your Forzas, that stuff, which would, I mean, Forza, I'm underselling that. Forza would get people through the door too, just not, you know, everyone, you know, so they have, if they really want to play hardball, they can.
Yeah. You know? It's too risky though for them now, especially with since they bought ABK. It's just like, you can't really for some of those games. You can't not put Call of Duty on PlayStation. You just can't.
That I'm so glad you mentioned ABK. Here's the thing that's not getting brought up. Did you guys see in that post that they said we're going to speed up gaps in our pipeline through mergers and acquisitions?
No.
I was like, yeah, it was right there. I was like, no one talked about it though. I said in my video, I'm like,
Sports Studios.
I don't know, but I was like, dude, they just did this with Phil. Like this is literally the Phil game plan.
Yeah.
The parasocial shit. We can't build things, so we're going to buy things. I was like, this. Like
I think that Matt Booty we can outspend Sony plan is actually being in effect now. I think Matt Booty was talking shit, but they're like, hey, Matt Booty, calm down, calm your booty ass down. But now that Phil's gone, maybe Matt Booty is now being unleashed because he's the only one there still. Fuck.
Oh yeah, this is. You know, not that Asha's not a mouthpiece, but it's clearly a joint effort of like she has a consumer facing background that. I think works on a PR level and she's pretty much there to acquire users. And I think Matt's giving her the data from like a gaming angle. And this is definitely him like from the shadows, I think shaping.
I think so. I think I was down on Matt Booty mostly because of what he was the face of the Tango Gameworks closure, right? Yeah. So like I fucking hated him for a bit, right? But now that I'm thinking, I was like, what if they just didn't use him well enough? You know,
I'll go on an apology tour if it's like, Phil and Sarah were really the problem.
Dude,
there.
What if the games start actually being good now, man? What the fuck, dude?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Redfall 2 comes out and it's like revolutionary. Like, holy shit. Dude,
I was about to bring up Redfall because I really think the biggest, at least from a hardcore perspective, I'm sure like obviously the biggest turning point was the business update going multi-plat. But I think for people who are in the hardcore circle going, I don't know what about Xbox this generation, was Phil going on Kind of Funny and just like laying on his back, just getting the shit kicked out of him over Redfall.
Or
just being
Redfall,
like, yeah,
bro.
we can't out console Sony. It doesn't matter if Starfield's 11. There were so many bad headlines out of there. I'm sure like if Phil has a PR agent, they're like, what the fuck did you just do?
Redfall was particularly such a bad news cycle, man.
Combining that with the FTC emails coming out about Phil being like, we've got this, we've got that. Like Redfall should be great for us. That should do well. And I'm like, bro, you clearly didn't even play it.
Yeah, you know what's fucked up about Redfall though too is that Sony never got as much smoke for Concord, an objectively worse game. But
they also didn't have their like head of their company step out into an interview.
Because Herman Hulst is shutting the fuck up as opposed to going on Kind of Funny, who is of course more PlayStation favorably anyways, right?
Yeah.
And like not to dunk on Kind of Funny, like they got Snowbike Mike there, who's a huge Xbox fan too. But it's like they didn't have anybody from PlayStation doing a male couple on Concord. Nobody doing anything male couple on Concord. They just fucking
don't say anything.
I wish I knew someone Kind of Funny well enough to just ask how the fuck that happened to. Like who got the message to feel like, yo, come on the show and just talk about it. But like someone absolutely silver-tongued this dude into thinking that was a good idea.
Yeah, it's
it's
a bad idea.
Stupid idea.
It's a really bad idea.
People would really love some accountability, Phil. Like there was some type of like one line that hit him where he was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out there and I'm just going to like let it loose.
I'm
not going to check anything.
Don't ever go in Kind of Funny ever again, man. Because, I mean, and of course, kudos to Kind of Funny for getting that. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like someone did a really great job. But I'd love to know what made Phil go, yes, I'm coming on. And clearly he didn't check with anyone because he just the shit he said,
Oh man, yeah. I love this little mini defining Duke we have here. But
yeah.
In terms of Matt Booty, I'm not giving that guy any room. That guy, I think, should be gone. Should have been gone a long time ago.
No. I'm there with you. I'm just dealing with whatever the reality is right now, and he's still there.
He was the head of Xbox Game Studios during Redfall, so.
He greenlit Redfall too. He thought they all thought it was going to be gas, and that game also sucked. So
yeah.
Should have shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go a little more positive now. Finally, keep it up. Stuff we're pleased with in gaming. Matty, are you pleased with anything?
I had Keep It Up Xbox on my list.
That's okay. No, that's fine. Someone else. I'm going to read this from Nuka Duka before. I know, we just spent 30 minutes, I think, talking about Xbox. But Nuke Duka wrote, so Keep It Up Xbox. As a previous Xbox-only player turned PC full-time player, it's brought a smile to my face seeing actual good news on the Xbox front lately. Some fresh blood was definitely needed for the head of the team, and I hope they can keep going with good news. And even though I'm sure console war is over for many, I'll be happy to see it happening again if Xbox, as I said, keeps it up. There you go. The war's over, but yes.
Yeah. Look, I'm happy to see them trying to compete again. It definitely felt like we're making money. Who cares? And it's really Xbox. We're seeing them find themselves in like, what do they want to be? Do they want to have a more closed ecosystem that makes less money, but has a valuation in the market, or do they just want to be a publisher of games? And they could be either, but they can't be both. And they were kind of trying to be both. And it's good just to see them start making progress towards those decisions and being a little bit more clear about what they are going to be. While there are still questions up in the air, I think one thing that they're doing is communicating well, which I've not really said about Xbox ever. I don't know if it'll hold up again. This has really changed a little bit since Asha has come in. Where there has been a clear mission statement, and it's been continuous, it's been regular, and it's been through their own lines specifically, not through outlets. They've done interviews, but they've been small ball between GameFile as well as Windows Central, but they've never been like, let them break the news and then that'll be it and let it go around. They're like, we are Xbox, this is our wire post, this is what's happening. And then we'll do an interview with Steven Totilo of GameFile, and we'll do something supplemental. But they're not letting the headlines drive the news. They're clearly being a little bit more protective, which I've said for a while is something they really need. Is like, I always appreciated Xbox, like from a content creator side of things, they've always been very transparent with me. They've always included me in lots of great opportunities. And I think that stuff is great because it looks like they're keeping it up. But I do think they needed to be a little bit more prestigious with how they handled their brand. So I think just that little shift alone and how they're controlling the messaging has done them wonders already. But that alone, they've made some good choices. And so this is the literal keep it up, because if they keep this up, it's like, okay, cool, we can see things swing in a favorable direction. But for me, it's not about yet exclusivity. There have been games they delivered have been great. It's about being competitive. It's about staying in the general mind share in a way that's not negative. I don't like that I really soured on this brand that I grew up with, and just look at them like, Brad and I would joke every show, like, fuck, man. Like, I'm glad that when Xbox wasn't brought up, it wasn't like a, just where do I begin? It's been nice to just sort of be like, you know what? I got nothing really bad to say. And it's not because I'm looking for bad things to say, but I like that I'm in a position right now where Xbox is kind of shutting people like me up and giving me only good things to talk about. That's how it should be. That doesn't mean it's going to be perfect forever. They're going to make a mistake at some point, but I would like it to not just be such a endless stream. Like, we're talking about, when was that business update? What, top of 2024?
Yeah.
And it's been such an endless stream of bad news, or just like one bad thing after another. It's been nice just to see them get on a little roll here and also motivate their teams. There's a lot of people who work at Xbox who are publicly like, I haven't been this energized to work in a while, or this is really exciting. And seeing them tackle the small ball things that matter to the hardcore, like achievements. I know that Jez Corden recently said that was a Sarabon thing, but again, this is where I got to be honest. Optics and messaging are your friend. Yep. It looks like an Asha Sharma thing. And I said, that's what she's going to do. She's going to claim everything from the past regime like a new president would. Like, hey, that old president who did some things that were great, that was because of me, actually. Even though, but we're going to pretend like everything else that's bad is happening is because of them. Asha's smart to do that. That's how optics and messaging work. And so that does get people more behind the brand, behind the vision, and get a little more confidence in the decision making. But it's a little more clarity on what they want to be, what their North Star is, which is daily active users. As though like, do they value sales? Do they value this? Do they value that? They want players on their base. Okay, got it. So keep it up to Xbox. I want to just continue to see clear communication, pride in their brand, just being able to not like hide away. Like, no doubt in the last year or so, since Phil and Matt and Sarah shut down a bunch of teams in the summer, they've all just gone collectively offline. I like that Asha's a little more outside. Only thing I'll say is don't keep it up on the parasocial shit. I just don't like the fanboy interactions. It's not healthy. It's not good. It's not going to work out for you long term. Because I think Xbox is well within their rights to not do exclusives. But if you don't do exclusives, those are going to be the people who turn on you just like they did with Phil. And they're going to make it really personal for Asha. And it's not going to be pretty.
Yep.
So otherwise, keep it up, Xbox. The other keep it up, I'm giving it to real quickly, is the Seattle Retro Game Shops. I was out in Seattle, out in the Pacific Northwest, and Seattle has streets with like multiple game shops. I've never seen this before. I was on University Way, right next to the University of Washington, and there's a street that has like a Pink Gorilla Games retro game outlet, and literally directly across the street is another retro game shop called Al's Music and Games. And then down the road a little bit is Hi-Fi Lo-Fi, which is, it has like retro media there too. This is all on one street. And this is like out of a dream for me. I'm like, usually you got to drive all over the fucking place. But here's like one street that's got multiple game shops, vintage stuff everywhere. It's a very vintage driven city. So that was really cool. So I make a whole huge retro rebound video coming out this week about those, but I just want to keep it up to them because I think it's really cool how much they support like the truly like vintage old school vibe in Seattle. Yep. Not like vintage, but we're selling you newly printed clothes that are just weathered a bit, but like actual old school shit, old games, old music, records, that kind of stuff. I bought a promotional Revenge of the Sith t-shirt, dude. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's awesome. So yeah, keep it up to Seattle. Anyway, that's all I've got for us this week.
Nice. Gene, anything for you this week?
Yeah, keep it up to Xbox. Great comms. I think the decision making and the speediness of getting the communications out has been very impressive for a large, massive, bureaucratic, red tape organization like Microsoft. I'm interested in the logistics of that. But my keep it up is actually for Troy Baker. who wants to start a game studio. And me personally knowing him and having talked to him a bunch of times, this is something he's been wanting to do for a long time, for some years now. Because he's talked to me in the past. He's like, dude, I love acting, right? I love that people like love the stories that I'm a part of. But that's the thing that I'm a part of.
Yeah,
he's not the one telling the story. He as Kojima has said, he wanted to be a rock star too. So it's like, for Troy, he wants to be able to create. He wants to make music. He wants to make games. He wants to make his own stuff as opposed to just being a contract actor. And I've seen him at events. He is going to the workshops. He is attending these business workshops on how to become a developer, on how to start these studios. I watch him. He is sitting there taking fucking notes like he's in school again. So he has been doing the work, and I'm proud of him. So I'm excited to see what he does. It'll probably suck,
Sure.
It'll probably suck, most of this shit usually does, from the makers of blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, fucking whatever. But
yeah,
what if it's great?
What if it is? Yeah.
Dude, what if Troy Baker makes like the next great American game?
That'd be awesome. That'd be great.
He doesn't voice it. I mean, it's like, dude, like, why does he have to be the voice for Mouse PI for Hire, man? Like, honestly, like that's how cheap voice actors are. I think people think voice actors like Troy Baker or whoever, Ben Starr, make a lot of money. They don't at all.
Yeah, they probably don't make a ton.
That's how cheap they are, man. Mouse PI for Hire, just an indie game that came out of nowhere a couple years ago. They're like, "Hey, Troy, can you hit this up?" And Troy's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I'll suck your cock for that." Like you'll do anything, dude. Ben Starr's a total fucking whore, dude.
Yeah.
Ben is whoring himself out, but that's because they're not getting a lot of money, man.
Yeah, gotta get work.
Where do they make the money? From fucking conventions to signing pictures and autographs. That's why those fucking autographs are $50 a pop. Because that's how they make their money, not from working with the game.
Yeah.
You think Charlie Cox wants to fucking work with video games again? Fuck no. He barely made any money from that. That's why he only spent 8 hour day working on that, because he knew that it wasn't worth his fucking time.
Something is rising. It's not the Shield Hero wrote in, said hoping I made the cutoff. I have a keep it up for Yoshi P. Thank the 12. We are finally getting same region player matchmaking in Final Fantasy XIV. As someone who started playing last year, it is much needed in order to play older trials and raids. Now I won't have to go to data center jumping in order to find a group. Cheers, gents. Yeah, I echo that. Keep it up. 14, that's good shit. Making improvements that we need. All right. Let's get a game recommendation from the audience for the audience here really quick. Pretty much Satan wrote in. Howdy, boys. I have a game recommendation for this week. If I may, Brad, I think you'll be extra interested. Ground Zero is a retro-inspired fixed camera angle survival horror game that dropped just a week and change ago on consoles and PC. It's got a wacky story, pre-rendered backgrounds, classic tank controls, and plenty of cool environments and gameplay that play homage to the classic 90s survival horror game or genre without feeling too archaic. Thank you for all you do. Happy to see Gene. And remember, if you lather your nutbag in Hellman's mayonnaise, the Cum Drop Fairy will visit you at 4:27 a.m. on the third Wednesday of the month and grant you 3 wishes. Toodle pipes.
Wow. Well, thank you. It feels like you're speaking to me directly, pretty much, Satan. So, yeah, I will remember that for the next time I get some Xbox swag.
Yeah.
my nut rags.
All right, time for Let's Be Friends. Basically, this is a segment where you can, if you're looking for people to play games with, or you just want to share trophies online with someone or compare achievements, this is for you.
Fuck? This is a new segment. What the hell?
It's been on for a little bit, yes. But I guess you guys haven't been on. Damage Mitts wrote and said, "Hey, sexy summoners, just wanted to add my name to the Let's Be Friends section of the show. If anybody would like to take a peek and compare trophies, my PSN is Damaged Mitts. Love you all." Okay, so Damaged Mitts, DAMAGEDMITTS. It's all one word here, it looks like. So go ahead, hit them up if you want to compare trophies and, flex your platinum trophy dicks. I don't know. There you go. All right, Gene. Pragmata. I played a little bit. It's a couple or like 4 hours.
I think it's actually pronounced Pragmata.
Is it Pragmata?
Pragmata, but don't worry because I say Pragmata like all the time too.
Yeah,
it's near Automata, right? Near
Automata. Yeah.
Pragmata. Yeah. Well, anyways, whatever. Either or.
Yeah. All right. So you finished the game. I know that.
You haven't finished it yet, right?
No, I haven't had a chance to go back to play more of it. I do like it.
Yeah, you play like about 3-4 hours, right? How about you, Matty? Have you played it?
Yeah, so I'm just under 10 hours, or just about 10 hours, and I planned on finishing it around my break when I was off in Seattle, but like I said, my laptop situation didn't work out the way I expected with the TVs, so I didn't get to play it at all. So I'm back home, and I'm gonna probably start it up once Paranormasight's fully done again. But what I did play, I loved.
Yeah. You played a chunk of it, and 10 hours is a lot.
Yeah.
I beat the game in around 11 hours.
Oh wow! Okay,
that is a Capcom timer. So maybe the game is like about 15-16 hours, really at the most. I'm
going up with Steam hours, to be clear, by the way. So
Steam hours. Maybe I can check my Steam hours real quick because I did play it mostly on Steam. Let me check it here. Steam hours is 13 hours then. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
13 hours, and that is including probably, so I guess it was 11 hours then. So that includes about like 2 hours of like hunting. And so that's what I love about Pragmata. So Pragmata, if you don't know, is a third-person shooter, the latest by Capcom. And it sold 1 million so far, which is great for a new IP.
Yeah.
And what it is that you are one spaceman with a gun, and you have a robot girl on your back who is hacking. And you are basically essentially controlling two characters at the same time. You are aiming and shooting with Hugh, your boy Hugh, and with Diana, the little girl. You need to lock in with the L trigger, basically, if you're a controller, and then that will open up the hacking menu, which is basically you're using the D-pad to navigate through power-ups, to basically just get through a certain color node, and then once you hit that, then the enemy is able to quote unquote open up, and then you can see their weak spots. They're kind of stunned for a bit, and then that's when the Hughes guns will actually do damage. And that is the very addictive and very crunchy addictive gameplay loop. Yeah. If that doesn't sound like interesting or fun or dynamic or like impactful, this is Capcom we're talking about. Capcom are the goats when it comes to action, when it comes to making impact feel good. And that's what every time you do a successful hack, it always feels like a perfect little punch.
Yeah.
The action slows down a little bit. There's fucking sparks flying. It always feels impactful every single time you solve a quote unquote little mini puzzle. So you kind of have to lock in every time, every little the enemy you go through. But then you get little nodes that you can add into the hacking mechanics. My favorite, of course, is multi-threat. Because man, this game is actually pretty challenging. By the end of the game, this game is throwing all kinds of fucking enemies at you, and you need to crowd control. You need to be dashing. You need to be jumping. There's a lot of like player control that you need to be aware of. Environmental awareness. So that's why multi-threat hacking works, because I can, basically hack a bunch of it and do that. But that's always so satisfying to land. Crash, like it's like every hack feels like a good crash, And what I'm doing now that I've beaten the game, and we won't talk about spoilers, but I thought the story was very cool, very simple, but very moving. The characters really work. My friend Stormfall33, who's a content creator, she fucking hated Diana. She thought the Diana was just going to be some annoying little kid, like,
Yeah.
And then so she just didn't like the game at all for like the first few hours. But then eventually the writing, the connection between Hugh and Diana, the way Diana is written, so charming. It won it over. It was like, damn, this is fucking cute. Actually, this is cool.
Yeah.
So like the more you play the game, like you see the game is really kind of sinking its claws into you in terms of like make you care for these characters, and and it's expressed through gameplay, where you want to protect them. But right now I've beaten the game, and the fun part is that you can just go back and explore everything. There are so many little nooks and crannies, so many little power-ups I haven't gotten, because I did play through the game pretty quickly, obviously. 11 hours, same time as you Matty, but I beat it and you haven't, right? So I actually didn't do a lot of the scouring for power-ups. I actually kind of raw dogged a lot of the action. So that maybe that's why it was pretty hard for me, because like I'm like jumping and like making sure I'm not getting hit, because my health.
I explored so much in this game so
it's
far.
Fun.
Dude.
It's fun. The exploration is fun. It's like it's not. I didn't do it not because it wasn't fun, but because I was actually kind of like locked into the story.
No, dude, I totally get it.
Yeah.
It really is like a game that totally captures you in like one way or the other. Whether it's the loop or for me, I was like, I just want to be in like every corner of this level, because the immediate gratification of the upgrade loop is what got me. I was like, oh, dude, I want to like find everything and go back to my shelter. Like that's what hooked me. Like the story's good, but like that gameplay loop really fucking got me beyond even the hacking. Just that recurrent like fight, loot, go back to shelter, repeat. Just works so well.
That's why I kind of like this game better than Resident Evil 9, to be honest, man.
Yeah, I'm like kind of vibing to that level too. It's so funny you say that. Yeah,
right. I play Resident Evil 9 like 20 times, man. I fucking love that game, but I gave it a 3.5 out of 4 because like there's like some jankiness. The design doesn't quite mesh completely well, as opposed to Pragmata. The design is like it's whole. It's complete. This is a complete game. The upgrade, like you're right. Again, this is Capcom. Capcom are gods of like everything in games, pretty much, other than like I guess open world games and RPGs, right? And Monster Hunter Stories 3 came out, and apparently that's good too. But Capcom are masters of like the upgrade system too. Devil May Cry, Resident Evil, and Pragmata does that so well, man. You get all these little power up nodes, and it's like everything is meaningful. You get different moves. You get different. Every weapon is interesting. That's why like a lot of people like compare this game to like Vanquish. Not because like Vanquish has like the speed. Vanquish is the third-person shooter game made by Shinji Mikami over at Platinum Games. Excellent game. But in that game, you also have to keep switching guns out. You have to keep switching guns out. In Pragmata, you have one pistol that has infinite ammo, but then you also have your back weapons.
Yeah,
and then those like offer different powers, different abilities. You have the left side guns that do damage, like the shotgun. You need the shotgun. You need the rockets, as opposed to the right hand, where those are more stunning mines. A little big ass net that'll freeze enemies in place as you hack them, or basically, or if you just need a breather and you just need to get the fuck away sometimes. So again, the design of this game is so well balanced, and it's like you can tell that they took 6 years to make this, but they really used that 6 years to make kind of almost a perfect game of like everything. It's just immediate. It's just satisfying. Like you said, the exploration isn't that deep, but there are some things that are pretty well hidden, man. Like I actually had to look some shit up. As I'm trying to 100% some stuff, I was like, I did not know how to get there. Because
I found a hidden wall in one spot.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of hidden walls, but this game is also actually making you try to think about the 3D space in general, where it's like, oh, if that looks like a platform and it looks like Hugh can float over there and jump there, you should probably try to go jump there. So it feels almost like Mario, like in terms of like exploration. It's like the developers thought that you might want to go there, and then once you go there, it's like, hey, guess what? There's a power node, man. Go back to the hub and level up that power, or level up that health. It always feels good. I love the hub mechanic too. Like when you think that when you first get there, I was like, oh, that's cool. It's like a little stopover. No, I didn't realize that's where you go back to all the time. And then you find these random Earth memories, right? REM, so right? Yeah. And I think they call it REM because guess what? You're a man on the moon.
Yeah.
You guys know REM?
Yeah, that song, Man on the Moon.
Man on the Moon. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I'm not talking to young folks, but Brad.
I'm old enough. Yeah, I remember.
But yeah, you get these REMs, and then you go back, and then Diana's there. Here's one thing I'll say about the Diana and the discourse and everything like that. Like, I'm not going to touch on all the stupid discourse. There's enough videos on that.
I haven't even paid attention to it. Like, I don't know.
Good. Don't pay attention to it. It's all free.
Correct way to do it. Cares?
Yeah. But I do see people saying, well, Diana doesn't really talk like a little girl. This is not how little girls really talk. For me, I like here's my perspective of Diana. I don't really look at her as a little girl, man. She's a robot.
Yeah,
she's like a little.
The first moment you meet her.
Yeah,
is that even a debate?
Yeah, she's a little robot buddy, you know. So it's like I'm not like maybe your AI brain is humanizing her, but for me, I just think of her as a R2D2, right? I get it. Her hair is flowing so much, her facial expressions are there to trick you, but for me, I just like having a little robot buddy to help me out. And
it's also like
a
media literacy test. Like it's a game so much about like 3D printing failing and like trying to replicate the authentic thing but failing to, and Diana is such a great recreation of a human, but you're not supposed to like she's like the disconnected part of all that. Everything else is falling apart, but she's like the one well put together thing, but underneath it all she's fake, but she doesn't act that way. Like it's the whole point of the game. So it's like at least the theming in the story. Like
and then of course you're supposed to get attached to Diana and you want to protect her, you know, and that's why the people joke that Pragmata is yet another entry in the glad dad genre, right? As opposed to
Sad Dad.
Joel, I'm gonna fucking kill everybody that touches my daughter. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Versus Donkey Kong and Hugh going, hey, get behind me, you know, or hey, I'm gonna watch out for you, kid. Don't worry, you know. So
he was also not very tragic, which is hilarious. Like he's just like
Hugh.
Yep. Like I grew up with a great family.
Oh yeah.
He's like I was adopted, but I had a great family.
He was adopted. Yeah. He grows up to be well adjusted. He's nothing like Joel. Like he's got his shit together. He's talking to Diana well. You know, he's teaching her the things. Totally good positive vibes. You know, so it's like it feels good, man. The enemy design of this game is fucking sick, dude. Like I don't know why I didn't expect that. But like again, this is kind of like Devil May Cry team. Like this is an offshoot of the Devil May Cry team. They're gonna have some wacky fucking people, and wacky monsters in there. You know, including like big scary robot with like multiple hands. Like the boss design is fucking awesome. Oh, the boss design is so cool. And you know, and then when I'm playing the game, like when I'm like jumping over like certain lasers and like dodging everything like that, I'm like, I actually am playing a Mega Man game, because in Mega Man you're always jumping over projectiles, and that's the only way you can avoid it. That's the only way you can get through the fight, is that you got to jump and you got to move, navigate in between bullets, and it's like that's exactly what you do in Mega Man. So it's like, damn, they kind of made a Mega Man game here, actually, despite the fact that it actually isn't a Mega Man game, but it kind of gave me like, man, this is kind of like what a 3D Mega Man might feel like, kind of.
Sure. Someone did make a Mega Man mod. I just had to look it up real quick.
Oh yeah, is there a Mega Man mod?
They changed Hugh to Mega Man.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
But it's not like classic Mega Man. It's like this mecha outfit.
That's cool. Whatever. Just paint him blue. That's all they need. You know, paint him blue, and we're good. And then the funny thing is that Hugh gets some cool suits that kind of look like other characters.
Yeah.
One suit looks like metal. Straight up looks like Metal Arms, that old game. Another one looks like Master Chief. So it's fun. Diana gets a whole bunch of cute suits too. I basically just have her in like a NASA space astronaut outfit, which is dope. And I've been playing this game on PC. So if for folks who don't know, I actually just bought a 5080 powered PC.
Wow, nice.
So I've been playing Pragmata. So I didn't want to. I got a review code for Pragmata on PS5 and PS5 Pro, but I did play it for a bit on PS5 Pro. I was like, oh, cool, ray tracing looks good, right? No, I bought a 5080 for that path tracing, baby. I play Pragmata with path tracing. Oh my god, that's fucking gorgeous.
Looks so good. Yeah.
And I'm a huge fan of the Resident Evil lab, the Resident Evil remake lab aesthetic. Because if you remember in the original games, Resident Evil, the labs are pretty run down and dirty
most of the time. Yeah,
but the remakes turn them into Nest, and they're like all these slick hallways, these white hallways, very medical, like a hospital. Pragmata is just a whole game of just that.
It is. I was thinking of Resident Evil a lot playing through Pragmata environment wise. Definitely.
Yeah. So it's like I love the environments. Of course, there's New York City environment as well, but like a lot of biomes, because you know they're 3D printing all kinds of weird biomes in the game. So it's fun. Not too long. Doesn't outstay its welcome. Really fun to go back to in terms of finding everything. That's when I'm kind of I kind of stopped doing that because I'm kind of playing Tomodachi Life right now a lot. But I definitely want to go back and power up Hugh all the way to up, and there's a true ending to the game. After you unlock everything, I just looked that up. I was like, I don't care. I kind of just want to know. Sure. So that killed. I guess that definitely killed my motivation to get 100%. But it's like it kind of didn't though. It killed my motivation to get 100% now, which I wanted it to do. I was like, I don't want 100% this game right now. I have to play other games. But when you see the ending, and because I'm definitely gonna go back because I want to feel a powered up Hugh, and I want to hit that new game plus. Because again, I enjoyed the story. I'm excited to go through the story again with all my powers, with all my abilities, and I can just sail through and just enjoy New Game Plus and enjoy the story. But highly recommend Pragmata. I think it's now an easy game of the year contender. I think in any year. I straight up like it better than Resident Evil 9. That's crazy for me to say, but I think it is. If I don't like it better than Resident Evil 9, I think it is absolutely definitely a better game than Resident Evil 9.
Yeah, it has. It's so refreshing is really how I would describe it. Not just like it brings back some old ideas, which I saw we have a write-in, Brad, so I won't jump into that too much. But it brings back some old ideas, but the shooting and the hacking is so new. It just adds that moment-to-moment decision-making and like taking your eye off the enemy that you know is walking to you. Well, like what hack do I want to hit? How many nodes do I want to hit on the way? Do I want to hit them with like 2 different hacking nodes? And just how it turns more and more, like as you progress in the game, more and more nodes get added in, and that decision becomes tougher. Even when you get things like auto hacking, it's still like you really got to think it out.
Auto hacking is fun. Yeah. And then you get deletion protocol, which is like an even stronger like mega bomb or whatever, you know.
It's so refreshing, and it really takes just what is effectively simple weak point shooting in third person, which we've seen before. Like, oh, you shoot them in the head, they do this. You shoot them in the leg, they do this, which is fine. But then it turns into, well, hack them first, and then also that'll open up new weak spots. And if you hit those, it'll do double damage. And if you hit those weak spots with like a decode hacking node activated, you'll do like triple damage to them. If you've upgraded it, and you can upgrade that by getting X, Y, and Z. It's just like, it's crazy deep. It really is. It's it's very approachable. It's complex though. It's new. And I think that's probably why for me in my brain, like I platinumed Resident Evil Requiem, and I played it not as many times as Gene. I played it like 5 times. I forgot the number, but like I played it a lot. Like I love that. That's easily in my game of the year conversation. But like Pragmata was the moment I went, okay, Capcom's one of my favorite developers now, because they've delivered for a while, and I know that, but like this is what consistent delivery gets you. Like I've grown up with Capcom games, primarily like it was Mega Man. Like I grew up with the early 2000s era of Mega Man, so I was playing some of the later X games, like unfortunately X7, but really X8.
X7, damn, dude.
Yeah, X7 was ass. Well. Yeah, it was really Battle Network that brought me in, though. Battle Network's, but like that's what Capcom was for me. Like was those kind of early Mega Man games, and I fell in love with them there. I missed out on DMC. I didn't play DMC until 4. I was Resident Evil. My first was 5. Like so, I didn't have the growth with Capcom like a lot of people did, because I got into gaming at a little bit of a later time than others. And so there were a lot of series I missed, and I got into their later entries that were out of sync with their identity. So then it required me going back into like the Resident Evil catalog and learning about these older games. And like, that's where this continuous delivery works well, because they've caught me up. And now I have this deep appreciation for everything they've made in games like Pragmata, just because of my loyalty to them. I'm like, well, they haven't missed. Like, certainly I got to give this a shot. And so when you look at Resident Evil, Monster Hunter Stories, Pragmata, all in the same quarter, by the way. Dude, that's fucking incredible.
Onimusha's coming out this year too.
Yeah, they're the only they posted we're not done yet. I'm like, you don't see anyone doing this right now.
They're the only company that's doing this right now. They're the only company that's doing this right now.
Like they just got it so
other than like
out.
Nintendo with Nintendo cheats because they're great, but like Capcom is like the only one that's doing it.
Yeah, they really got it figured out. And beyond like the optics and the economics of it, it's just like, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Like Resident Evil is a perfectly run franchise. It perfectly ran, you know, like here are your remakes to tide you over. Here's your new mainline thing that absolutely fucking bangs. And we're going to see you next year for another remake.
I guarantee you that Square Enix is looking at what they're doing with Resident Evil. Is like, man, we are fucking up Final Fantasy, because look at Resident Evil. Resident Evil is bigger than ever. Resident Evil sells so much more than Final Fantasy. It's ridiculous. You know?
Exactly. And it's a shame. I want Square Enix path to success is it could be very similar. Like I think it's going to be long delayed now, but I think if they start just studying the Capcom playbook and go like, okay, we're going to do that. You know, by 2030 we'll be like, yo, Square Enix, bro. Like no doubt about it.
Oh, I hope, man. God,
Yeah. Like,
Kingdom
but obviously,
Hearts 4.
Capcom also hires world class talent. There's also that they've lost people like Hideaki Itsuno, I think his name was, the guy who was like on DMC5 and usually when that type of talent leaves, you're like, oh fuck. But like they've just kept going and so they're clearly good at identifying, hiring, and maintaining talent too, because as they lose some people, they still are putting out great stuff. So that's also something that's really won me over. I'm like, dude, anything they do now, like I'm Onimusha, like I've not played the originals, but I was already in on Onimusha because of the combat. I'm like, the thing that they're doing so well is they're rethinking common gameplay conventions. Like here's third person shooting, but with hacking, and it works really well. Onimusha is like, here's a third person action game, but you guys have seen the gameplay. I think Brad, you've played it.
No,
I played it too.
You haven't yet? Okay.
Oh, I played it then. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the environment is so interactable. Like you're just throwing like dudes in the tables, you're flipping everything over. It's like a complete bar fight.
Blocking with the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
And I'm just like, oh, this is going to like be that thing that works with your brain so well, where it's like, if you see it, you can use it. And that can be like really effective, I think, for people. So they're just rethinking these things. Or again, Resident Evil Requiem went back to an idea that they failed at, which was 6. They're like, can we do action and horror in the same game? And it's like, yes, you can with the right characters and the right story. You absolutely can. And they nailed that too. So Pragmata is just like another item on the list, but no doubt. But it feels like by the end of the year, I might have. I'm not going to play Monster Hunter Stories 3. It's just not the JRPG I'm really looking to play right now. But I could see by the end of this year, if they're on this trajectory, Onimusha looks like it's going to be another. It's like I'm going to have 3 Capcom games in my top 10. Like that's crazy to think about.
That's dope.
You know? And if I really wanted to include remasters, I throw in the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection, which got overlooked in all of this by a lot of people. But like they did they spared no effort on that. They did a tremendous job with that game.
Yeah, so I overlooked that game too. Yeah, I should check it out. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, if you like Battle Network, I think Star Force is like a little bit more mature take in a lot of ways. And
I will check
better
it out
story, and
I will get it.
You'll be impressed with like the ways they rethought a DS game on consoles and make it work. Like they added voice acting too. Like again, they spared no effort. They did a really good job.
That shit right away.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. Okay,
so
thank you for the reminder. Yes.
Of course. Yeah. And there's also less games. Like I was gonna say Battle Network's is like 6 games in a package. It's a lot. This is 3. So there's a little bit more. Like it's palatable.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Matty, also for your evangelism of Dragon's Dogma 2. Like I see you defending Dragon's Dogma 2 even in light of Crimson Desert. And it's like I think you understand Dragon's Dogma 2 more than most people. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean yeah, when people started to say like Crimson Desert, Dragon's Dogma 2, I was like, guys, like, we can these two can be excellent games, which they are in their own ways, but like I'm not getting down with this this new revisionist history on Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm like, I'll wait for Capcom to do the Dark Arisen and watch you all come back in and go, oh, dude, this shit's so great. It's like, yes, I will see you there.
I stand by my opinion on that game.
Well, Brad, let me ask you one question. Did you get the true ending for Dragon's Dogma 2? Okay.
I did.
Okay. All right. Well, then I stand down.
I respect Brad's takes. I know Brad's all about, but this like blatant shitting on Dogma 2.
No, I don't think Dragon's Dogma 2 is a bad game at all. I think it's a good game. Yeah.
No, you played the whole game. Then I stand down. Yeah.
It just didn't do enough new for me, I guess.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I get that. For me, I have to admit, and this might be very average Joe of me, but like with Dogma 2, I'm like, you know what, dude? Like no one's doing what Dragon's Dogma 1 did anyway. Give me the second one, better, bigger, prettier. Sure. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah. I will say though that because Dogma 1 had so much work done on it, plus Dark Arisen adding in like this whole end game, I get why some people felt there wasn't enough there. But I also like that there's so much consequence to Dragon's Dogma 2 that I just don't think it's celebrated enough. I'm like, dude, they fucking wall you off of content if you're not quick. They're like, oh yeah, that side quest. It's not like you can do that in 40 hours. Like that's going to expire.
Yeah. Did you get the riddle wrong? Well, fuck you. You're done.
Yeah. The game doesn't care about you.
Up, you know,
they went a little far with the Dragon's Plague. I still think that's like the funniest shit they've done, where they're just like, yeah, what if we nuke the whole town 30 hours in and they just can't continue? And some guy just rubbed his hands together. He's like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to not tell them about this either. Now they do. They've adjusted all of that.
Yeah, that's a devious thing. That's why Crimson Desert is like, no, we want everything to be fairly convenient for you, especially now with the updates. And we'll talk about that.
Yeah, the updates have kind of...
Dragon's Dogma is like, no, fuck you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It really does.
You wanted a mouse? No. How about no? You get no mouse at all.
Figure it the fuck out.
Mouse are even built into this game, you motherfucker. You don't even have animation sets for
Get running, bitch.
Yeah, start running, bitch.
Yeah. Matty Kurielowski wrote and said, "Hello, gang. Great to see Gene back. Pragmata feels PS3 era in its design and length. What do you think contributes to this retro feeling? And what would you like to see come back from that era? Hope you guys are all doing well." All right, so why is this?
I think it's the weapon management for me. The fact that you got to keep you got to keep thinking about the next weapon that you got to pick up, as opposed to like, oh, let me invest in this weapon, let me upgrade this weapon. Versus, and you're still doing that. You're upgrading how powerful the shotgun is. You got to do that, but at the same time, you got to. It's a little bit like Halo, honestly, right? Like you got to keep switching your weapons out, and you got to adapt to the times.
Yeah,
but that's what I like about it.
Deep level design for me, like. Back then, those games couldn't all be huge open worlds or hubs. And it's fine that some games have progressed into that. But I like that this game gives you like 5 zones, I believe the number is. And they're like, hey, these zones can be pretty spacious, but a lot of them are like corridors. They're very like palatable, where you can walk into a room and see like 3 different ways to go. But it's not like there's 15 or there's endless content.
Yep.
So it's like got depth, but there's a bottom that you hit. And there's quick ways to pop out of that so that you can go back to the shelter, which isn't this sprawling environment, like get your own town. It's like, here's a room and this room levels up and everything that you get in this game levels up. So I just think like that level design works really well because they're really focused on, okay, we have this limited space and how much can we pack within that, rather than, well, we have all this power. Let's like, we want to put this here. Let's just put it all the way out there. You know, like this game has a level completely built around the idea of New York City. And instead of building it wide, it builds it tall. And that gives it a lot of rooms that you find, hidden alleyways that you find, rooftops that you find, all with their own secrets. And that's what works for me. And that feels like that era. You know, I think of games like Rage, where you drive around this open map and then you go into like a building and the buildings are just full of collectibles. Like, you know, that really works for me. It always has. It never really quite went away. It's why I always preferred like what Obsidian did with their hubs, where Outer Worlds really worked for my brain, where it's like you can see all the content there. And I think these games get rewarded more than people have given credit for. Dishonored's another one. You know, here's Dunwall. When you go into Dishonored 1, the city of Dunwall, and there are like apartment buildings that you can go into, mansions that you can go into. Dishonored 2 carries that even further. That is an absurdly deep game, but it's again something that you can sit on a rooftop and kind of see everything that you can get to, but it's got the depth of like hidden rooms and whatnot. So that's what I think about with Pragmata. It's really just like excellent level design, and it just makes you want to, because you can reach and touch everything, and then what's there in each of those rooms is so rewarding. It just infinitely works for me, dude. So that's why I love the game, but also I just wish, you know, more games would do that. Like I think there's an appeal that I'm sure Gene will talk about with Crimson Desert, where it's like, yeah, this game's just boundless. It's gone to the other extreme so much that it's very impressive. But Pragmata goes back to kind of basic conventions, and I think it's all the better for it. You know, more games that benefit to being thought about like this, where it's like, hey, we only have this much budget. How do we operate like that? So,
yeah, I agree with you. I think a big part of it, like you said, is scale, about how they handle everything, the length of the game, like you said, the environments to explore. I also think it feels like a game to me that they came up with the idea of the hacking. Then they're like, let's build a game around this almost. It reminds me of like a Nintendo game in that way, or something like that, where this idea came first and they kind of just built it around that. Obviously, the game went through development hell, so.
Great point, though.
I think things changed.
Yeah, but it is a great point. And honestly, kudos to them. They built a really amazing world around it. I mean, it's the only part of the game that feels a little bit like, oh, this was a little bit in development hell, because it's about like AI and 3D printing and futuristic society and how it's like, it feels very like current time, you know. But like back when this game was first revealed in 2020, they were like, oh, we're sitting on gold when this shit arrives. Like it's going to be this clairvoyant thing. Like if we played this in 2022, you know, I think we'd be talking about Pragmata for a long while, because we'd be like, this game's so good. And then as it becomes more relevant over time, you know, but yeah, it's impressive that you don't even feel the development hell in it. Otherwise, like it's. Just,
I didn't feel that at all. Like you feel the development hell, and like of course, Matty, you and I know Dragon Age Veilguard. Like you feel the old bones of the old recipe in there, and it's like you know, like Whereas like and even in Resident Evil 9, you can absolutely see the old bones of like the open world Raccoon City game that they had in there.
So true. It's
and then they retrofit Leon's section in there, Whereas Pragmata is like, I don't see anything. All I see is fucking good ass graphics, man.
Yeah, they probably restarted. Like that'd be my guess.
Yeah, I think they did because it took 6 years for it to come out after it got revealed about.
Yeah, it's like, why don't we just make some 5 or 6 good ass levels? How about that? And it's like, great job, you did.
Yeah. All right, final game, Crimson Desert. Gene, you've been playing.
Where do I even go with this game? How much have you guys played now? Because I know both of you have
played. Stopped at 26 hours.
46 hours?
26. I haven't played more.
How about you, Matty?
Stopped around 30. I have a lot of thoughts on this game. I want to keep going, but I have a lot of thoughts on just like where it's at, what it's become so quickly as well, that also has me feeling a certain way. So
do you have questions on what it's, because I've been playing every update now. So the game has been updated like 4 or 5 times since launch, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I kind of want to just hear your experience thus far, kind of where you stand now.
I am at 200 hours at Crimson Desert now. Nice. I beat the game at 100 hours, so I'm I'm deep into post game right now. I am at the point that Paul Tassi, contributor over at Forbes, is at where I don't have a lot of people to fight left anymore. I kind of killed the whole map. Yeah. There is like 1 or 2 abandoned camps that I haven't bothered to touch, and I don't touch them because who fucking cares, you know? But like all the major areas are pretty much cleared out. There's a whole section. I don't know if you guys see the southeast section where there's a whole war raging around in there. Have you been there to that?
I haven't been there. I actually played that part though, like a year or 2 ago.
Okay, so not even a spoiler, but yeah, there's a big battlefield of like all kinds of shit going around. That's all been gone, you know. So it's like, so right now, like I'm mostly like picking up materials to build my mech. You can build 2 Metal Gear style mechs. One is a regular mech that's basically a tank that just takes out everything, and one is like a little Metal Gear style walker that's a mount that you can walk around in. I have my dragon. My dragon doesn't have armor in it. I have my legendary wolf mount as well. My build. What's interesting is that the end game building, like people are always asking, like, oh, I want transmog for my outfits, right? You don't actually need transmog. Transmog is already there. Everything you pick up in the game, every piece of armor and sword in the game is the same power level, the same defense level. 1 or 2 points might be off in terms of attributes. Maybe one sword will give you 1 more crit rate. Then if they do that, if they give you 1 crit rate, then they'll take off 1 point of damage off there. So it's like very, very equalized. The build craft comes in the abyss gear that you get, which is basically materia. It's literally you're slotting in materia into your weapons and armor. So that right there, I'm basically at end game build where I am able to kind of craft any kind of material I want. So I have maximized my damage. So like I have +9 like damage on my sword right now, which is the maximum we can go on the sword. And I'm like 1-shot, 2-shotting like things now, like the regular guys. But the bosses themselves are still challenging. But right now, in terms of updates, I'm waiting for the re-blockade mechanic, where you can fill the forts back up with bandits or warriors or whatever like that, so you can go there and challenge. There's a lot of weapon challenges that you need to finish the game, and if you kill everybody, you don't really have anyone to challenge. It's not like the enemy, the camp is the world is completely devoid of enemies. You'll still see stragglers on the road here and there, and some monsters here and there. But like it's never like the fights will last like a minute at most, you know, as opposed to like any kind of extended like way you can fight. So that's kind of like the issue I'm at right now. But again, this is 200 hours in. I only just hit this part right now where I'm just like, oh, okay, I did just kill everybody. So now I'm waiting for them to update it around. But in terms of my impressions in the game, I still could not love this game anymore. This is immediately, or not immediately. It took a long time to get there, but now it is easily one of my top 5 games of the 2020s. I like it better than I like it straight up better than Elden Ring. I think I'm not saying it's a better game than Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a much better designed game, completely front to back, right? But if you ask me which game I would rather play for the rest of my life, it would be Crimson Desert. And that kind of goes back to my earlier complaint about FF14 and how addicting it is. I've been kind of no life in Crimson Desert for the past few weeks, where it's like I'm just completely absorbed in it. I can't stop fucking playing it. Like it is actually to the detriment of a lot of other things in my life right now. I'm just unfortunately, it's my job to play it, and I will be. I am ready to write a review on it, and it's gonna be a long ass review. And I did interview Pearl Abyss, so I have some nice, fun little nuggets on there about how they developed this and what they've been doing for the past few weeks, which has been really interesting. And again, I think the story of the game right now is that the fact that they've been patching this game so much. Yeah, so like that's kind of like Crimson Desert has made me into a Bethesda, not a hater, but like Starfield just came out with his Terran Armada update and its Free Lanes update, right? And both of those things, as a Starfield fan, Matty, as you know, were things I was looking forward to for a very, very long time. I was very, very excited for Starfield update. I played the Starfield update and I'm flying around my spaceship in the Free Lanes update. Finally, we can just fucking fly around planets with my little spaceship that I made. My R-Wing, my Starfox R-Wing that I built into Starfield, right? I'm flying around in it and it's like, okay, this is cool. But you know how long it took for Crimson Desert for me to ride a legendary bear? It took them 3 days to put that shit in there. Yeah. I waited 3 years for me to be able to move my spaceship around in the spaceship.
Oh my God, what's happened?
It's okay. I was fine with it at first, but now that I see Crimson Desert and its fucking black space engine, and they're like, oh shit, we didn't know that people wanted to ride the legendary Silver Wolf. Well, guess what? Give us a couple of days. Well, here you go.
Give us a couple of days. It's so crazy.
By the way, it's fucking free, by the way. Free.
Yeah.
Ubisoft would take a year for you to be able to ride a legendary mount, and they'll sell that shit for $15.99 at the least, if anything.
Yeah.
That'd be a $20 DLC. So that's where I'm at with Crimson Desert, where Crimson Desert is just basically like, and the game is completely fucking changed now, man. Like
that's the thing. Yeah.
The earlier reviews of like, oh man, storage is like a little like tough right now because you only had like the maximum storage spots you had at the beginning of the game when the game started was 240. You can only carry 240 things total in the game. Now it is almost limitless, bro. There are separate storage boxes for your food, for your wardrobe, for your craftables, and the craftable boxes can be infinite. Basically, you can just make more craftable boxes. Each craftable box holds 1,000 slots in there. That's not including the food that has its own slots. It's a cooler. It's a refrigerator, bro. I made a literal refrigerator in Crimson Desert where I can store my vegetables of the fucking farm that I have right now. And I expanded the farm to the new city. So now there's double the land. So now I'm growing all kinds of apples and grapes and shit that I can put into my fucking fridge. And like that can go up to 1,000 slots too. And the wardrobe, like I don't have to carry the armor around anymore. Like it's all just there. So it's like this game has a lot of loot and you can just keep it all now. It's so awesome.
Nice.
What else have they changed? Like everything. Just the controls, the moves that they've updated. That like people had that stabby air thing that people were using as a hack to navigate around the world. So they took that out, but they gave you they made it a little bit more limited. But they introduced a whole new animation that makes the stab looks even fucking cooler. I have re-rolled a new character and I started the game at the beginning, and it's so much easier to just run through once you know, and with all the quality of life updates that they've done. Like the first 8 hours of trouble basically just shrinks down to like 2 hours now. It's like it'll take 2 hours for the game to get good now at this point. And the game kind of is good already at the start. You just have to like get through like maybe the first 30 minutes for like weird tutorials and everything. As you all both went through, you got the glider, right? Like that shit was like awkward.
Yeah,
that's still there, but once you get past that, then the game is like pretty much smooth sailing from there. But I don't know where else to go with this. In terms of, I actually ended up liking the story more by the end of it. Cool. I feel like once it's like an MMO. Like once you understand what the world is doing, and once you understand the different cultures and the different regions, the story starts to make a lot more sense. The story starts to click together and you're like, oh, I understand these conflicts. I understand why this person is doing this. I understand what I need to do to stop it. I understand where, like, for example, the robots that you see all over the place, there's an actual lore reason for that. And it's pretty interesting and it's fascinating. And you go to some cool places to figure that shit out. And there's so much to do, man. Like I found an abandoned chocolate factory in the middle of nowhere.
That's cool.
And so I cleared it out full of enemies, and then guess what? The workers started to come back, and they're like, "Oh man, but the chocolate factory is like down." So it's like you find the instructions to boot the chocolate factory back up. So like I'm running around this factory pulling levers and like pouring chocolate into like different vials and everything like that per the instructions. Guess what? By the end of that whole like puzzle, it's basically a cool little puzzle, like environmental puzzle. Once you finish it, I have a backpack that makes infinite chocolate.
Ooh,
that's cool.
Infinite food, infinite food source, basically, and it just popping chocolate in my little backpack as I walk around and find other cool shit. So there is just so much weird, cool, fun shit going on in there, that like I can barely describe, honestly. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a game that has so much personality to it that I have yet to find. Like I hear people's stories and I'm like, yeah, sick, dude. That fucking, like what Gene just said makes me want to go play it. But anytime I play it, I'm just like, shit's so generic at times, bro. Like I just really am wrestling with it. Like I love parts of it, but they've also kind of, I haven't played since some of these updates, but I'm also a little bit worried they may have neutered things that I did like about it. For example, some of the encounters weren't balanced super well when I first started playing with like the Dust Devil boss, I think is what it's called. Very early game boss
or whatever.
Reed Devil, thank you.
Yeah, the Dust Devil sounds about right too. Yeah.
I think Dust Devil was like Fallout or something. So yeah, there's where my brain's at. The Reed Devil boss, like this is really early game, but like when I first played it, I mentioned in my impressions after like 10 hours, I was like, yeah, like you could feel some encounters weren't like tuned the best. They were a little confusing or like a little bit like they were just going at you hard in these areas where you're like climbing up a hill, but there's like 40 enemies around you. You got to find these totem poles. Like there was stuff like that I think could be done better. And they tuned that right where when I beat it, I was like, that felt good. Like that was awesome. But then like I was away from the game for a little bit and they're like, okay, so like we just have like 3 set difficulties now. I'm like, oh, really? But I was like, I kind of liked that the game was a little challenging and, was let me use my move set. I also felt a little bit of like, I need to disconnect from the game and just take it at my own pace. This is going to sound really like annoying to me. And so I totally admit it, but there's just some comparisons to this game that were, I was like, I don't see where you, like when people are like I argue with Locke about this like 3 different times now when he's like, it's the next Skyrim. I'm like, no, it's not. It's like, no. Like I just can't take that. I can't stand that take because I think Skyrim has a very immediate magic to it that I have yet to really, like it didn't take me 30 hours to be like, all right, I see the things I really like about Skyrim. Like Skyrim was like hour 1. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Like I stepped out of that shitty cave dungeon where the tutorial was. And I was like, oh yeah. I can just go
and then you see the tomb in the distance and you're like, okay. And you know, you didn't go there. And the mountain looks awesome. Right. And you go to the first town and like, there's a lot of guidance that's just so much better.
I say this to be honest with the audience that I admit I am part of the problem as in, I understand what people are saying to me versus what I'm experiencing is starting to really clash. And I need to just systematically reset to take this game in fairly. I still fully intend to do a final verdict video on it. But right now I'm just like way too like, number one, the game is so in flux that I'm like, I mentioned this in a bunch of my news updates. I was like, I think I'm going to wait. I kept saying, I think I'm going to wait. And now they've like, so dramatically transformed this and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna like hold for a little bit now. I don't know when's a good time to get in. It reminds me a little bit about Cyberpunk kept getting updated so much that I was waiting for CD Projekt Red to be like, we're done, and they finally said, yeah, we're done. And so now it's safe to replay. But I feel like anytime I wanted to dive into a Cyberpunk replay, they're like, actually, we're like finally adding this quality of life thing that you've been asking for, and like, or we're adding more meat to the otherwise like great experience we have here. Like here's cars and you can have like weapons on these cars now. That sort of, so like, and that adds so much to that game, like the car collectible thing, getting skins, at least for me, it does. So it's like, oh man, I wish I had that during my playthrough. Like I need some level of stability of knowing things will be like roughly the same. And what I struggle with the most is if I knew this game wasn't so bottomless, like being 30 hours in and being kind of a little bit unsold on things, I'm sitting there like, okay, I can either keep going and spend like 100 hours of my life on something that I walk away from knowing the experience and like being able to talk about that, but not being able to really remember anything like of actual substance about the game, which is kind of where I'm veering right now. Or I can kind of let it change into whatever it's going to end up being and then dive back in and just talk about whatever that game is. I'm really approaching it from like a player point of view, but it's really hard for me to commit that many hours to a thing that I enjoy, but I'm just not reaping the enjoyment that I see. So like I hear Gene, Paul Tassi, Locke, like this shit is fucking amazing, bro. And I'm sitting there like, it's solid. Like it's got a lot of problems though. You know,
and that's story. That's hard.
No, because I don't give a fuck about Skyrim story
not,
either.
Maybe not so much the story, but like the like you said, like it's generic. So like the culture and the atmosphere of it. Is
When I say story in this case, I am talking more about the world. Like,
sure, yeah, I don't
care about the world and the lore as much right now as I would like to. I will say what did improve my opinion a little bit was doing the Greymane's quest. Just getting to know some of the people that you're supposed to care about. Again, because where I look at Skyrim, and that's what it's become where I want to keep playing because I'm trying to understand myself through this game now. It's like, okay, I don't give a fuck about Skyrim story. So why the hell did that game hold my attention?
Yes.
Like I know some people will go, well, Bethesda fan, but it's like, no, not even. Like that's one of the best games ever made. Like what, as a narrative-led guy, why does that not matter to me with that game? I've never had to ask that to myself before. So why does it matter suddenly for Crimson Desert? Which, by the way, I said before launch like 4 different times to my audience. I was like, yo, like I'm expecting jack shit with this story. And so I was like, why can't I care about this world? And I'm still figuring that out. I don't think I have an answer yet. I'm just like, I think it's just some fantasy jargon, you know, like Dragon's Dogma as well. I asked myself that question. At least that I have an answer for. I'm like, I don't care about, like, it's all like, you know, pray tell, like it's that type of fantasy, but your pawns are there. Like, that's what I care about. I'm like, I like watching them react to the world. And I like the people I sign into my party telling me about this world. That makes me care. So I think what's gotten me to care most about Crimson Desert are the boss fights. Like they're really awesome and fun and interesting and different. And like, just each one is like, oh shit. Like I had one, it was a main story boss. It had me like flying up in the air and then like hitting it while I was in midair, and like no other boss functioned like that. Yeah.
One of the worst boss fights I've done in a long time.
But it worked with my brain a little bit more. I was like, oh, this is like different. Like, okay, now I'm seeing it.
I don't mind different, but it's got to be good different. Not,
I don't know
if it was the same fight you did. I don't know if it was.
Yeah, it sounds like it because it wasn't elegant. It was just like, oh, this is a different idea. And I'm looking, I hate to say it because I really am like I've never given the game this much grace. Most times I'd be like, yeah, sorry guys, like, you know, not for me, but I just know there's something here for me because
but that means that you made it to the mage school though, right? The Scholastic or whatever, right? Yeah.
Amazing environment too. Like,
yeah, you didn't think that going to that environment was kind of cool because that was when that was the moment when the game was finally started to get into me, where I was like, oh, it's interesting that this mage school is like hidden behind like this valley that I gotta like go through and everything like that. And then when I merge into it, like it's like there's this town and then the school is up on the cliff and the hillside, and they're like, no, the school's over there, and I'm just like, whoa, the world building here is like interesting. Yeah, here's what I love about Crimson Desert that maybe a lot of people like miss, right? And that I don't like about Bethesda games, basically, right? And like this is where I do agree with Bethesda is quote unquote outdated, right?
Yeah.
When you go to the what's the capital city in Starfield? What's it called again? New Atlantis, right? New Atlantis, right? When you go to New Atlantis is supposed to be the fucking hub of like humanity, right?
Yeah.
And then when you go there, it's 3 high-rise apartment buildings, right? In Skyrim, when the war between the blah blah blahs and the blah blah blahs like occur, or like even if like remember in Oblivion when you're attacking the Oblivion gates, right? This is the war of Oblivion, and it's like really... it's like 8 guys, right? Yeah. It's like, and then the civil war in Skyrim is like 12 dudes like on the battlefield at the most, and it's over with, right?
Yeah, totally.
In Crimson Desert, when there's a war, there are thousands of people there. When there's a mage school, like the mage school in Skyrim, it's like a veranda. It's like a little hub area. And there's like some old guys around there, and then here's the library, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the mage school in Crimson Desert is like, no, there's a fucking town here, and then here's the fucking building where the school is, and the school is about as big as you would expect a university to be.
Yeah.
As somebody who loves Xenoblade Chronicles, who did like Final Fantasy XIV quite a bit, I like that MMO scale finally applied to a large single player game like this.
Yeah,
I think like when I'm in the battlefield, it's like it actually does feel like I'm pushing forward. So like there are like platoons of my own soldiers like going down the hill, and as I'm running to join them, the audio of their screams is getting louder as I'm running to join them. So it's like there's so much immersive audio visual storytelling that is happening in real fucking time, man. So that's like when I go to the robot bug hill part where there are orcs and robots and humans all fighting each other at the same time in real time in front of me. That's like, for me, that's the story happening in real time, and I've just never seen that before. That has just never happened before in any game I've seen, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I think for me, it's maybe interactivity. Like the stuff you described with the towns, they're very impressive in scale and in simulation.
Sure.
Like watching them look around and do stuff. Like I remember someone pointed out on Twitter, there was like a marching army that came through that like very few people had actually seen. Like, I think that's awesome.
I didn't even see that shit either. Yeah. I've never seen that.
But I love how alive
that's also a story moment though, because they are marching to the war. That's a story moment. That's a story moment.
Missable. See, that's cool.
It is happening because the war is happening and they're fucking going off. That shit is happening in real time. The story is the war is about to happen, so everyone's fucking leaving the town to go there. That's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah,
like I've never seen that before in a game. Cyberpunk, Starfield, Skyrim, never been before.
I think it's the lack of interactivity though. It's like you see, and it's an action adventure game, so it's not. It's not an RPG where you should be able to talk with everyone, but I think that is what would pull me in more than what feels at times like a little bit of window shopping. Like you have your set vendors, you find them. Otherwise, everyone's just kind of marching around. Though I do like that you could just fucking Red Dead Redemption bulldoze into anyone. They'll fucking react and be like, yo, what the hell, dude? Like just run into someone with their horse and they'll call you like a cunt or whatever and just have you be on your way. Like, you know, that shit's awesome. So again, like a lot of, it's only amplified how I felt in my impressions. When I gave impressions at 10 hours, which is like really nothing. I mentioned in my video, I was like, yeah, it's just like something right now. It was a lot of like, I am so close to falling in love with the game at the same time as just being so close to being uninstalling it and washing my hands of it because there was so much friction. They've reduced some of the friction with that. They've reduced some of its personality. And beneath all of that, I have yet to become attached to anything with the game. But yet there are things that I really like about it. Combat's fun. I love just ripping RKOs and hand-to-hand combat and people. I love that shit. Like I just love beating people up in video games. That's fun as hell. This game has a lot of good just beat 'em up energy.
It does.
The world is obviously awe-inspiring. You know, there are really sick boss fights. So there are these things that capture me. But there's also a world with a lot of exploration. And I haven't given a single shit about anything I found so far. I haven't been like captured by anything. Like a chocolate factory sounds awesome. You know, that gives me a little chocolate backpack at the end. That sounds cool. But I've yet to like have that moment of like awe and wonder. And I'm like, I've played a lot of open world games. I've never had this much trouble finding the thing that hooks my brain where it feels like a game I'm supposed to love, but also a game that's not meant for me at times. So I'm deeply conflicted on it, deeply. Like there is just a total middle of the line, 7 out of 10 gray area for me where I totally exist in what I think the common denominator is, and at least in the review aggregate of like, yeah, it's 7, like it's a lot of good, but a lot of like rough edges here. And so, yeah, it's been tough for me to figure out my feelings on it, where again, if it was such a deep commitment, I'd be like, all right, let's just see where this takes me. But it's so hard to just full send commit to something that you're like, yeah, it's solid, you know? So it's either go another 20 hours and see where it takes me, or just, I think, be done with it finally.
I totally hear you on the interaction with the NPCs. And that's that there are so many NPCs in this game that they're all just copy and paste cutboards, you know?
Yeah, which is it's totally fine. It's not supposed to be what I'm talking about, nor should I. I'm not dinging it for it. It's just that because there is a lot to touch in the world. Like you can hit the trees and then hit the logs from the trees and pick up the branches.
So each NPC has their own trust meter that you can interact with, that goes up and down. Every single human NPC or person that can talk has their own little trust meter that you can do. You can give them gifts, and if you get them to 100, certain vendors will give you new items. If you get their trust up.
Yeah.
If you figure out what they like, but that's very limited though. Like there's not a lot of like talking back and forth or anything like that. It's just like, here's a gift. I love you. You know, here's some money. I'm basically bribing you. So I'm basically bribing this NPC so they can expand their inventory, so I can get the thing that I actually want from them.
Yeah.
So it's like very limited in that. It's like very transactional in terms of interactions, as opposed to like Like it's an MMO, so like the only interaction you're gonna get is if they have a quest to give you. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they'll do is have a quest for you. And like the dialogue sucks because all the dialogue is mostly just telling you where to go.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I'm not even really ripping it for its story because I kind of accepted a while ago. I was like, I don't
Yeah.
really give a shit about this stuff. You know, I'm there for like the gameplay and the world, which is the same thing I was there for with Skyrim. Like, I beat Skyrim story one time just because I wanted the achievements when I was playing it on my 360.
But here's the thing with Skyrim. Here's the thing, interesting thing with Skyrim and even like Breath of the Wild that this game is compared to a lot to, and obviously is very inspired by. You know, both games inspired this game, right? In Skyrim, we have named NPCs though. You can go to the town and you can talk to the Earl or whatever, and then you have his name and you have his personality, right? Yeah. In Zelda, every single NPC in Zelda Breath of the Wild is completely unique. Not a single NPC or not a single skin repeated. Maybe like two, right? Yeah. But like every single person, right, Brad? Every single person is unique.
I mean, I think so. I'd have to look at it again, but yeah,
they're all pretty much named. They all have their own story.
Yeah.
Yeah, a ton of them have names at least, right? Yes. You know that for sure.
Yeah.
In Crimson Desert, nobody has a fucking name. Like that's the thing. Like the only people that have a name is Marquis Serikis, who's going to give you the quest line for the House Marquis quest line, and then you just have to do that. So like it's an MMO structure. You just gotta they give you the quest lines. You got to do that. And you pay attention to them, and then you are learning some stuff. And again, it pays off by hour 50. You know, like by hour 50, you're like, oh, I really am in this world. I really do understand this now. You know,
to break it down a little more.
I disagree with Locke because it clicked for Locke immediately, and I was like, that didn't hit for me either.
But Locke loves an adventure, so it made sense to me why for him this is a perfect hybrid game for him. Like he loves like games like Red Dead or Ghost of Yotei, but also like just that sort of free openness of like a Skyrim or something like that. So it made a lot of sense for me. I think the game kind of calls me to do, and I'm curious, Brad, where you're at with it, because I don't want to sound too negative on it, is it calls to me to assess the games that inspired it clearly. And I'm usually a big fan of like blender games. Like I think of Hell Is Us. Hell Is Us is fucking awesome. But also you see a lot of games that clearly inspired it. But this game is so derivative of the games, so many games in the industry around it, that I kind of look at them and like I look at a Breath of the Wild. And I'm like, well, what made me love Breath of the Wild? Well, number one, it was very original when it came out. A lot of games have, from Genshin Impact to this game have just like ripped from it endlessly. But what Crimson Desert does that's really cool, that's like a little twist on it, is like you can break into houses and you can put on your mask and you could steal shit. So you're using the Breath of the Wild stuff to be a criminal. Like that's cool. I see a little Death Stranding in how this game just has these long, at least prior to all the fast travel shit they've done, they had these like long marches. And I was like, well, why did that work for Death Stranding? But like this game, it was like a little boring at first to just trek these lands. I'm like, well, Death Stranding had the Kojima weirdness, but also just like earning the right to go from walking to riding a bike, and that bike having like a thing you had to manage with like your electricity on it and stuff. And, obviously the BTs added tension and decision-making along the way. And so this game, again, I think about like Dogma. I'm like, yeah, why did the Dogma boss fights work a little bit more for me? And I'm like, well, it's the pawns, it's the interactivity. They're also better mechanically.
They are better.
So there's a lot of this game does that puts either twists, but it's hard for me to find things like, again, people talk about Skyrim. I'm like, oh, it's like last time I felt like this was Skyrim. I'm like, for me, Elden Ring was the closest that got, because Elden Ring had depth where it was like everything underground and above ground and just every corner had something for me. But also, I got to be honest with my taste, Elden Ring's an RPG, so there was a level of interactivity with characters and the world and the items I found within it. Those little things. So what the game kind of beckons me to do a lot of times is assess the games that inspired it. And normally I'm like, yeah, cool, put all these ideas in a blender and see what comes out. But I find that this game is reminding me of like all those other games and how much better they do it. And I'm just like, nothing's really pulling me along here. But again, I'm going to keep going for a little bit, but it's like, I think about how much I've been enjoying gaming this year compared to prior years where I'm like, dude, Pragmata hooked instantly. I'm a patient guy. Like Paranormasight did hook, but it took a little bit. But that's a visual novel. I've been loving that. New Vegas, of course, I love. I played that this year. I played a bunch of Resident Evil this year. Metal Gear Solid 3. I wasn't like as huge on its story, but I still was there for it. I'm playing all these games big and small, and it's immediately apparent to me like what I do and don't like about them. And sometimes those feelings get erased or whatnot. But like with Crimson Desert, I've never been so stuck in the middle on a game for so long where it's hard to justify the time commitment. So I want to give it a little bit more time because I do want to have that moment of it clicked, because I stayed away from other open world games outside of KCD2 intentionally for this. So it's a little bit disappointing for me on a personal level to be like, yeah, and I only got like 50 hours in before I dropped it. Like that sucks, you know, but I'm also kind of trying to avoid my own disappointment in some manner. So
yeah, like the things like the chocolate factory are there. Like, you know, like there's a whole circus in the middle of one country.
I found that.
Yeah, you found that. Like, that's interesting. Like, have you found like the war against the crystal dragon? Have you found that at all?
No, I just wandered off one time and I ran into that circus.
Yeah, but there's a whole area where there are a bunch of magic users that are fighting with a crystal dragon, like in the open area. Cool. And you go there and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And they're like casting like all kinds of magic at this dragon that is just shaking it off. And then you just go up to the dragon and the dragon's like, help me with this quest. And you're like, oh, what the fuck is going on? And you go do that. And then you go fight some interesting enemies and you get some fucking sick ass loot from that. You get the best swords in the game through that, you know? So it's like that shit is out there, but this game is massive and you need to find it. You really do.
Yeah, I mean, these are always like little shots in the arm for me to go try again. You know, I've just been enjoying so many other games that I've just been make
it to chapter 6. Chapter 6 I think is like the chapter 3 of Death Stranding, where chapter 3 of Death Stranding is like, well, here's your bike and here's some weapons or whatever like that. Like things are starting to freak up. Chapter 6 is when things really start to like lock into place and like the rest of the game mechanics are like finally settled.
So you think just kind of play the main story until 6?
Play the main story. Play the main story. Stop fucking around. Just go through and get to chapter 4 through 6. Definitely get out of chapter 3. Definitely get out of there because there's nothing going on in chapter 3. Chapter 4 through 6. Like again, you're in the gray main camp already, so you're upgrading the gray main camp as it is, right?
Sure. Yeah, I've done like every quest that's there except for the one that like you have to find them around. Like there are some that are like miscellaneous, like they're out there somewhere and you have to find them. That's the only one I have left.
Also just do that too, because those are easy because there's almost no fights there. You're literally just going to a marker and to collect them guys, and like it's the same dialogue repeats the whole time. Like I swear this shit is AI generated, dude. Like, like the same dialogue repeats all the time. They're like, oh my god, things are so bad ever since Cliff died, and then Cliff shows up and he's like, oi, I'm actually still alive. They're like, oh my god, Cliff, you're alive, oi, and then they hug him and they're like, I can't believe you're still alive. We really lost hope. And Cliff's like, well, we got a camp right here. That exact same conversation plays out 20 to 30 times, like with no variation whatsoever. So like that shit sucks straight up, right?
I do think if they
but you are getting more shit in your camp though. Like that's how you unlock the barber, which is the second to last fucking person you unlock in the fucking the camp segment.
Funny. It's so funny because like, that's one thing that they did meet the level on. Like Ubisoft has this good little meta game with a lot of their older Assassin's Creed games where it's like, hey, you know, send out like on the frontier and Assassin's Creed 3, like, you know, send them to your homestead and then like have them do missions to improve your homestead.
It's very much like the homestead, bro. Yeah.
And like the homestead worked for my brain so well. And that was the one part of the game that I really liked in Crimson Desert. And that's like early days for me on where I'm like, oh, okay, like I dig this a lot. So
focus on that vibe. Focus on the homestead vibe. And then you'll get so many different features at home, at the camp. Once you get all that shit going on at the camp, then it feels like a machine that you can just keep running, you know? Yeah. It's so awesome.
I want to fall in love. So we're going to see.
So like I have like dispatch missions running in Crimson Desert where like I'm getting like infinite sources of wood, food, and metal like forever. Like I'm never gonna run out of money or materials now because I have a perfect little setup of missions, and I'm not even sending my own guys to it because I gain the ability to build robot slaves. Cool. So now I have 20 robot slaves at my camp, and they're doing all the work for me. All my guys, all the humans, they're just chilling, but it's all AI generated now, baby.
Is it just one camp that you made? I have like different outposts I've freed, like a fishing village, and now people are returning and they're starting to fish. Like I've had that happen. But do you just manage on that level the gray main camp? Like I'm actually not sure of that.
It's just the one gray main camp, and then you know, spoiler alert, like you can move to another area. You don't have to. And that's what kind of the update fixed is that new area actually like was worse than the original camp, because like everything like your blacksmith and your shops were all spread out for some reason. They updated it. Now the second camp is actually kind of better. So it's like you might want to do that. But you can also stick around in the main camp, and that's totally fine too.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just the one camp, and then but you said that you're unlocking like mines or like farms or whatever like that.
Yeah.
All that shit becomes dispatch missions that you can go back to, and then that's where you're getting the materials from.
Yeah, that felt like where my gear was starting to turn. Admittedly, I went away right before some of that, so that
it feels like the game was actually about to start up like right when you left. So
yeah. So it's got me like once Pragmata is done, Mouse is done now, but like once Pragmata is, because I was reviewing some stuff too. I'm reviewing something else right now, but not that that'll slow down. But yeah, you definitely have given me some perspective, which is good because, like I said, I just feel a little stuck on the game, and part of it is like my job interfering in the sense that I'm a reviewer, obviously, and it's like I can't recommend a game to someone already that I know it took 30 hours for me to fucking find something in. And it's like, that's a shitty feeling too, is like I'm going into this with already like a kind of mixed verdict.
This is a very unemployed game. Yeah.
Yeah. That, or just like a one game only type of dude.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I've been one game only focus this whole year. I tried to break out of the playing multiple games at once that I've done for years, and just, it's been great. This game commanding such focus is good because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 pulled that out of me, and that was something really special. So for this one, it's just like, yeah, if you're not playing anything else and this is just it for like a month plus, like you'll be very, very happy.
But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 grabs you immediately, man. I barely played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I only played like 2 hours of it, but those 2 hours was like, damn, like that stories like it inspired me so much that I had to go back and play 1 because I was like, I'm not starting 2 until I play 1.
You should.
I'm not going to watch a YouTube review. I need to experience it for myself so I can re-experience the beginning of part 2 again because I know this is special. I got to go back to it, but. To your point, Matty, you got to play these games when you're in the right mentality. If you're not in the right mentality to play Crimson Desert, don't fucking play Crimson
bro.
Desert.
I am. Like, that's the thing. I save myself. Like, I was like, I'm not burning out an open world because I know how this goes. I've been here before where I get like a kind of nice open world game. I'm like, I'm a little in the middle on this thing. I was like, I'm not. Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was perfect. I love that game. That was November last year. I was like, I'm waiting till March. I'm waiting 4 months. I know the tanks will be refilled by then because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 didn't even burn me out. I was like extra cautious. So yeah, but I mean, this talk has helped a little bit.
I'll be honest. I'm kind of burning out in Crimson Desert myself. 200 hours later, again, I killed everybody, and I just mentioned like how all the equipment is kind of like leveled out or whatever like that, and I pretty much have like my build, so I don't really have anything more to build. Like I'm kind of done with the game. So it's like it's a little dull. It's a little boring. I'm just
I need to know where Brad is on this because. I want to know. I don't know if Brad's like in the middle because Brad's hour count is similar to mine, where it's like we're both not no-lifing the game. But I don't know if yours is different reason than mine.
No, I'm kind of more in line with you, Matty, about the game. It is a game I like, and I think it's really cool. And there are things I think it does very well, like better than other games in turn, like its scope, for instance, and like its cities and all that kind of stuff. How that's all laid out. But you brought up a point earlier, Matty. We were seeing all these elements from other games. And they're in this game. I don't think it does anything better though than those other games that I've seen yet. Certainly not from puzzle standpoints in this game with the puzzles in this game.
This game has like maybe like 5 good puzzles out of like 1,000.
Yeah.
The puzzles is hard to defend. I'm not going to defend the puzzles.
It's where I'm at in the game.
Know how to make puzzles.
Traversal's okay. I don't like love it though. I'm not like having a blast fucking cruising around. You can do a lot of crazy shit in the game, which is cool, but that's the thing with the game is that you could do a lot of cool stuff in it, but nothing's like super resonating with me yet, where I'm like, God damn, I need more of this right now. I haven't had that feeling, just like you, Matty. But I think I'm going to wait on the game for a while and come back maybe like the later half of the year and see how I'm feeling about it then. Since they're constantly patching it and whatever, I might as well just wait until whatever they get it at their desired state, I should say. But yeah, it's a weird game because I do think a lot of it's super cool. I'm like, damn, cool. Like,
I feel bad for people who like crunch that review.
Yeah, that seems like a nightmare.
They played a completely different game.
Completely different game. It was not fun to play during the review period, man. And it's like the only other people I had to play with is other games journalists who are always fucking complaining. So it's like that's a miserable fucking experience, man. So that's why like I actually stopped playing it during the review period. I was like, I am not playing the game like this. I'm gonna play it with everyone else. And once I did, it was gas. And it's like it's interesting to hear like traversal is like not that interesting, and it's like meanwhile like 2 days ago like I used my dragon to fight the robot pterodactyl that's flying in the sky.
Yeah,
and we had a little war.
That's the
like,
thing.
like
I think
air,
a lot of that stuff that would interest me more comes way later in the game, like way later in the game. It sounds like, and I like the ramp up to more exciting things. I think that's important, but I think maybe the game is too big. It's sometimes for its own good is how I feel about it so far.
Yeah.
But Xenoblade Chronicles X is still 10 times bigger than this game.
Yeah, I haven't played Xenoblade Chronicles, so I can't speak to that game.
Like the map is like still like 10 times bigger than Crimson Desert.
Yeah, that seems fucking insane to me.
Which is insane, yes. And Crimson Desert is massive. I was also surprised to see. I don't know if it's 10 times. I think it's like 3 times more, but it's still massive.
That's still really big, dude. Like
Crimson
I get
Desert
it. In Xenoblade,
too.
you get like mechs and shit and motorcycles like sooner in that game, so you're probably traveling at high speeds.
You get the dragon at hour 90 in Crimson Desert.
And I'm sure
basically.
the map is far less detailed compared to Crimson Desert in amount how dense it is. So yeah, but it is an interesting game. It's a cool game. It's like a hard game for me to recommend to people because I've experienced so little of it, so I don't even bother. Ask Gene. Gene finished it.
If you got a lot of time to spare, if you are unemployed, this is the game for you.
Sure. Yeah.
If you are unemployed or you are able to you're okay with spending 100 hours on a game and you're excited about that and you have the time, then I would easily recommend this completely, especially if you like, fantasy adventure, computer RPGs. The cool thing though is that like they actually added camera control distances in this game. So you can turn it into Diablo. You can make so the fucking Diablo angle, bro.
Yeah.
Like straight up, like you can just make this game look like Diablo, man. Like this game is fucking crazy, dude. And it like I tried that 2 days ago. It feels like I'm playing a different game. It's crazy. It's so cool. It like I want to start a whole game and do that all over again. I'm not going to because that's 200 hours, but I actually started a new character on Xbox though because I want those Xbox achievements. So I think I might actually just continue my. I think I might just do another 200 run on Xbox.
Good lord,
game runs like trash on Xbox Series S. By the way, like straight up, I've never seen a game look worse than Crimson Desert on the Xbox Series S.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
All right, boys, let's end the show with some write-ins from the audience. Got just a few here. Keep it short. If you want to write into this show, I post a thread every Saturday on our Patreon calling for submissions. We do this for all of our shows too, by the way. So if you want to write into Finding Duke or anything like that, punching up, keep an eye out on our Patreon. Kaz didn't risk wrote and said, Shimon, summoners, have you seen the Michael movie? I loved it. If they made a Michael Jackson video game, what genre should it be? Muso going hee while moonwalking over crowds of adoring fans? Sounds hype. Cheers and take care. Well, Kaz and Risk, you're showing your age because there was a Michael Jackson video game already back in the arcades and on Sega Genesis. It was a beat 'em up. I'm sure you played it, Gene.
Angry Video Game Nerd review that?
Probably.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. Yep. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yep. Wait, was it a beat 'em up or was it plat? I don't know. It's both. Back then.
It's kind of a side-scroller action game. The Genesis one, there was an arcade one that was isometric. It was like more of a shooter.
Oh, maybe that's the one.
Like the whole hold his hips and do like a quick kick as like a move in this game.
Yes,
so funny.
yes. Cool box art though, dude. I definitely remember that.
Oh yeah, the Moonwalker.
All right, well, let's say we get a new Michael Jackson video game, guys. What genre do you want it to be?
I don't know, dude.
It's dicey. It's tricky.
A narrative adventure game.
Yeah. What about like a Telltale game?
Michael Jackson game. Yeah.
Character action
like game. You want to like Devil May Cry?
Yeah.
Make a brutal legend style game, Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Or an FPS, Michael Jackson game.
I have not seen the movie either.
Yeah, I've heard
terrible things.
Damn.
I want to kind of, but now that I'm hearing that it's just like Michael Jackson just like kind of like getting it right the whole time. Like, it's like that doesn't sound that interesting. If I want to see Michael Jackson fucking killing it, I'll just watch old Michael Jackson clips. Like he killed it in real life, It's like it's kind of more inspiring because that's him, as opposed to just his cousin or his nephew, which is cool. But I don't know. It's like I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan. I worship Michael Jackson back in the day. I grew up in that era. Like there was Michael Jackson was like God, like on Earth.
Yeah, in the 90s and 80s.
Yeah, even in the 90s, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
Remember the Time, Dangerous, all that shit. You know,
yeah.
Jam when he did that music video with Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You know,
Scream. I remember that song too.
Scream. Yes. Yeah. Makes you want to scream.
Yeah. All right. Ryan Harvey wrote, said, "Hey, Brad, I know it's been talked about a ton, but can you just give a short recount of your Volt 5 I can't see because it says experience in cryo over the weekend and how you feel about Marathon?" Before I do this, I know you guys checked out a little bit of Marathon. How did you feel about it?
It was solid, but I don't think extraction shooters are for me. So I just kind of dipped out.
Gotcha. Gene, did you check it out?
I think Marathon is making me realize extraction shooters are my least favorite genre of video games of all time. Like
I'm getting there. I'm getting there too.
Right? Like I fucking hate extraction shooters, man. I think
don't worry, Halo's making one now, so that's when you know.
Maybe Halo's the one that's gonna get it for me, but it's I literally can't tell whether this game is good or not because this shit sucks to me, you know. Mm-hmm. Like I want to like Marathon, but like every single I played like 3 hours of Marathon. I made zero progress the whole time. That doesn't feel good to me.
Sure. No, I get it.
Yeah, I played Arc Raiders. I don't like Arc Raiders that much either. I think I just fucking hate extraction shooters. So
yeah, that's fair.
That's where I'm at. Happy for everyone who enjoys it, but you know, I think the fact that Matty and I aren't into it either is like a small little microcosm of the player retention issues that they're having.
It's not I would not say it's a very accessible genre for the most part. There are accessible aspects of it, like social aspects, particularly like Arc Raiders and stuff like that. Marathon is much sweatier than Arc Raiders from what I played Arc Raiders. I'm looking at my playtime at 62 hours, so I've played quite a bit of the game.
Dang, okay.
And I think it's a very good game. I really like Marathon a lot. I think it's awesome. But I get why people wouldn't like it because it is super hardcore and it can be devastating at times. But it's one of those things of peaks and valleys, I guess. I saw a graph of people doing like we're so back, it's so over, and it just kind of constantly going in flux between those two, and that's kind of what it is. But what I like about Marathon is one thing he brought up, which is the Cryo Archive. So the Cryo Archive is like the highest level content in the game at the moment. You have to be a certain level to even do it, and you have to have a certain amount of loot value to be able to even do it, which is, I think it's like 5K your loot needs to be equivalent to. What it is it is the actual Marathon ship from the old Marathon games. And I think this is kind of where the game shines in terms of level design. I feel like the level design in each level you do gets better and better. Like the first map you start off is Perimeter, which is like a lot of people played in just the closed test, which is a more kind of open. There are some small areas you go into like buildings, but then you ramp your way up to the Cryo Archive, which is all indoors, all of it. And it's divided. It's like you look at the map of this thing and it's like insanely in depth. It's crazy. It's like almost like a labyrinth, I feel like, with the amount of areas you can go through and the twists and turns, the elevation, stuff like that. But basically, there are several different objectives you can do in this thing, which I think is cool about this game. This is from Bungie. They made Destiny with those raid mechanics. This game has like essentially raid mechanics in these levels you're going into that you're trying to accomplish while also trying to kill other players and not get killed yourself. So basically what you do is you enter a Cryo Archive and there are a security level. You need a certain amount of security level to get through certain areas. And there are cards scattered throughout the area you need to find and collect. You can find these randomly off some bots or just scatter around the area. Of course, you can kill players and take theirs as well, but these levels allow you to open certain doors, and you need certain levels. You need, like, let's say, I think the max level is 5. I think you need 3 to be able to just even extract from this place. Otherwise, you're just fucking dead. So you got to have that. You have that pressure on you the whole time. And there's these things called vaults. Now, there are 6 vaults sprinkled throughout this huge ship that you're on. And you need a key to open a vault, and you get these keys from other runs. Like you do Outpost, which is another map. You can go there, you can get a key. You got to bring a key. Of course, though, if you bring this key, you die, you lose that key. So you got to keep that in mind. Now, you need that to open a specific vault. There are 6 vaults. You need like vault key 1 to open vault key 1. So you got to find those. And of course, The higher level keys are rarer. You need that. Not only that, and all that kind of stuff I was mentioning, not getting your ass killed by players, by bots that are much harder, all this kind of shit. You need to find batteries as well to open a lot of these things. And the higher level the vault, the harder it gets. And these vaults have little objectives tied to them, little tasks you have to do as you get into them. For instance, Vault 1, you just bust in, dude. It's in this little room. You have a symbol on the wall. You see it. There's like 4 different symbols it could be. You just find the switches. You do that kind of shit. Later on, you're having to memorize stuff and more crazy things like that. But the craziest part, all of this is there is technically a final boss of the game right now, which is called the compiler. To do the compiler, to even get a chance to fight this guy, you have to have done all 6 vaults at least, someone on your team, which I've been playing 62 hours. I've done 5 out of 6 vaults. Not there yet. So you have to earn this fucking shit. But of course, if you do, you get the best loot. But this boss fight itself has its own like Destiny boss fight raid mechanics going in there. So to me, they've done a really interesting job of mixing in these PvE aspects and PvP, which I think is really interesting about the genre. And just some of these fights, man, are so fucking tense. Like, this is a kind of game, if you want to feel your heart pump, you want to feel that adrenaline rush in a game, this is like that kind of game. I think extraction shooters in general are very good for that. So I've been playing with Dustin a lot, and Honjo Pork, who has been playing a lot with this as well. You guys probably heard him on the shows. We've been running as a squad together, and it's just been really sick, these encounters we get into, how you handle them, dealing with the different elevations. Maybe you get third-partied from another team who just happens to roll up on you. There's a lot of variables that can come into this game, and it's just been a fun time for me dealing with that. Even with the high highs, like the last time we played, we had a really high, but there's been some low lows. You just fucking go in there with really good shit, and you just get fucking rolled. It's gone. See ya. It's all gone, dude. But the more you die, the more you lose stuff, the more you become okay with that, I feel like. I think Chris put it in an interesting way. It's just kind of like, it's your turn to borrow the loot right now. It's going to be someone else's turn later. So once you kind of put down that mental barrier, I think the game becomes a lot more fun. So yeah, that's like a long-winded thing of me explaining it, but Cryo Archives has been a lot of fun. You can only do it certain times of the week as well. It's not up the entire time. So it's mostly just weekends. And there's ranked in the game. I haven't even done any of that shit yet. But I think if you have some friends to play with, you can have a really good ass time. Solo is still really cool. I like solo, but I think the most fun for me is multiplayer or with like groups, because you can have team synergy about the shells you pick and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I've been enjoying about it.
Very nice.
But definitely not a game for everybody. I can see why people don't like this 100%. I get it.
Yeah. Part of my issue, I'm sure, 1,000% is that I'm playing solo, which is which is obviously not the ideal experience, even though they allow it.
Yeah.
But
I would say
I'm trying to force myself to enjoy it, and it's like I don't think this is this is obviously not the optimal way.
Right.
So
yeah.
So I'm not. This is not a judgment on Marathon. I'm just not having fun with it right now.
Yeah,
and,
that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I think it's totally fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. All right. Tom Sweeney with the final writing here said, "Hello, boys to men. Given the breadth of video game adaptations, I just want to ask what type of adaptation you would want. Do you want the Jingle Keys / only for the gamer movies / show, example, Mario or Five Nights at Freddy's? Do you want a movie / show that takes place in the world, like Fallout or Persona Trinity Soul, a straight adaptation like The Last of Us, or a kind of adaptation with minimal to some elements from the game, but it is its own decent film / show X until dawn? I personally want a good show / movie in the world and believe gamers deserve better than Jingling Keys, but the box office shows differently. Anyways, I'm going to jump on some Goombas and have Mario get golf clubbed for my actions." Damn. All right.
Yeah, I think show or movie in the world is the best case. It number one displays that like the IP is strong enough to uphold more stories than one. Yep. One of the reasons I didn't care about the Last of Us adaptation ever. I played these I already know this story. I experienced it in its intended form, you know? Like, and also I don't think season 2 helped in trying to pull me in whatsoever to The Last of Us. But like, I just never cared about the retelling. It's like video game stories are delivered so differently because you as the player can put the controller down and not progress that story whenever you want. You can push it forward or not whenever you want. Like they're written with that in mind. Translating them over to movies or even shows just doesn't oftentimes work. So I think things like Fallout are really ideal, where it's like, here's the Fallout universe. Here's the canon Fallout lore. We are working with that to build a new story here. And we are going to expand what you know about this universe through telling this story. And so to me, that is a million times more appealing as a hardcore gamer, but also it's great for those who don't know anything about it because we're all starting from a somewhat similar place. So yeah, to me, just like even the kind of adaptations like Until Dawn, I'm like, what? So you're going to take the game that's all about choice and remove the choice and make me sit in the theater for like fucking 2 hours.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah.
You know, like that sounds so unappealing to me. Yeah. So it immediately sounds like you don't care about the source material because Until Dawn shouldn't be anything but a game as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I'm very firm on my stance with adaptations. Like there's a reason why Edge Runners worked really well. It fed into the base game. It did not try to replace it or imitate it. You know, it was its own story. And it amplified music that was in the game that we already heard and didn't really care about. We're like, oh, that's a good song. But now you're like, well, that song has meaning now, you know? So, yeah, that's how I stand on it right now.
Gene?
I completely agree. You know, Matty and I are both fans of the Fallout show. And I think, you know, we both agree that it's easily one of the best adaptations or you know like the transmedia experiments ever, because you know like, and you know it's not perfect, even we love season 2, but like even looking back it's like I have some issues with season 2, but it's like, but it's fun though, it's interesting, it's fun, it's exciting. I never got bored even when I got disappointed. The Last of Us I will give a pass because I think The Last of Us is such a straightforward story, and I think you know, I don't mind straightforward adaptations if there is a good, compelling reason to watch those performances again. So it's like, I think The Last of Us is interesting because at least season 1, because you get to see Pedro Pascal act as Joel. That's cool. Like it's like seeing a theater performance of like an old show. Like, why would you go see Hamlet again? Because you want to see the actor playing Hamlet this time. Or you feel like re-experiencing that story. So it's like, for me, adaptations are in that same line. I think season 2 like wasn't as good because we already know what Pedro Pascal is like. So like, you know, you got to hit it out of the park more, and they totally didn't. You know, and unfortunately, it seems like Jangling Keys are the winner in terms of the financial success, the box office success, because I think the Sonic the Hedgehog movies are way better in terms of creativity, in terms of acting, in terms of actually writing a story, in terms of trying to get to the heart of why Sonic the Hedgehog characters are special, right? As opposed to the Mario movies that doesn't give a shit about that shit at all. They're like, look at Wart, doesn't he look cool? Look at Princess Peach. Look at Rosalina. She's fucking hot now, isn't she? Right? She's always been hot. That's literally it. It's just like, look at this movie, as opposed to, here is the story. Here are these characters. Here are they growing, but the Jangling Keys are winning. It's Mario on top, and Minecraft too, man. Like Minecraft, too.
Minecraft being a success was so surprising at that first trailer. I thought like the whole my name is Steve. I was like, oh, this shit's so fucking dead in the water.
Steve. It's like, oh my, this is so cringe. Just like Jack Blacking the most he's ever Jack Blacked. Right?
Yeah, but it's also like it followed that formula of like, what are the biggest names that we can get and just put them in a video game movie that makes no fucking
Jason
sense.
Momoa for some reason, you know,
and it does like, so well, and people are like, it's actually pretty good. I'm like, okay, I haven't seen it yet.
No, it's a fucking I've seen it 3 times too, but mostly because I had to cover the chicken jockey a movement that was happening at the time.
Oh yeah,
remember when theaters were getting ransacked because chicken jockey, and then people like I saw kids throw food on the ground and eat the food off the floor in the theater. Like children are mentally ill. And unfortunately the mentally ill movies are getting the most traction. Anything that requires thought or like consideration of character growth or anything like that, that's not going to be as successful, sadly. But Fallout did well, and so yeah. Ultimately, I do appreciate. Edge Runners is another fucking great example. Like, look at that. I think I couldn't have said it better. Like, it shows that the story is sturdy enough to support more stories. It's interesting. It's supplemental to the game. You don't have to worry about the interactive experience. Like, I think people are fucking crazy for wanting a Metal Gear movie. Are you fucking insane?
Yeah, dude. Like, so much of that is that like gameplay gimmicks and like making them meta, like at least the first Metal Gear Solid especially did that.
Especially the first Metal Gear Solid, the most of all, and that's the one that you want to obviously start with, right? So it's like, but that is the most meta, you know, like Psycho Mantis doesn't. No one's gonna give a shit about Psycho Mantis, like because he's just gonna be
unless they're like leave and go to a different theater to finish the viewing experience.
if you can fucking do that, then I'm gonna okay, fine, like you win, you figured it out somehow. You gotta go to another theater, but like they're not gonna fucking do that. He's just gonna be he's gonna be evil Professor X. That's it. And it's gonna suck. Who cares? You know, part of the whole thing about shooting a Raven is that like you take him down by a tank. I don't want to watch Snake like to figure it out. Like it was like it was fun to figure it out myself, to use EMP grenades and do that. That's part of the story, is that you feel as clever as Snake when you figure it out. Or part of the story is calling the fucking codec, you know, and like the game gives you agency.
Conversations.
Having those, not only having those endless conversations, but part of the fun is like realizing as a player, I can't figure this shit out. Maybe I should go to the codec to do this. And the colonel will be like, you know, like change the blah blah blah.
Like, James, or they'll be like, Snake, have you seen 007 or Russia with Love or whatever the fuck it's called? From Russia with Love. And I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about right now? Like,
but that's all part of the vibes. Like it's the player choosing to learn more about these characters, right? And like it's rewarding that we find out that, you know, Major Zero is a huge like James Bond fan or something. Or Mei Ling has all these quotes, and it's like, dude, I can't wait to save again. So Mei Ling could give me another quote, you know, like And it's like you're not gonna get that shit from a movie. Mei Ling's just gonna say some shit, and you be like, reference. She quoted Confucius, and that's it. As opposed to the audience member being like, dude, I want to hear from Mei Ling, man. I miss her. I need to save right now. I feel like there's nothing better. I'm done with the same session. There's nothing better than closing it out with another Mei Ling quote. You know,
one of the best conversations in the whole series, I think, is with Mei Ling when you like go to save your game, and she's like asking about like humans versus programs, and like it's also because it's also a precursor to like what MGS2 is all about. You know, about that kind of like human experience. It's like that's what's special about that is in a game you just get that in like hour 9, and you're like, oh shit, that was fucking great. And I was just saving my game, you know?
Exactly.
But like when you're in a movie theater for 2 hours, obviously I get it. They want to be like concise. Just doesn't work. Yeah. That's why I said you need to have like a universe. Like what I said, some people might be like, well, what would they do with The Last of Us then? Tell another story in The Last of Us? That sounds uninteresting. I'm like, yeah, because it doesn't sound interesting. So they probably shouldn't do it at all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, it's because it's just going to be another zombie story, right? So it's like you gotta write the characters super well, but there's no real hook to it other than you're just Walking Dead Part 3 again, you know?
Yeah. And it's like, well, why else did The Last of Us work? I'm like, well, it had like the next generation of artificial intelligence, like the way it responded to you. That was what, I mean, nowadays every game has crafting, but like Last of Us Part 1 was like the reason I feel like so many games just had crafting in it, because you could just do it on the fly, like grab this board, grab these nails, make a melee weapon from your backpack while someone's like running up on you, stand up and just like put it in their head. Like that was so new at the time.
Last of Us Special was because the fluidity between the shooting and the melee combat too, you know? Like that was one of the most remarkable things about the trailer, the initial trailer for The Last of Us, is you see Joel like with his gun and like they knock it out, so he's just fucking punching them and fucking kneeing them, and it's like, holy shit, dude. It's like really and you know, that all that started with Uncharted. I love Uncharted's mixture of gunplay and melee.
Uncharted was also very Indiana Jones. Like there was an innocence in some level to it, and this was like, oh shit, like you're like running a guy's neck along the glass of like a broken refrigerator at a gas station. Like it's fucked up, dude.
And the violence works because you're the one pulling it off, you know. And that's why and like that's why like the Elden Ring movie is like low-key super exciting for me, because it's like if they're actually not going to tell the story of the game, I'm way in for that. They're going to tell a backstory or something like that, totally. Like a Metal Gear movie.
Elden Ring's got enough lore to work with to tell a great story. So
exactly. Yeah. Elden Ring has so much like that you can tell that you don't have to tell the game. Don't retell the game again, man. We've played 700 hours of the game.
It would also disrespect the audience intelligence. Like, I'm not a fan of how FromSoft tells their stories, but there is something there, and people do come together to pick it apart. So you're just basically telling them, we wanted to make this simple for you to get. And it's like, leave that for them to discover with Elden Ring, which was a viral game. Like, tell a different story.
Yeah.
So I think they should. They have so much to work with there.
I hope they do that. Alex Garland is hit or miss. Like he kind of sucks like most of the time. like I don't know why like his praise is like some genius, and it's like, dude, like most of his movies kind of suck, man. But
I do have some optimism because of how he like pitched this movie and like the amount he played and how much of it was like written when he like passed it across the desk. Like, super fucking fan status.
He's not talented, so like
no, I know, but I'm just saying like the circumstances around it. Like he could be total ass.
Yeah,
and I'd be like, but he showed some real fire trying to get this thing going, and that as the emotional brain guy at times, I'm like that does work for me. Where I'm like, okay, you seem to give a shit. Like, let's see what you can do with this. You have a vision.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it, and they show leaks of the Dung Eater, like people throwing shit at Dung Eater. It's like, dude, look at those extras, man. That looks beautiful. That's classic movie making right there, man. It's awesome. Look at the set. Look at the costumes. I'm excited. So
I don't think I have a preference necessarily what type of adaptation it is, as long as it's just fucking good, I guess.
Sure.
Like I could think like Sekiro, the anime coming out, looks like a straight retelling of the game, but it looks fucking cool to me so far, so I'm okay with that.
That'd be cool.
Like the Castlevania, particularly the first 2 seasons, is loosely based off Castlevania 3 and stuff like that. They do it well, and I think of adaptations that do stuff completely different, like the Resident Evil things, and they're usually all awful, all of them. It's just about whoever's doing it.
And the Netflix version was an in-universe story, and it's just like about the worst story
it
like
was
of
so
all time.
Bad, dude. I watched that whole show's awful.
There's nothing worse than
I never checked out any expanded material for Resident Evil.
It's all bad.
I was so surprised learning how much of it exists, but yeah, I've heard nothing good about them.
If you're gonna watch anything, I guess just watch the CG movies, because those are like canon, I guess. But the live action stuffs are all bad. Awful.
I'm just relying on what Capcom's doing nowadays, because I was kind of upset that I couldn't play the Outbreak, Resident Evil Outbreak before Requiem came out. I was like, oh man, but they have like, Grace's mom is here and like she's in that game. I realized it just didn't fucking matter at all.
No.
So I'm like, if they lean into any of these existing movies, it doesn't matter unless they're doing it like a modern game. Like that's them like making it like you have to pay attention. But if it's like, yeah, we're pulling, like they're not like Tetsuya Nomura where they're like, hey, remember that thing from like this obscure cutscene and Kingdom Hearts Recoded? Yeah, we're pulling that thread right here, right fucking now. You better have been paying attention in 2004 when this came out, or whatever the fuck it was.
Kingdom Hearts.
That's why Square Enix that's why Square Enix is in trouble, because Capcom wrote Resident Evil 9, so you didn't have to depend on that shit. Because but you didn't have to be Susie Hunter to understand the story at all.
Yes,
right.
I lost faith in Square Enix storytelling from Tetsuya Nomura when this guy admitted that he goes and watches Kingdom Hearts recaps before he writes his own stories. I'm like, you don't even know what the fuck is going on, bro.
Nojima writes a lot of that too. Nojima is like the guy that writes the scripts, and he wrote Final Fantasy VII. So of course Nomura gets some blame, but it's not just him. It's not just him.
But bro, that just says like they just need to get like they need to.
I mean, that's what happens when you have so much lore.
How do we not have a Kingdom Hearts remake yet, though? That's what I don't get. Like when that rumor came up, like, oh, they're remaking the first one. I'm like, you know what? I totally fucking back this, but it got shut down.
I would love a remake for part 1, because like that's again, like Brad and I have talked about this. Part 1 is like my wall. Like I can't get past that game. So
yeah, it's pretty stiff.
Kingdom Hearts 1 is really great. 1 and 2 are incredible games, especially 2. After that, it's like hot and cold. Like 358 kicks ass. Birth by Sleep is amazing, but it just gets because they took so long on 3. They just kept making these spin-off games, and then by the time they get to Dream Drop Distance, they're like, we're level 1ing you. This like narratively mattered, but like your experience thus far does not. Now here's Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, dude, I would love to see some remakes for that series, especially with the way they handled 7 remake, the first part at least. Like that had Tetsuya. I know it wasn't just Nomura, but like that had Tetsuya Nomura ideas all over it. They're like, what if we just like fucked with them a little bit?
That was
like,
actually, I think, more Katase and stuff like that. They wanted to get more crazy. I think Nomura originally actually wanted to be more like the original.
Really?
Yeah.
I trust your take on it. I guess what I'm trying to describe is it felt like a Nomura idea to be like, you know what?
I think
like let's like have the shadows come in and start like altering the timeline.
To me,
it does.
All those ideas are very old Square Enix already. All this weird shit like time travel, multi-dimension stuff. That's like all old Square Enix stuff still.
Yeah.
But
yeah. It just stuff, but wrapping that into Kingdom Hearts, which makes like every little bit count. Can you imagine? They'd be like, no, you don't play the remake instead of one. It's like you play one and the remake of one, and you get the complete story.
Yeah.
Like they'll do that shit.
That's probably what they'll do, actually. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of what Final Fantasy VII Remake is. You got to play the original and the remake, to understand it.
Yeah. It's so true.
Yeah. You can't just play Final Fantasy VII Remake. I really feel sorry for people who just played that game first.
I never expected it to go this way, but I felt so happy that I like had played the original. I'm like, wow, you just like this does not hit as well if you don't have
of course,
all that context.
Yeah, who's Sephiroth? Why is he here all of a sudden? Like, why is he just here?
Why does it matter that these whispers are here? Like, I don't care what changes.
Yeah. Why is the flower girl just fighting the whispers? And it's like, what is this? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
So well done.
Yeah. Well, like, what the hell is happening at the end?
It's smart because I'm sure they started with it. They probably started with like, okay, we're going to remake and retell the stories. They're like, yeah, but everyone knows this story. Yeah. It's iconic. Like everyone knows how this goes. And they're like, yeah, so why don't we just do it again? It's like, no, I got a better idea. Let's fucking alter things.
Yeah.
Let's put Sephiroth all over this bitch, dude.
Sell him. Yeah, I got to sell that shit.
Yeah.
All right, dudes, that's it. Holy shit, that was a long episode. One of the longest in a long time, but a great one.
Yeah.
Thank you both for taking time out of your days to join me.
Have we beaten Sacred Symbols over 4 hours? Wow, just the three of us too.
Yeah, I think the longest episode of, not a special episode of Summon Sign, like the Goaty ones are obviously the longest we do, but I think me and Colin went for 4.5 hours one time. I think it was just me and him. I think that might be the longest, but this is probably the second longest, I would say.
Nice.
So well done, lads.
Yeah, I've realized I've become the podcaster I hate. I'm like, I used to be the guy who's like, I'm very succinct and just quick, direct. Dude, not at all anymore. You're just can't shut the fuck up.
We're chatting, dude. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah. I'm just chatty Cathy.
We are here to yap. That's the way it is.
Well, it's been a minute since I talked to either of you. So it was
a lot to catch up on. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all basically saw me catch up with Matty and Brad in real time. So,
honestly.
Yeah. All right, before we go though, dudes, anything you want to shout out, say anything, or should you just skedaddle?
I got nothing personally.
Okay. Gene, anything?
No. Tune into Punching Up tomorrow, where I'll talk about more Tomodachi Life. I'm
with
excited
Micah,
to dish it.
She's been playing a lot.
Yeah, I'm really excited to dish with Micah about it and see how her Highland has evolved. Yes. And talk about my little date night with Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yes.
A lot of fun.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching and listening. We greatly appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Take care and goodbye. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.